Everywhere you look, stars and stripes, celebrating 250 years of independence. Happy 4th, everyone, and welcome to the festival, the 4th of July Racing Festival at Saratoga Racecourse. Fireworks expected before sundown, coming in hot and burning bright. West End Kid, 3 straight wins, lukewarm favorite in the Grade 1. Belmont Derby, Tyler Gaffleone to ride, 1 win yesterday, 1 fall yesterday, but he's good to go. Good to ride another contender in another Grade 1 event. Imagination, the lady, serious threat in the Belmont Oaks, trained by Brendan Walsh, poised for a big 4th of July afternoon with runners in 3 of 4 stakes races. Gorgeous shot, Saratoga Racecourse. Welcome, everyone. Milestone reached, America 250. We made it, along with the crowd. They arrive early, stay late around here. That's what they do. And the horses always on time. 3-year-old fillies on track and ready for the opener. Just outside the paddock, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. In less than 5 minutes, the first of 11 races on this 4th of July, day 2 of 46 here at Saratoga, included 4 stakes races, all of the graded variety, and 2 Grade 1 events. For the last time, a Belmont Derby and Belmont Oaks right here at Saratoga. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Aforementioned stakes rundown. The first stakes event, Sanford Race 5. Monmouth canceled. Much warmer on the Jersey Shore, about 12 degrees warmer than Saratoga. Plus, this is a first for us. On-site coverage from Los Alamitos in Cypress, California. Coverage moves to FS1 at 4 Eastern. So I welcome in my co-host. He's a 4-time Major League All-Star, Paul LaDuca, New York Racing Association analyst, Andy Serling. Guys, happy 4th to the both of you. And for the racing here today, sticking with Saratoga, focusing on the main events, Grade 1 Belmont Oaks, Grade 1 Belmont Derby. What makes these races so significant?
Well, I mean, they're Grade 1 races for 3-year-olds. They're an opportunity for these horses to win Grade 1 races, big races to help set their year up. We have the Saratoga Derby coming up about a month from now here, the Saratoga Oaks as well. And it's been a series. We've had some very good horses win them. And they're prestigious races and very, very important.
The other part is nobody's scratching today. There's only 3 scratches in the late pick 5, and 2 of them are in the last race. And Andy makes a good point. We're getting a little bit of European flavor, and we're getting some Midwest flavor, along with some horses here from New York. You saw some prices yesterday. This is a phenomenal betting card, up and down, and you better get your turf handicapping shoes on today, because you got, like Andy said, 3-year-olds that are improving here and there, whether they can get the job done in here. I like some prices today.
I also thought you made an interesting point about Brendan Walsh earlier.
Yeah.
The first race might be the best horse of all of them. I mean, the first race has a favorite that ran the kind of figure that Grade 1 horses run. Can she rebound? That
could lead to bigger and better. We'll get to that. There's the field for the Belmont Derby. Wide open. Number 8, West End Kid in a groove. 3-1 morning line favorite. This was Belmont Week, the Pennine Ridge. He's even money with Tyler Gaffleone. And you're going to see West End Kid, the combination, Andy, the tactical speed, and he can finish.
No, he's been very good in his races. There is no criticism of him. I just think this is a tougher spot than he's been running in, and I'm kind of going to go against horse from that race, though I think Botus could improve. I wonder if he'll be favored, or if Remember Mamba will be favored for Cherie DeVaux.
Yeah, Remember Mamba had a trip. I think a lot of handicappers will go, okay, this is the kind of horse that we're going to bet. But West End Kid's won 3 races on 3 different racetracks, so he's in pretty good form.
Grade 1 Belmont Derby, along with the Grade 1 Belmont Oaks, the marquee affairs later on this evening, right here on Saratoga Live. As always, we invite you to sign up and play with us, NYRABets.com. Get involved. When you do so, take advantage of that $200 deposit match bonus with promo code SPA200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now, NYRABets.com. You're looking at Mashallah, aforementioned filly, trained by Brendan Walsh. Odds-on favorite. There's the field, moments away from the opener. We welcome in Acacia Clement, standing by trackside. Acacia, happy 4th to you. As you've been tracking these fillies, what has stood out as we approach post time?
Well, happy 4th, everybody. Love getting a chance to celebrate 250 years of America here at Saratoga, but beginning with your favorite in Mashallah. This is, I think, one of the horses I'm most intrigued to see, perhaps on this entire card, because as Andy touched on debut, she was dazzling with a 106 by her speed figure, and then they stretched her out. Looking at her, and of course I'm seeing her for the first time as she's come in from Kentucky, I understand why they tried longer. She's very big. There's a lot of her. She frames up beautifully. This horse is gorgeous though, but she was so good sprinting. She's actually the only one in the field here that broke away from the pony and had a big warm up, and I can see it maybe takes her a few strides to kind of get her feet underneath of her in the warm-up, but that's clearly not been the case when racing. She rocketed out of the gate on debut and was much the best. I was very impressed by what I saw from her as your favorite, and as you would expect for a $1.25 million two-year-old purchase of last year. She is the half-sister to multiple graded stakes winner Hard Aces, but I think sprinting might be where it's at for her. Now looking at a couple of others, the number 1 Feminism, one of 2 in here for Steve Asmussen I found interesting. She was impressive winning on debut at Oaklawn with a big figure, a nice trip in there as well. Maybe it's a race that kind of took a little bit out of her. At Oaklawn, a huge effort on debut, and she kind of naturally regressed in her second start because she didn't break that quickly from the rail draw last time, and she just was flat. Now, she has the rail once again, but I remember watching her at least on the set from Oaklawn where she was very sharp. She's been forward, not over the top. I think mentally right where she needs to be, and we'll see if she can get back on track. The 3 Lovely Christina making her 3-year-old debut for Todd Pletcher. She was always a really energetic, vocal, kind of revved up type of 2-year-old. It's much the same coming back. I really was hoping to see more mental maturity from her, and she's gotten herself a bit hot, which is normal. However, she does look very fit coming back off the layoff and worked most recently with suburban contender Class Assist Lafitte.
Lovely Christina to break inside of the odds-on favorite, Mashallah. To Frank Miramati, the voice of Saratoga, with the call, first of 11 on 4th of July, live on FS2.
Thanks, Lafitte. There is Mashallah going in. Heavily favored. And the last one is Lightscape. She backs away briefly. Once again, assistant starters get a hold of Lightscape. Jose Lescano aboard. First 4 went in very smoothly, but she's delaying us just a touch. Goes in this time. And they're off. Mashallah broke beautifully and goes straight to the front. Feminism, Lovely Christina are second and third. And these 3 have sped well clear of Irresistible and Lightscape at the back of the field. Down the back stretch. And Lovely Christina on even terms with Feminism. These 2 stride for stride. Tyler Gaffleone and Mashallah now opting to sit a length and a half back, while 3 wide in hand third. A gap of 7 lengths to Irresistible and Lightscape. Opening quarter, 22-1 for Feminism, who has a narrow lead. Mashallah revving up now, and Mashallah on the outside is coming to tackle both Lovely Christina and Feminism. These 3 have dominated since the gate opened. Still a distance to Irresistible and Lightscape. They're a quarter of a mile from home. Mashallah on the far outside. Feminism, Lovely Christina. These 3 come to the 8th pole. 5 back, Irresistible picking up some ground late as Mashallah puts away the top 2 and opens up. Mashallah opening up to lead by 4. Feminism trying to cling to second. Mashallah outclassing them. Reports home almost 5, maybe even more than 5 in front. Feminism second. Lovely Christina was third.
Might not be the last time we see this combination connect this afternoon. Tyler Gaffleone, Brendan Walsh, Mashallah, the favorite, delivers in the opener.
There are a lot of great things about Saratoga, and one of them is you never really know when during the course of a day you might see a future star. And Mashallah is likely to be running the Grade 1 test a little over a month from now. And this kind of performance, Paulie, if we have yesterday's racetrack, it's an even better performance. Maybe the track's fairer today. We didn't see a lot of outside runners. She was good.
She was really good. You know, they paid $1.25 million for her, and, you know, they're on their way to getting that money back. And, you know,
I think they could sell her for more now.
yeah, right. And, you know, the sire Maxfield, Brendan Walsh trained.
Yep.
the sire is such a key cog to a lot of these horses. Quiet American mare. You know, Quiet American, I would say up with Secretary, one of the best broodmare sires of all time.
Yeah, this is a very good horse. And, you know, Feminism's no bum. She had run very fast in her first race for Steve Asmussen. She had the run of the race in the inside. The pace was honest, but this horse is good, and there's no reason that Brendan shouldn't be excited about her future.
And that image we were just looking at, Tyler Gaffleone, as Mashallah opens up, puts her rivals away. The fact that he's riding today, the fact that he's in the saddle, involved in that fall yesterday here at Saratoga, loaded afternoon, riding in 9 of 11 races and some live mounts in the marquee events.
I can be tough on riders, but I would never question how tough these guys are. I mean, seriously, I saw Tyler walking back yesterday. You know, we don't even go any further than our co-worker, the MIG, who took more falls than any rider in history, and these guys are very tough. It's great to see him back, and you know, Javier should be back soon, hopefully, as well, but can't say enough good about Tyler, and it's great to have him back. Yeah. Last summer, he didn't come because he was coming off an injury, and it just seemed like a tough way to start coming back, but this guy has had great meets up in Saratoga, and he's on his way to having another one.
Hitting the ground running, Paul, this summer, Tyler Gaffleone.
Yeah, he is. He started off with a couple nice wins on opening day. You know, and he's the main rider for Brendan Walsh. And I think Brendan's got a nice stable coming in here, and he's going to pick up a lot of other mounts from a lot of the Midwest guys as well, a lot of the Midwest trainers. You know, we forget, what, a couple years ago, Tyler had a tremendous meet.
He's one of the best riders in the country.
Yeah.
And Brendan Walsh, if you're New York-centric, you might not be as familiar with Brendan as you are if you're looking at Kentucky, where he starts a lot of horses. He's one of the better trainers in the game.
Probably could have used a better phrase than hit the ground running. You know what I mean. Gaffleone, Walsh team up for a victory here in the opener. Mashallah, test bound we'll see as we are just getting started on this 4th of July at the Spa. Still to come, the first 2-year-old stakes race of the meet for the boys, the Sanford, where anything can happen in the only race Man of War tasted defeat. And everyone's favorite summer segment is back, the one with JK, a golf cart, and the catchy name. Cart Talk, trainer Brendan Walsh riding shotgun. And later, the rematch, separated by a head last year. They meet again, Phileas Fogg, Antiquarian, once again in the Suburban. Those stories and much more on this 4th of July edition of Saratoga Live.
Can wait no more. 3/4, 111 and 3. Lion Lake attack and fits right. Angles out for the drive behind them. Kind of a stubborn Lion Lake. And
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and graded stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Great to have you with us on this 4th of July. Saratoga Live is always brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Off and running on this 4th of July program at Saratoga. Mashallah. Good as advertised. You're talking about the Test, Andy, the most prestigious race for 3-year-old filly sprinters in North America.
Right. Everybody that has a good 3-year-old filly sprinter is pointing towards the Test. Since the second they get the horse in their barn, it is a race that really makes them valuable, incredibly important race. You look at the history of the race and the winners of that race. And also, you'll have people who try to run the longer distance races. You take a horse like Ways and Means, who won it. She ran the Kentucky Oaks that may look to cut back. And this horse is definitely a major contender.
Too much mashallah. Future is bright. Feminism. Lovely Christina. 4-1-3 in the opener. To Acacia in the winner's circle with winning rider Tyler Gaffleone. Acacia.
And happy to be joined by winning pilot Tyler Gaffleone, mashallah, a horse that you rode last time, Tyler, and got to experience her winning today. She sat a little bit off the pace this afternoon, though. Tell me about your trip.
Yeah, you know, with the post position that we were given, we figured today would be a good chance to just see if she would settle, and she relaxed beautifully for me. When I asked her at the top of the lane, she found another gear and finished the job well.
Really, kind of the 3 top fillies were in a battle through the whole way. It has to be really rewarding when you have something underneath of you coming into the stretch like that.
No, it really is. You know, these races come up really competitive. Everybody's out here to win, and they're all trying and giving their best. So you definitely have to come ready, and luckily our filly was.
And we're so glad to see you, of course, back in the winner's circle, but back in the saddle as well after a scary spill yesterday. How are you doing?
I feel great. Fortunately, it was filly took care of me. She kind of landed, placed me on the grass pretty easily, so I was very fortunate, and luckily everybody came out of the race well, horses and riders, so we're very blessed.
Oh, absolutely. Congratulations here. We look forward to seeing what's in the future for you up at the spa.
Thank you so much, Acacia.
As Tyler Gaffleone picks up the win with mashallah, and I caught up with Brendan Walsh, Lafitte. He said the Test, a possibility.
Possibility, says Brendan Walsh. Andy, who's going to have a much bigger presence this summer at Saratoga than he ever has.
No, and I'm excited to have him here. He's a top trainer. He has a lot of good horses. And of course, he used to work with Tom Morley. He was an assistant for Eddie Keneally for years. And Brendan's a terrific guy, but also an excellent trainer, and glad to see him here. It's a possibility. That means as long as she comes out of the race, I'll be there.
Yeah, you could say he was basically, this was more of a setup race for the next race. Try to get her to raid off horses, see if she could take some dirt as well, and she passed the test. Listen, when you're 2-5 or 1-2, you're supposed to win races like this, and I think they won it the way they wanted to win it, laying off horses because they know the next race in the test, there's going to be a cavalry charge going to the front end.
There's so much. I mean, obviously, you'd like to be, if you're an owner, trainer, rider, you want to be 2-5 in every race, but I'm sure your father could tell you this. There's added pressure with those because there's incredible disappointment. If you're 10-1, you're hoping you run well. I think it's also interesting the way that horse won, because yesterday's racetrack, a lot of horses were spinning their wheels trying to make those outside moves. And I think it's important watching that race. I'm not saying we have a different track, but I'd say the first race at least opens the possibility the track is much fairer than yesterday.
And Brendan Walsh open to the possibility of the Test next for mashallah. We'll see. We move forward. Race 2, start of the early pick 4 coming up next. First look at turf racing, fillies and mares, a mile, $120,000 purse. Eponine 6-5 early on. Did I say that right?
I don't know if you said it right, but if you said it, you're more likely to be right than me.
We're going with that. I'll text Frank in a moment. Paul, who are you going with?
You know, I went with the 2 accent. I think it's between the 2 and the 4 in here. I also think the 1 could get away from this group early, but I went with accent a little bit over the 4 here, Andy.
I agree with what Paulie said. I like the 2 over the 4. I agree that Ori is an interesting price as a potential speed who's run well before. Eponine is a slight favorite in doubles, actually, over accent, which sort of surprised me.
Really good race coming up next, the second of 11 on this 4th of July. 4 stakes races, all of the graded variety, and the 2 Grade 1 events, the Belmont Derby and the Belmont Oaks. Just getting started on Saratoga Live, and look out, the British are coming, or at least have sent reinforcements. World-class trainer Charlie Appleby and the talented English filly he trains, Abashiri. She is here and ready for the Belmont Oaks.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, Play live money betting contests and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
And here's Tama in the final stages. The Santa Anita Derby goes to Tama. It's Tama, absolutely terrific, winning Malibu by 4 widening lengths.
Get with the New York Bred program that supports farms across the state and puts more babies on the ground. The program that lets your New York bred race against other New York breds on the same tracks where Manor War won the Travers and Secretariat completed the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes, but at a beautiful new facility offering the new Empire Trillium Series. Get with a program that respects thoroughbreds from the foaling farm to the starting gate to the second career.
Definitely the best horse I've ever had in training.
Sierra Leone has won the Whitney.
Sierra Leone, gun runner reaching for the wire. Sierra Leone does it in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Today was the day that he got it done. It was Sierra Leone.
Welcome back. Saratoga Live on FS2. Coverage, as always, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. One patriotic town, man. Fireworks around 2, 3 a.m. last couple of nights.
Big fireworks tonight. Always fun to see it.
They are ready to celebrate America's 250th, and we're doing so with a pair of Grade 1 races, included the Belmont Oaks. There's the field. 3-year-old fillies, Mile and an Eighth, $600,000 purse. Number 8 of Ashiri, the 5-2 morning line favorite. Take a look at number 10, Imagination, the lady. Revisit her latest, Andy Kentucky Oak Stake, Grade 2 Edgewood. She's favored. The perfect trip, and then show some grit.
When you're Tyler Gaffalione for this race, you walk by extremely satisfied because he could not have ridden this horse any better than he did. The problem that I have is that she had post 3, which enabled it pretty easy for Tyler to get that position. Now she's got post 10 in here.
Right.
And that could present some problems. And when you win a 4-horse photo with that kind of trip, do you really want her getting the outside post?
Yeah, and I think the other runner in there, Storm's Wake, who's kind of been the same type of, you could actually trade their form a little bit, and Storm's Wake is 10-1 compared to that runner.
You like Storm's Wake? I like her too.
I do. I like her at 10-1. I mean, if you're going to take somebody else in that race, she's going to be charging late.
The blanket finish bother either of you in that Edgewood? 4 of them right there at the wire?
A lot of times it's an indication the race isn't that good overall. But I will tell you something. Just Aloof, who finished 4th, she has improved dramatically for Chad Brown. You know, she won the Durante last year because the field was weak. She's improved a lot, and also she could be the speed. Now, I think both Euros have speed, but she could be the speed from the inside, and I think there's a chance that Manny Franco tries to wire the field with Just Aloof, making it a very different circumstance.
The Euro's tough to figure out. Win on synthetic, but then 2 Grade 1s, and the horse ran good. I mean, the last time in the Grade 1, hit the lead inside about 120 yards left in there, and it says it got a little tight. I think she just got a little bit tired. But Andy makes a good point. She might be forward. I think she might be a filly that a little bit forward.
I think she will be forward.
Yeah.
And listen, losing by a few lengths to Precise, who's the best 3-year-old filly probably in Europe.
She reeks of class.
Yes.
Reeks of class with the 3 races overseas and who she has faced, even her debut. A really good performance.
She's also so lightly raced, has a lot of upside, and the way Charlie Appleby has done shipping over here, I picked her second. I just wonder how short a price she's going to be because they love to bet Godolphin.
And they tend to get overbet.
Yeah, and I think one thing that Charlie's, you see,
she's on the rail in front.
And the 1,000 Guineas, she hits the lead right here. And you got a cavalry of horses behind you. And the one thing about Charlie, when he brings horses over here to Lafitte, they're usually very good gate horses. We see a lot of horses come over from Europe. They struggle out of the gate. That's why I think you'll see her forward. And look, like Andy says, Precise is going by her. She's well clear of the 4th place finisher. I thought this was a great effort.
She never gave up. I mean, she fought down the wire. And even True Love, who finished 2nd in there, she's very, very good. So, yeah, this is going to be a tough horse to beat.
Godolphin's Abashiri, and this is part of the reason why Charlie Appleby trainees get over bet when sent and running in some of the premier turf stakes races in North America.
And he's had great success in these races with the Moonlight winning the Oaks Invitational, Nation's Pride doing it. Cinderella's Dream, who she won by relatively close margins while kind of embarrassing her competition.
Yeah. His Breeders' Cup record alone, I don't know that there's an exact formula sending horses from Europe to win the top turf stakes races here in North America, but pretty close to figuring it out, Charlie Appleby.
Those Godolphin, they have some pretty good horses with Godolphin.
They're pretty good. International powerhouse racing and breeding, and this was part of the concept when these races came together. You wanted to see some of the best, of course, the American stateside turf runners and some of the best from Europe. We'll see just that in the Belmont Oaks. That's later on this evening on Fox Sports 1. Today's stakes rundown. There it is, the first stakes event, historical Sanford, race number 5, back to back to back after with the Belmont Oaks Suburban and the Belmont Derby. That Belmont Oaks 4:06 Eastern, just a heads up, coverage moves to FS1 at 4 o'clock. So again, just a heads up. The marquee events on this 4th of July. And we move forward to race number 2 with horses in the paddock. Looking at Eponine, 3-2. Acacia, what are you noticing?
Well, she is a short price, and you did a good job saying it. Lafitte is, of course, named after, I assume, a main character from Les Miserables. As we'll take a look at this Kevin Attard filly who just missed last time out behind Marketplace of Ideas, who looks like she could have stakes in her future for Chad Brown. And this is a filly who I thought had a much tougher trip than the winner in that race as well when making her first start off of a layoff and for the Attard barn. She threw her head kind of awkwardly at the start, and she was off the pace and kind of making up gradual ground along the hedge, and what was a really smart move by Jose Ortiz to keep her within shouting range, and she just couldn't reach the winner late, maybe left with just a little bit to do. Now, she came in with a hood on here in the paddock, but she hasn't done anything naughty. Not uncommon to see that, especially with horses that have come over from Europe, and she is cutting back slightly to the 1 1/16, and I know it's splitting hairs, but I really like the flat mile for her, given the way that she's put together, and she has quite a lot of substance and power for a horse that did start and run much of her career over in France and Europe and on some of those softer turf courses. So I think that she is going to be a major player in this spot, as the board would suggest. Now, trainer Chad Brown sends out 2 in here. Take a look at the number 2, Accent. She was pretty switched off when she first came into the paddock and has been continuing to be that way, except for one incident, which you could have kind of seen it coming, as they're finishing saddling her outside and accompanied by an outrider pony with Chad's assistant Baldo on her head, because she reared up and kind of struck out when saddling before. She was kind of leaning back, not centered, not comfortable, and just for whatever reason, the girth and the tack at that moment kind of set her off. It seemed to have been a one-off, because other than that, she's very relaxed, which is common for her. So they've taken all the steps to try and make sure to keep her quiet as a result of that little episode that she did have. But like I said, it seems to have been a one-off, as she's very chill for now. There's not much of her. She's a smaller type, very feminine, lighter frame type of build, but very athletic. She comes out of the Gallerat last time out, where she was chasing from the back of the field, or kind of chasing mid-pack, I should say, and all of the leaders and top finishers of that race came from the back of the field, and she seemed to just kind of run in place throughout. So maybe dynamics not in her favor, as she's gotten now sharper again now that they've finished putting the tack on her. I'm going to keep my eyes on her as to how she's acting, but she started her career off quite strongly. We'll see with some class relief if she can get back into her top form. The number 5, Make You Mine, also comes in for Chad Brown, and off of a big layoff. She's only had one race. It was on heavy ground in France, going 1 mile and 5/16. Not something you commonly see. She, watching that race, was off incredibly slowly, but same thing, kind of made a gradual move running through and was able to take over the pace setter and finish best in there. She is a big, imposing filly. Now, as mentioned, she comes off of a big layoff in here, returning, and looking at her, I do think maybe, splitting hairs, she will appreciate a start. She doesn't look like one that prefers softer ground, ground. Like I said, she's a bigger bodied type, so she's very interesting. I think we'll learn a lot about her as to where she does stack up with just one race. It's not necessarily kind of an elite European form to stack up and compare with what she faces now coming over to America, Lafitte.
Make You Mine. More on her in a moment. You saw her jockey. A smiling Tyler Gaffalione, there he is, and yeah, well armed on this 4th of July, about to ride Make You Mine. Already a visit to the winner's circle with Mashallah. We'll be tracking this throughout the course of the afternoon. Several live mounts, riding in 9 of 11. The one victory, Paul, and later on in the main events, Imagination, the Lady, the Belmont Oaks, West End Kid, morning line favorite at 3-1 Belmont Derby.
Yeah, he's live everywhere. I think Rosasi's actually got a decent shot at 10-1. West End Kid obviously will go off the favorite. I think you were talking, Tarantino could be a sneaky kind of sort, right?
In the 10th race today, he's the speed, I don't think this is, listen, I like non-consecutive terms. That's the worst of Tyler's I like today.
What about this one? About to get a leg up, Tyler Gaffalione on Make You Mine.
Doesn't this horse, and I have not spoken to Chad Brown. If I had, I would tell you what he said to me.
Can you text him?
No, I don't want to do it. Nobody wants me, and he doesn't want to. By the way, he'll ignore me if I text him. But this horse debuted in February at a mile and 5/16 and won impressively. Who knows who this horse was beating? But doesn't it kind of look like a starting point for Chad?
Right.
He's got the favorite or co-favorite in Accent. This race is a mile. I could be wrong. Maybe Chad looked at this horse and said, I don't know, this horse won long. I got a feeling this is a prep to go longer.
Yeah, it could be. But then again, like, he's so good. He's 29% with these types North America first time, 28%, and which means he's almost 25% plus 180 days.
A year plus layoff in turf routes with foreign shippers. Chad is 2 for 9 and 0 for 2 in Saratoga with a second at 2-1. So these horses have taken the time. Historically, haven't done terribly, but it's not great. He doesn't even have that many.
But you think she lands in the toughest group off the plane?
No, but I think that the 2 and 4 are okay. And we're not talking about Ori, who could be the speed. The big race in the winter memories with the 90 buyer, that was a track that was very kind inside runners. But it's not like she hasn't run well in other races, and I don't ever need too much of a reason to bet a Michelle Nevin horse. I think she's one of these trainers that's a little under the radar, that's an absolutely sensational horsewoman.
Post-parade in a moment. A reminder, Naira Bets members, you can hit the last daily double of the day here at Saratoga. Earn a 20% bonus. Visit nairabets.com to opt in. Also have until the 3rd race to opt in for the 4th of July contest here at Saratoga.
Great contest. It's
lots of reasons
seated with $10,000, a BCBC seat.
That'll work.
That's an incredible value play.
$300 buy-in, right?
Yep. Play through Naira Bets only.
Before the 3rd race, you need to sign up. They're playing our tune, playing our song. Post-parade, race 2 of 11 on this 4th of July. We start with Ori, anticipated speed. She graduated here in July of 24.
Yeah, she's going to be the speed. I think Flavien Prat's main job with the 2 is to get right behind her.
Number 2 is Accent. Team Zandon, Jeff Brown, Flavien Prat.
Yeah, there is Flavien aboard. The 2, second time, maybe he got used to her last time.
Currently 2-1. Then the favorite, Eponine, Mike Rapoli's Irish filly, 3-2.
She hasn't had a win on turf. She's 0 for 6. Her lone 2 wins on synthetic, but she ran well last time.
Jose Ortiz, 3 wins opening day, followed by Make You Mine, 5-1, the U.S. debuting Irish filly.
She's a total wild card in here. Probably wants more distance, but who knows?
Number 6, New Rose, 22-1 maiden score here, Belmont Week.
Yeah, it was a very good score. I think she's very talented. She had a little bit more seasoning. She is getting played, though, today at 6-1.
Number 7 is Bourbon Betty, and good to see Dylan Davis back in the saddle, involved in that fall yesterday.
And she's got to be forward. She's a potential thorn in the side of Ori coming out of turf sprints where she has speed.
And Special Wood, number 8, the Glen Hill Farm French filly.
She was 2 for 2 to start her career. She's just been out-kicked early in her last couple of races. Glen Hill Farm and Thomas Proctor, those famous silks.
Little class relief for her, though.
Yeah.
Lots going on in this one. Fun race. Start of the early pick 4 Saratoga. Another look at Accent, Andy's top selection, and her latest victory. This was 3 starts back. Tampa Bay Downs. Same distance, Accent, Andy, at the time remaining undefeated.
To be fair, she had a very delicious trip in this race. And, whether or not this race, I think this race is probably makes her a winner in here, but she had a very good trip. She's just been over her head in her last couple starts, and she had a mediocre trip, to say the least, 2 back.
Yeah, 2 back wasn't the best trip. In the Galleret, I kind of wonder, She's kind of that in-between filly. She either needs to go to the front or she needs to lay way back, I think. She's kind of caught in between, you think?
I think if you're Flavia and Chad Brown, you're looking at this race and thinking, the 1 is going to go. We'll see what the 7 does. You've got to push forward and sit the pocket, be sitting the pocket behind the 1, ideally.
Accent there. We were looking at Eponine, Jose Ortiz doing everything he possibly can to keep the lid on, as she is the 3-2 favorite. We're going to revisit her second start in the States. Eponine, Jose Ortiz in the Mike Rapoli colors. There she is, feet out of the stirrups. Yeah, this was right here Belmont week, Andy, and riding the hedge, Eponine, and it took her a few strides to get out and find running room.
She's also got a little bit shuffled early and probably ended up farther back than Jose Ortiz had hoped. And especially when you consider the kind of ride, and Marketplace of Ideas, the winner, might have gotten the best ride the entire weekend from Dylan Davis. And Jose did a good job sort of following that one and kind of picking up that maybe she's the one I've got to beat. I don't think it was any of Jose's fault earlier, and the possibility exists, Paulie, you think she could be at least a little closer today?
Yeah, a little closer. My issue with the 4 is her head carriage a little high for me. And it just seems like those type of horses have a little hang in them. I don't know.
I'm not her biggest fan, and I'm surprised the 2 isn't favored in here. And at 5-2, frankly, I'm going to bet the number 2 Accent in here, but she scares me a bit.
Jose Ortiz, feet out the stirrups. Eponine, her behavior pre-race. Acacia, what's she showing you?
Yeah, she's been a lot. And to Paul's point, which I think is a good one, horses that kind of run with their head up or maybe a little bit more off the bridle don't lower and extend themselves. It's often because A, there might be something internally that's going on, or B, they're just not really responding to their rider. Now, Jose Ortiz has gotten back up in the sack with her, but for a lot of this warm-up, he's had his feet out of the irons because she has been a lot. She was not with the pony in the post parade, which is typical of a European import. You will see just some, they don't handle it as they don't use lead ponies over in Europe, but he had his feet out just as he does now, and that is signaling to her, hey, listen, mama, we're not racing yet. I need you to relax, and he's trying to get her to calm down, which she hasn't yet. So hopefully we will see her settle lower and respond to her rider. Now, looking at a couple of others, the number 1, Ori, as Andy touched on, she is speed. She was sharp last time out in her lone fairground start. Now, the big question is that there have been quite a few gaps in between her last few races. She returns to the Michelle Evan barn, who had her previously, and she broke her maiden for $75,000 before trying Graded Stakes Company back in 2024. She always gets hot. That's very normal for her. She does look pretty fit coming back off the bench. She is always one that carries some good conditioning to her. I think she might benefit from a start, but tactically, I do think she should be interesting, especially with her inside draw. Wanted to mention a long shot, the 7 Bourbon Betty. I know that she does not look fast enough on paper, but especially if maybe Ori has some questions off a little bit of a layoff. This is a horse that I loved getting onto the turf 2 back, and I wrote, she looks like she wants to go longer. She was able to win sprinting when controlling, and last time it just felt like she ran evenly. I love the stretch out for her. She looks fantastic at 20-1. She does not look like a 20-1 shot. It's a major class test in here, but she should be forward, and I think she is doing what she wants to do, maybe one to use underneath Lafitte.
At a big price, 20-1 currently, Bourbon Betty. As we have reached post time for the second race, start of the early pick 4. And looking at the wagering, Andy, how surprised are you with the discrepancy between number 2 Accent at 2-1 and Eponine now 6-5?
I'm shocked there's this big a discrepancy. I could have seen them very close. But I didn't think the 4 would be favored, and I'm surprised she's this big a favorite over the 2.
Yeah, maybe I'm looking at a horse that's not going to run, but I can't believe the 1 is 11-1. I get the horses run 1 time or 2 times in basically 2.5 years. But, like, you know, the pace advantage back in Michelle Nevins barn. You look at this Winter Memories, that's the best race on anyone's form in here.
How much does the absence of Vacoma View enhance the chances of Ori, Andy? How much of a difference does that make?
You know, I am a big advocate of the Timeform U.S. Pace Projector, which lays out how the pace figures make them seem the race going to run. They did not have her forwardly placed, so I don't think it hurts her, but I don't know that she would have been that forward. It really depends how aggressive Dylan is, to be honest. If Dylan's aggressive, the 7 could get in the 1's way. There's no question about it,
Yeah,
Paul.
true, 100%. And, you know, Ruben Silvera, this is the first time he's been on Ori, the 5-year-old mare, so I think he's looking at the racing form going, okay, I can't give up my position.
Another look at the favorite, Eponine. Mike Rapoli's Irish filly and star jockey Jose Ortiz, 3-time Saratoga riding champ. What a season it has been, arriving with all kinds of momentum here this summer. The Kentucky Derby victory, his first Golden Tempo, a second win in the Belmont Stakes Golden Tempo. Look forward to seeing the Derby Belmont winner in the Travers. As always, the highlight every summer here.
I think
Jose
bought Irad some vacation tickets. I think he's trying to send them away.
When is his brother back?
I think
suspension
he's
to start the meet
on Friday, maybe Friday or Saturday. Hopefully Friday. Jose's looking to build a little cushion on him.
He's off and running. 3 wins yesterday, and see if he can't get another one here. There he is aboard Eponine, 6-5 at post time. Frank Miramati with the call. Second race from Saratoga live on Fox Sports 2.
Here's Accent, 1 of 2 for Chad Brown. Both 2-1 on this one, 6-1, now 7-1 for Make You Mine, coming off that long layoff, making her U.S. debut. The favorite Eponine is in. Here's New Rose, waiting her turn. Bourbon Betty will be next, as New Rose needs to be motivated to get in. Takes up her spot. We've got 2 left to load. Bourbon Betty and Special Wood. Going up. They're in the gate. And they're off. Make You Mine hesitated just a touch. Bourbon Betty is going out for the early lead. Ori has speed, as does Eponine. In between them, they're joined by New Rose, who sprints up on the outside to take second. Accent has settled nicely toward the back of the field, 6 lengths off the lead. Special Wood is trying to get spot just inside of her. Now settles a couple lengths behind, and slow starting Make You Mine is at the back of the field. The opening quarter went in 22 4/5 seconds for Bourbon Betty, who takes him on to the back stretch with a 1.5 length lead. New Rose is in second, followed by Ori third, 4 lengths back. Eponine by herself in fourth. It's another 4 back to Accent, 2 clear of Special Wood. And then it's Make You Mine. They string out through a half in 46-1. Bourbon Betty moving right along into the far turn. Has the lead by 2 lengths over New Rose second. Then comes Ori third. Eponine marching into contention, taking that third spot. Still a gap back to Accent, who has about 10 to make up at this stage. 3 in front of Special Wood and Make You Mine. A 1/4 mile to go, and Bourbon Betty is still there through 6 furlongs in 109 4. It's a 4-length lead. Eponine Accent is starting to kick in on the far outside. They're coming to the 16th pole. Bourbon Betty shortening stride. Eponine swallows her up, and Bourbon Betty has something to say about it, but grudgingly gives way late. It will be Eponine to prevail. Tight photo for second between Bourbon Betty and Accent, and then Make You Mine is in a photo for fourth.
There goes that man. Jose Ortiz, 3 wins opening day, strikes here. Eponine, chalky start to the 4th of July program at the Spa.
Paulie and I got it wrong, and the bettors got it right. She was a winner pretty much every step of the way, and maybe the 2 got second, but it was sort of a lucky suck-up second. This horse was much the best.
And the 7-round giant in here, Bourbon Betty, cut out the fractions. I think everybody was going, okay, we'll just let her go. She cut out 109, 121. I think she might have held for, oh, it's really tight. She might have just got popped for second. But you're right, Eponine, he kind of was hoping that the 2 would swing off the 4 and out-kick her. It's just not happening.
No, she had every chance to do it, Paulie.
Yeah,
I mean, I know she was a little bit behind her, but she had every chance. Just the fact that she barely got second, if she got second in here, I just don't think, the 7 did so much more running than she did. And keep in mind, this turf is very firm, but I like that Dylan just let the 7 roll. Her best chance to win stretching out was to let her roll.
She ran well.
And the 2 didn't get second.
Yeah, wow, it's a bad beat if you had 4-7.
Paulie miscalled a photo, by the way. That won't happen again this year.
Alert the press. Doesn't miss many. Wow. Eponine didn't miss today. Trained by Kevin Attard. Mike Rapoli's Irish filly, 4-2. Accent in second, 4-2-7-5. Eponine, similar trip than her last start, similar fractions. She was mid-pack, saving ground. didn't have any issues today finding daylight when Jose Ortiz called upon her.
Yeah, I mean, Jose got her in position. Listen, Jose's a great rider. This was the horse that was best, I think in this case. And I think Flavien may have had some confidence in Accent sitting behind, but he just didn't have the kick when it came down to it.
No, I think Flavien played his hand right. I think he was going, okay, let me sit farther back than usual, and he got the pace to run into. He just couldn't outkick the 4s. It's the bottom line.
We think the 5 getting up for 4th in here, indication maybe you'll see much more distance next
yeah,
time. She
that horse
great,
was just
but
getting
not
warming
badly.
up after 7 furlongs, yeah.
Perhaps a jumping off point for Make You Mine. Eponine, Jose Ortiz, Mike Rapoli's first win of the brand new meet, trained by Kevin Attard. Results, reaction when we return. 4-2-7-5, Eponine in the second, much the best in race 2 of 11 on this 4th of July at Saratoga.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
Welcome back, Saratoga Live. And Eponine in the stretch. Just too much for these, and registers her first win on U.S. soil.
Yeah, the bettors. I mean, I got to say, I was surprised by the betting, but this horse was much the best. They got it right, Paulie.
With Jose Ortiz in the saddle, they posed for pictures. He got out of the saddle and is now standing by live with Acacia.
Always love getting a chance to catch up with Jose as Eponine. Jose, I think she was a bit of a handful before the race. You did a really good job trying to keep her settled because it takes some convincing.
Yeah, she's a little hard on herself on the post parade, but I knew her from last time, and I just tried to keep her much relaxed as I could, and she was pretty good today.
She was best in the way that she finished in here too, but tell me about how she switched off for you, because it was nice to see that from her today early on in the race.
Yeah, I think the pace helped. It was a fast pacer going into the first turn, and then she settled very nice. She gave me her head, when we hit the turn, and I was very happy to that. I was pleased the whole way around there, and I was able to ask her whenever I wanted to.
Yeah, she responded nicely. I want to ask you about a horse coming up later, though, in the Belmont Derby. And remember, Mambo, you and Sri DeVoe, of course, have won a few big races together, looking for another one. You've ridden this horse all along. Where do you think tactically he is best, as he's been far off of it and a little bit closer?
Yeah, a little bit closer, actually. I think he got a big pace, and he can maintain that pace. He got a lot of stamina, so I think last time I gave him too much to do, but obviously the horse that win the race is a very nice horse as well.
We look forward to seeing him. Congratulations here.
Thank you, Casey.
Lafitte?
That's to be appreciated. He doesn't hesitate to take responsibility when he feels he's made a mistake on a horse.
I think he's being too hard on himself. You can say he gave her a lot to do. I think that she gave him a lot to do. I think he tried to get her in there, and I don't think it was his fault that she lost position. Riders like Jose Ortiz do not lose position on the turf unless there's another reason for it, for the most part.
The worst teammates you can have are guys that have built-in excuses before it happens. That's not Jose Ortiz. Those are the best teammates you can have.
Ortiz strikes early on the program, and we move ahead to race number 3 of 11 here. Take a look at the field corresponding odds for this maiden affair. Another turf race, 6 of 11 races today on grass. Shelzawa currently 8-5. Take a look at number 5, Secretly Delighted. Make the rider Dylan Davis was supposed to be ridden by Javier Castellano off his mounts this afternoon, involved in that spill yesterday, and the wild applause. Acacia is still with us. Acacia, how is Javier Castellano? What can you tell us?
Well, some good news, Lafitte. After yesterday, immediately following that fall, Javier was first transported to first aid here on track before being sent to Saratoga Hospital with some hip pain for x-rays. According to his agent, Kevin Meeks, he has left the hospital in good order, but taking the rest of the weekend off just to be sure, and we'll see a specialist on Monday. But moving all his extremities, feeling pretty good, and great to hear that he is home and resting, and we hope to see him back soon. But again, just taking it easy for the rest of this weekend, and hopefully we'll see him back next week.
The best news, yeah, that he's going to be just fine. You know how frustrating it is for a rider, especially at the start of this meet, to have to sit like the rest of us and watch on television, especially when you're riding as well as Javier Castellano has been.
He had a win on yesterday's card. He's really been riding extremely well, and more importantly, we're just happy he's going to be okay.
Yeah, I mean, that fall did not look good for all the guys and all the horses too as well. It's amazing that everybody's okay.
Look forward to seeing Javier Castellano back in action before long, the 7-time Travers winning jockey. When we come back, you know the colors, Centennial Farms, and that historic moment. Julie Crone became the first female jockey to win a Triple Crown event, Colonial Affair in the 93 Belmont. That's next.
Charge, it is pouring it on, winning the Dwyer by the length of the stretch. Charge It wins it convincingly in this Grade 2 Suburban. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Prince of Monaco's Too Good for Moose, an impressive winner of the Best Pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco Too Good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
I think today the best place to start is Centennial Farm's history itself. Tell me a little bit about the beginning. And I know it really goes back to your dad and the legacy that he created.
Dad at the farm in Ipswich, Massachusetts, had a thoroughbred when he was 16 years old. He went to start it at Great Barrington Fair in Massachusetts. They ran the filly, the gates opened, filly took a right turn, dumped the jockey, and went over the fence. So that was Dad's beginning in racing. And as the years went on, he realized that the sport he loved was very capital intensive. So he was in Aiken playing polo and said to a veterinarian, Dr. Stephen Carr, who works with us now, is selecting the horses and the manager, to go to one of the Belmont Horses of Racing Age sales. And Dad got a couple of his Wall Street buddies, and it started that way in 1982. And here we are 44 years later.
It is, of course, America's 250th anniversary. And it kind of brings me back to the name Centennial. What is the history in that?
In Hamilton, where Myopia is, there was an old barn. There was a sign up on it that said Centennial Farm. And he sort of looked at it. He said, well, I think I'll rent this place, and that name, I'll just keep it. This looks pretty neat.
Tell me a little bit about the farm in Virginia.
It's about a half a mile from the Middleburg Training Center. They can walk up and down the hills. They see deer, they see fox. So mentally, it's great for them.
I want to go back to the polo side of things because it has become a really big piece of Centennial with a lot of the partners having that involvement.
Polo and racing have a long history going back to the Whitneys, the Vanderbilts, August Belmont. Belmont Park was named after Peter Brandt, Will Ferris, Jack Oxley, and it's been focused on the horse, the actual equine thoroughbred athlete. Still today, Centennial's been very involved in the National Polo Center in Wellington to educate them on racing. And we've been able to cultivate new business and new clients and to get them involved in racing, and it's been great.
In Colonial Affair, Julie Crone, the first woman to win the Belmont. She wins by 2.
There have been many really exceptional horses. Were there some that really stuck out in your mind growing up that you saw your dad campaigning?
Yeah, well, the first Grade 1 winner was Aptostock. We actually were first and second in the Acorn that year. And then we had a filly by the name of Silent Account that won the Alcibiades, and then she ran in the only Breeders' Cup that was at Aqueduct. Rubiano was sensational. He was Eclipse Award winner in '92. King Cougat was a turf master. It's actually been 15 stallions we've placed over the years.
And that does include Antiquarian.
It's always great having the old guys come back every year. And effort in the Westchester was spectacular, I thought. It's been a great go. I'm proud to say that my son Donald III has joined the team. So we'll go to Generation 3 and we'll keep the ball rolling.
You see those colors, Centennial Farm, Don Little. There are more than 4 decades of success at the highest level.
A lot of good horses over the years. Rubiano was such a cool horse. Colonial Affair. It's unfortunate he was injured shortly before the Breeders' Cup Classic. I really believe he would have won that
Jockey
race.
Club Gold Cup as a prep.
1994. He was a tremendous racehorse. Had some good horses, and Antiquarian is way the horse to beat, in my opinion, the Suburban.
Yeah, that performance they reference in the Westchester, that was something different for him. His style has changed a little bit. He's a lot faster early on getting out of the gate than I realized, right there mixing it up. In his most recent, the Met Mile here, Belmont Day, what are you expecting from Antiquarian this
I know it's an interesting point, Paulie, right? Because he was so sharp out of the gate last time, I think it compromised his chances.
Yeah, it's kind of true, yeah. He's in raging form now. I don't think he's going to be able to outquick some of the horses in here like Phileas Fogg and some of the other ones.
Forge Steel.
Yeah, Forge Steel. It's very fast. Antiquarian, I think David Aragona, like he always does, I think he got it right. I think Stars and Stripes, I'm kind of with Andy. I think that especially on July 4th, is kind of the sneaky horse.
Might hurt my price, though.
It absolutely will. The scene last year, Phileas Fogg, Antiquarian in a slugfest. They'll break side by side in the gate. Phileas Fogg in front, Antiquarian cutting into that lead, turning for home.
I prefer the way Antiquarian's coming into this race. And even though Phileas Fogg has been able to rate, won the Excelsior rating, ran well in the Jock Club Gold Cup rating, I think with Ford Steele in there, he's not going to be sitting behind a rabbit or some sort of bad speed horse. He's going to have to deal with that horse in an optimal situation. He puts him away, and I think he's going to have a lot of trouble with the closers, including this guy.
Saved by the wire right there. I mean, he just kept on coming. He's relentless. You know, that's why he's still around at the age he is and still performing at that high of a level.
A deep, exciting, competitive edition of the Suburban, and it's key, the distance, 1.25 miles. And Ford Steele, who has a big win, a runaway win at this very distance in the Gold Cup out west at Santa Anita. Who did he beat? What did you make of the overall effort, Andy?
It wasn't that good a field, but he beat them by a city block. I don't know, Paulie, because it's such an aberrant effort for him. I don't know what to do with these Saffie Joseph horses that out of somewhat nowhere pop up with these huge efforts. Do you believe he can come and repeat them? You think about White Barrio, how well he ran in Oaklawn, and how poorly he ran in Kentucky. I don't know if I trust him, but I'm scared of him.
You know, he was in the Stephen Foster. He got scratched out of the Stephen Foster for this spot. I don't know if it's much easier. It's a good move, obviously, because the 3 bears that he had to run to in the Stephen Foster. You know, you make a good point. He's going to throw a wrench into this party early, at least.
Yeah, much like Nitrogen, with her facing the boys in the Whitney, that's really going to help the Grade 2 Shoe V, because if Nitrogen is in there, you're going to wind up with 3 or 4 horses. Same. All of the big boys that ran in the Foster, we wind up with a much deeper, more competitive edition of the Suburban.
Yeah, I mean, that's really helped. I agree. I mean, sometimes these races being Grade 2s make for better races. Yeah. The Cigar Mile, most of the running since they downgraded have been better fields, more deeper fields. Everybody's not afraid of one horse. When there's that one big dog out there, they get afraid of them, and everybody stays away for better or worse. I know Alan Jerkins wouldn't have stayed away, but these days a lot of people do.
A little bit of everything today with the 4 graded stakes races. Sanford, 2-year-olds, later Belmont Derby, Belmont Oaks, 3-year-old fillies, and the boys, both Grade 1 races. And at 1.25 miles, the Grade 2 Suburban, the headliners for this 4th of July program, day 2 of 46 at Saratoga. Don't forget, we move over to FS1 at 4 o'clock. And here in about 12 minutes, getting set for the 3rd race on the program, we check in with Acacia with this race 3 paddock report. Acacia.
And Lafayette will start off with the Chad Brown runner, the favorite in Shelzawa, at least one of a couple for Chad in here, as she will make her 2nd start here stateside. I did not cover that race, but looking at her, as this is a horse who, coming over from Europe, as I kind of alluded to in the last race, sometimes you'll see horses with lighter frame, lighter bone. She's got a lot of substance to her. So I'm guessing she probably really benefited from that last start from a fitness perspective, as well as getting a chance to just acclimate to U.S. racing, as we kind of touched on as well. She was the favorite that day. New Rose was forward, and that really kind of emphasized her kick. We just saw her in the last race, disappointing, but facing much better company. I thought Shelzawa running up the rail from off of it when she kind of dropped back after not showing any speed did run fine, and it was her first start on the turf, having only ever run on synthetic in France. She has those slacker pass turns to her. A horse that, like I said, I do think is really going to move forward in her 2nd start here in the U.S. The number 5, Secretly Delighted, comes out of that same race for Mark Casse, and she too is off of a 2nd off of a layoff. Debuted with a really big effort behind ground support, eventual stakes winner for Kelsey Danner over at Kentucky Downs as a 2-year-old in August of last year, and then we didn't see her again until June of 2026. She was kind of mid-pack and made a little bit of inside late run in there, but this is a filly with a lovely pedigree, the half-sister to multiple graded stakes winner Sweet Melania and multiple stakes winner Sweet Rebecca, but she has such a Constitution look to her. That white eye, very burly, powerful. You think of like 'Tis the Law, kind of that appearance, and that's exactly what Secretly Delighted looks like. She's very appealing to the eye. I think that we're going to see a stronger performance from her as well, especially if we will see a little bit more movement potentially in the race. And she's gotten sharper as time has gone on, especially since they put the tack on her. A first-time starter does come out in this race, intriguing in the number 1 Saint-Tropez for Phil Antonacci, whom, as we've discussed quite a bit, is often live with his firsters and with the horses that he brings here to New York. As this one, a daughter of More Than Ready. The dam was 0 for 4, but the second dam was a multiple Group 1 winner on the turf in France, going from 1 mile to 1.5 miles. So distance should be no problem for this one. Has been training in the last couple of works over at Phil's Lindy Farm in Connecticut, but does have a turf breeze here at Saratoga on the Oklahoma training track, and she looks ready for debut. She did come in with earplugs. They took that out when they put the tack on, but she's incredibly fit for her debut, and one that I find very interesting for a barn. You always have to pay attention to, Lafitte.
Acacia Saint-Tropez making all kinds of noise behind us, and she said it, Andy. Phil Antonacci asleep on his horses, dismiss his runners at Saratoga at your own risk.
I agree. He's obviously, the last couple seasons, did very well here. He is not good with first-time stars going long, where he's just 1 for 14 with first-time stars and turf routes. But if you want to bet this horse, you should bet him. But 5 to 1 is not exactly a great price.
What do you do with this horse, the favorite? It's a 9 to 5.
I'm going to try to beat this horse. I may end up regretting it. It was her first race in the country, but my experience with Chad Brown is these horses win. And I thought she got a pretty good trip and sort of stalled late, and I'm not sure she ran any better than the 5 Secretly Delighted. Maybe if she makes a run outside in the clear, she'll finish better, but I'm going to try to beat her. I like the 8 and the 2 a little bit.
For trainer Chad Brown, here at Saratoga, like, the bar is so high. And the record's set. Single season, all-time wins, 46. The 5 straight training titles and 8 overall for Brown here at Saratoga.
Listen, he gears up for this meet like nobody does. He's got ammunition, and he's always going to be the favorite at this point to win this title.
Yeah, he is. And, you know, the only time where he's kind of in jeopardy, and it hasn't happened, is if he's going to rain 4 or 5 days later.
No, you're right. I always say the same thing. I say the same thing to him at the end of the season. I said, your biggest concern is a lot of rain. No question about it,
Or last year, that virus that went through his stable impacted so many of his 2-year-olds. And in the end, it all came down to the last race. He and Todd Pletcher, a tie atop the trainer settings here at Saratoga. Acacia standing by live with the 8-time Saratoga champion trainer.
He certainly knows how to win races up here, that's for sure. With Chad Shelzawa making her second start here stateside. She struck me as the type of filly that would really improve second time in the U.S.
Yeah, particularly if she breaks just a little bit better, like we often see with these Euros. The first time, maybe they're a little tardy out of the gate, but the turf's playing fast again, just like we saw Belmont weekend. Actually looking for some rain at some point to at least get their toe in it a little bit. But hopefully she'll be able to accelerate enough on this hard ground and get there in time.
Sending out a couple in the Belmont Oaks later, in Just Aloof and Fitz Right, both of whom I think are coming off of pretty strong efforts. Of course, Fitz Right with a win here last time out.
Yeah, she's really been a pleasant surprise. You know, gave her a chance to develop over the winter, and she's exceeded expectations. She just keeps improving, keep bumping her out in distance, try her mile and 8 today, and I don't see any reason why she wouldn't handle it. And Just Aloof had a race at Churchill. I think she's still trying to find her form from last year, and I think she's finally rounding into it. Gave her a little breather after that race. She's coming off a couple really nice works down at Churchill shipping in, and I expect her to really find the best of her the second half of her season.
8 training titles up here at the Spa. Going for a 9th?
Well, I hope so. We have plenty of interesting horses this meet, but you know, it's a challenging meet, like I always say, and it comes down to a balance between, you know, if your 2-year-olds are going to show up and win a few of those. We were a little late in the 2-year-old department last year. I had a virus in the barn. I never could quite get them going till the fall with only 3 2-year-old wins last year. I think if we have a few more 2-year-old wins, that would certainly help. The other divisions, I think we'll be active in and win our share at least.
Thanks for the time, Chad.
Thank you.
Lafitte?
Acacia, hence always a runner, nearly passed from pneumonia. Sick as a 2-year-old filly, wound up winning the Kentucky Oaks in her 3rd career start. Let's meet the field. There's Saint-Tropez.
Yeah, taking money for a very dangerous trainer.
Fango Creek, Team Sovereignty, Alvarado Mott.
I thought this horse ran better than looked. You're getting a good price at 11 to 1.
Madeline's agenda, 1 start, lots of room to improve.
Yeah, did save ground in there. I'm not sure she had any run, but if you like her, she's too big a price to pass up.
Romola feeling it. Lightly raced Juddmonte homebred.
You know, Philly didn't break well in her first start. She showed some speed. I wonder if she's going to show speed today.
Second dam is Sightseek. There's plenty of turf in that
She
family.
was pretty good. Saw the 5 Secretly Delighted make the rider Dylan Davis and Shelzawa.
Yeah, this filly ran well last time. That's why she's the favorite currently at 9-5.
Home wrecker, welcome back to New York, Joel Rosario.
Yeah, great to see Joelle here, and she ran okay last time out. This may be tougher, but she's not impossible. This race is wide open.
And he likes that filly. Non-consecutive terms, a very quick look at her. There's River Empress.
Yeah, River Empress looks like she's hit a little tough, thus the big price.
Number 10, Bourbon Milk Punch, representing outside speed.
Yeah, definitely the horse to catch in here. She was quick last time at 5.5 furlongs. She hasn't sealed the deal, but she'll be in front.
The runners in the 3rd of 11 on this 4th of July. As always, we invite you to play with us. Get involved. NyraBets.com. Take advantage. New members, that $200 deposit match bonus. Use that promo code SPA200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now. NyraBets.com. So, Andy, I just signed up. I want to get involved. I want to play this 3rd race at Saratoga. Brand new account. How should I play it?
I'm really interested in number 8 in this race, who I don't totally trust her, and I don't love just betting a horse off a Gulfstream race. But I thought she ran extremely well. She broke slow. She was wide on both turns. The winner made the last move. She broke the race open. It was a big move forward for her. And she comes near for Brennan Walsh, who I know is going to be pointing for these races here in Saratoga. I think if she can run back to this race, she's going to be very tough.
This was last December. Gulfstream with Tyler Gaffley on aboard. Non-consecutive terms. Opens up, Paulie, and looks like a winner. Ambush late.
Yeah, Wine on Sunday kind of runs her down. Watch the horse right there in the 5. She kind of just swinged out on her and saved a lot of ground. She's the last 3 races. The horse that's won the race has won their next start.
Well, the last winner at Wine on Sunday to come back and improve 8 buyer points next start. I think it was Brian Lynch. And, you know, it's one of those rides where I don't think Tyler gave a bad ride. But I bet after the race he said to himself, man, maybe I moved a little soon. I think it's easy to judge for anyone, riders and bettors, after races. Well, I wish they had done this.
Strategy does not always work out.
Right, and I don't think he rode badly by any stretch of the imagination. I think he probably had the same thought afterwards. Man, maybe I pushed the button a little bit
And I think the other part about this, those are 2-year-old numbers. And a lot of times those 2-year-old numbers can be a little lighter than they look, so it can be improvement for the
I agree. These horses can routinely improve 10, 12 points.
Gaffley owned, seeking a second. 25 to win for Andy. Non-consecutive terms, 5-1. With the crowd looking on, eagerly anticipating this 3rd race as we get closer to post time. And the
I just want to say I'm also using the 2 in the exacta.
Okay, the 2 in Fango Creek. There is a 9-2 shot, number 5 here. Paul's top selection. What's the story, Paul? What's the sales pitch?
I thought the horse ran well last time. Kind of was the blind. You know, those races at Kentucky Downs, they're hard to gauge. I kind of just draw a line through them. I mean, she ran well. There, she did. But, you know, her last start, I thought she kind of got a little bit sideswiped a little bit and kind of was like on a treadmill late. I think if she can save ground today, she gets a better
She hit the wire with the 6.
Yeah, exactly.
And, you know, I understand the 6 can improve, but Chad Brown has these horses ready to go off the layoffs, these horses. And why is she 9-2 and the 6 is 2-1?
Yeah.
Yeah, common race. And Shelzawa in her North American debut right here, Belmont Week. She was well supported, 2-1 favorite, Andy, and Shelzawa, who was glued to the rail, glued to the hedge.
I mean, I guess the argument is, what I didn't like, Paulie, is she's got momentum here. She saved ground. These Chad Brown horses, this is the point they really start finishing, and I didn't think she finished that well. I guess the one argument for her is maybe if she gets a clean outside run, she finishes better. I just didn't love that effort by her.
Acacia, you're going with Secretly Delighted, but your thoughts on non-consecutive terms as they get set to cross over to the turf course?
Well, I think she's very interesting as well. I like her. I know that typically you don't love to see what we just watched with that last replay where she hit the front and then got run down late, but I don't think it was the most ideal trip for her overall, as she actually got, she broke okay and had an outside post and managed to kind of drop in, but I think from where she was positioned, Tyler was almost forced to make that earlier move. I don't think that was really his fault. And then when she was run down late in the stretch. But she had a lovely warm-up. She really framed up nicely. Maybe just giving her a little bit of time, especially on that really firm turf course down at Gulfstream, where she spent the winter, at least training for a lot of the winter, and then her last race at Gulfstream. Giving a little bit of time off of the bench. She looks very fit. Like I said, I liked what I saw from her warming up. The number 10, Bourbon Milk Punch. She's not a winning type, I get it, but I do think pace-wise, she's worth a mention because she's stretching back out after coming off of the bench and running in a turf sprint last time out. You can see the size of her next to the lead pony, and last time I was wondering if, given her demeanor, where she's an incredibly sharp filly and always has been, it might be well suited to sprint. She kind of just ran in place, ran evenly, which often strikes you as a horse that wants to go longer. So it did seem like her last start was a prep for Horacio de Paz. She is much more fit and defined, second off the bench here. Sharp as always, stretching back out. She has trouble sealing the deal, but I do expect Jose Ortiz will be aggressive with her early on Lafitte.
Pedal to the metal, Jose Ortiz, Bourbon Milk Punch, race shape. What are you looking for early, aside from her being sent towards the lead early on?
I think Jose Ortiz is going to send the number 10 horse to the lead and try to wire the field. Now, whether or not she's good enough, I don't know. And I got to think the 4, Ramallah, is going to be forward, Paulie.
Yeah, the 4. I also think Joel Rosario with the 7 home record can be forward in here. And Secret Delighted, even though it doesn't look like it, I think that horse has got a little bit more early speed than it looks.
Dylan Davis, the pickup mount, Secretly Delighted, watching Shelzawa try to advance towards the rail on the inside in her most recent, almost running in spots. And perhaps one of these horses that gets a little bit claustrophobic.
Yeah, I mean, I may have gotten it wrong. I'm going to try to beat her. I'm not wildly against the 6. She's just a short-priced horse that I kind of want to bet against. That's all.
Final thoughts, Paulie?
I landed on the 5, Secretly Delighted. I would not be surprised if the 4 wins this race. That'd be my long shot here, Ramallah. I like that horse's last race. Actually, would be better to see.
Home wrecker and Joel Rosario. To Frank Mirmati with the call. Race 3, Saratoga on this 4th of July, live on Fox Sports 2.
Madeline's Agenda going in. Here's Ramallah. Secretly Delighted. In the colors of Tracy Farmer. Those Stokes will always remind us of the great Albert the Great. And Bourbon Milk Punch to complete the line. They're in the gate. And they're off, and Shelzawa was off slowly. Fango Creek, on the other hand, was very alert out of there. Bourbon Milk Punch is sprinting up on the outside, and Madeline's Agenda is keen through the opening furlong too. Saint-Tropez showing sharp debut speed, and she is the new leader. So it's Saint-Tropez setting the tempo. Madeline's Agenda second. Fango Creek is tucked in on the inside of Bourbon Milk Punch. They are followed by Home Wrecker, who's racing in between horses. The opening quarter clicked off in 23 4/5 seconds. Then comes Secretly Delighted, racing on the inside of Non-Consecutive Terms, who is racing 7 lengths off the pace. It's another 2 to the Chad Brown pair of Ramallah on the inside of Shelzawa, and a couple of more back to River Empress, who trails. Continuing their run down the backstretch, Saint-Tropez short lead. Bourbon Milk Punch on the outside, trying to keep her honest. And then it's Madeline's Agenda in between them. The half went in 48 3/5 seconds. Just behind them is Fango Creek racing in 4th, joined by Home Wrecker, Black Silks, White Cap, racing in between horses. And Ramallah is just on the outside, losing ground now toward the back of the field as they come toward the quarter pole. Shelzawa means business. Pink Cap threading and moving while wide, but Shelzawa is coming with a nice bid. She and Non-Consecutive Terms are right together. Shelzawa cut loose, trying to get to Saint-Tropez inside the final 1/8 of a mile. Non-Consecutive Terms in between them. Non-Consecutive Terms takes the lead. Shelzawa in pursuit. These two coming for the wire with Fango Creek arriving late. Shelzawa doing the best work in the final stages and proving much the best after a slow beginning, finishing with a flourish. Non-Consecutive Terms was second. Fango Creek third. Secretly Delighted was 4th.
Anyone's race at the top of the stretch, and it's Shelzawa, the French filly for trainer Chad Brown, Flavie, and Pratt. out finishing them all in the stretch, going back to the start, and the start here for the eventual winner, Andy and Shelzawa.
She does blow the brake. There's no doubt about it. She probably broke a good length to a length and a quarter slow in here. It enabled Flavien to get some better position, as it turned out. She got the job done and ran me down, Paulie. I think non-consecutive terms ran the best race of anybody, though.
The best two
she
fillies
was wide the entire way around the
The
track.
best two fillies ran 1-2 here, no doubt about it. The 8 had a horrific trip, and Tyler had to punch the button early on her to kind of clear. And yeah, the problem is, you got to punch it right now, right? Because you're going to be 6-7 wide. If not, and the 6 just kind of lapped on her and was able just to outfinish the 8. But these two fillies went on with it. And you know what? The 2, Fango Creek, had a very good trip, and she ran a nice little third.
Yeah, but she had the best trip of all of them. You know, she just sat in the pocket.
They both did, yeah.
You know, listen, I tipped my hat at the 6. I tried to beat her. I was wrong in here, but now consecutive terms for a 6-to-1 shot ran some race.
Those yellow Michael Dubb colors, Flavien Prat, Shelzawa, 6-8-2-5. Turning for home, and right here, tipped to the outside. We watched her last race. She was headed inside, trying to make up ground late here. Out in the clear, finds her best ride and puts away non-consecutive terms.
When you are riding turf closers, the best move is the outside move in the clear. There are some horses like to run inside, but for the most part, horses get their momentum making outside moves.
These two fillies just kicked away. The first time Saratoga cut out the fractions, St. Tropez just could not hold on. They went really fast early in this race and then late.
Shelzawa had 3 straight favorites to kick off the afternoon here on this 4th of July from Saratoga. Shelzawa, second start in the States, the first victory. Flavien Prat, Chad Brown, a lethal combination for the last few summers and expected to continue this season at Saratoga. Shelzawa, the victress in race number 3. Plus this evening, this is a first for us. Live coverage from Los Alamitos in Cypress, California, included the featured event, the Great Lady M Race 8. We're on site. A little bit later on, we'll check in with our team.
Excelling on a cross of New York turf and Kentucky bluegrass. A 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 4-Star Dave, Grade 1 Turf Mile, and the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile by leading champion European sire, Lope de Vega. So he's got that going for him. Carl Spackler, the ultimate greenskeeper, standing at Lane's End.
Favorites dominating on this 4th of July early on. 3 races. 3 favorites have struck. This time it's Brown, it's Pratt, Shelzawa, the French filly, in the 3rd.
Win for Flavien Prat and Chad Brown's first win of the meet. It's probably not his last.
Yeah, not his last. This is a good win. And this is, I think, a filly, too, because you kind of got a spot where you have to keep her at this distance. I think she's going to want to go longer and longer.
Co-owner Michael Dubb right there in the green shirt. He's won multiple owner titles here at Saratoga and is standing by live with Acacia.
Yes, we've seen his silks in the Saratoga Winners Circle plenty of times, but Mike, it never gets old, does it?
Really doesn't. I mean, every win at Saratoga is special. Doesn't matter what kind of race it is.
With this filly coming over from Europe, I spoke to Chad before the race, and he said he thought that she would run better if she breaks better. Well, she broke slowly again, but it was a really nice performance from there, second time in the States.
Yeah, I mean, we were hoping she'd break a little better, and candidly, she had every right to lose and broke a step slow and floated really wide and had to give up a lot of ground, but I think her class prevailed.
She was impressive with that win. You, of course, still have Fitz Wright coming up later in the Belmont Oaks, too. Chad called her a really nice surprise. She's had to have been a lot of fun.
Well, remember, we were racing her at the Meadowlands, and then we brought her back at Tampa this winter, and she's done nothing wrong, and she's really showing signs of being special. So that's just, you know, some horses tell you right away. Others kind of let the secret out of the hat slowly. So we're just along for the ride.
She was holding her cards close to her vest early on. Well, best of luck later, and congratulations here.
Thanks so much.
Lafitte.
Sharp Fitz right. Shelzawa here. Michael Dubb, 5:28 in the end. Flavien Prat, Fitz right. What do you make of her chances in the Belmont Oaks?
She's an improving horse, and I think she's been surprising in her recent starts. A lot of us thought maybe the win 2 back was a softer field and the soft turf. It wasn't the case. She was very good last time. She's improving, and she wouldn't be the first horse that Chad was running at Meadowlands being their careers that went on and did good things. Bleecker Street for Peter Brandt did that and went on to win Grade 1. So, you know, it won't be surprising if she takes that step forward.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, when they look at horses that go to New Jersey, Meadowlands and Monmouth, wrong assumption. He's got an unbelievable crew at Monmouth. He even says, you know, my crew at Monmouth, they get his horses ready his horses in Jersey. Don't let it fool you.
Fitz right, give her a look.
Yeah, give her a big look in that race, 100%.
Oaks,
yeah.
Has the right people in her corner, the human element intact. Chad Brown already the all-time leading trainer in the Belmont Oaks. Later on this evening, just after 7 o'clock on FS1. Coverage continues here, FS2. We turn the page to the 4th race. No defections, 8 deep. New York bred spreading 6.5 furlongs, Paulie. Who'd you come up with?
I went with the 5, Queen's Cat. And listen, she's going to have to win this race with her speed. She's very fast, a 5-year-old mare. She tried the turf last time, get back on dirt. She's going to really have to outquick these horses early.
22 minutes out, race 4. 11 on this 4th of July. When we return, a look back at the opening day feature in an upset. 2-year-old fillies in the Schuylerville and Harper's Corner. Paco Lopez, Cathal Lynch springing the upset. That's next. You're watching Saratoga Live on FS2. Happy 4th, everyone.
New to McMahon Thoroughbreds for 2026, champion Uncle Mo's undefeated 2-year-old, Showcase, named a TDN Rising Star on debut and winner of the Grade 2 Saratoga Special.
Showcase is awaiting racing room, trying to get out of there, and Showcase gets out for a crack at first resort. Showcase lengthens his stride. He bounds home with plenty left. Showcase ultra impressive in the Saratoga Special.
Showcase, standing for $5,000 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Monmouth Park's main event is Naira Betts Haskell Day, Saturday, July 18th. Watch and wager as the country's top 3-year-olds converge on the Jersey Shore to enhance their championship credentials. Play our $400,000 guaranteed pick 4 and $300,000 late pick 5 on a card that includes 6 stakes races. First post is 12 noon. It's all Naira Betts Haskell Day, Saturday, July 18th at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Up alongside of Knightsbridge, and now these two will turn for home together. Imagination on the outside to the front. Knightsbridge back into second. Tio Elvis, the horse from Japan, has rushed up on the outside, and he is taking the lead. He's taking off. Oh, look at Tio Elvis pull away in the last 16th of a mile. Even business today. Japan's Tio Elvis crushed them.
Elvis is in the building.
Yes, he is.
Upsets in Saratoga go hand in hand, but it's bigger than you think. Victory at Saratoga in 1777 altered world history, marking America's turning point. Visit to experience Saratoga's revolutionary spirit.
You get your hands on a few of those Celebrate 250 tumblers, guys.
America.
I have not. But I guess I
They're
should.
going to run out.
You know,
yesterday and today.
You have some pull around
Richie's
here.
got
You
them
might be able to
stacked
help
up in
me.
the office right now.
I get you.
gifts
See
for
that
me.
for the spring water.
I love that spring water.
No, you don't.
That spring water? It's great
no,
spring water.
No, you don't. It's
Oh.
good for you, but you don't love it.
I do love it.
You don't.
I've drank a
Not
lot of it in
buying
my
it.
life. Yeah, no, I'm tougher than you are.
They give that to
I mean, I
the
look
ducks
it,
that
but I
cross
am.
the street. The Lafitte's still wondering how they do that.
I just want to know when those hot dogs are getting here.
Who trained those ducks? They know how to use a crosswalk, man. Just something you don't see every day. The tumblers here, the giveaway, all part of the celebration. 4th of July here, the 4th of July Racing Festival at Saratoga. Fourth race out in about 19 minutes, so time to look back at yesterday's feature, the Schuylerville and the 2-year-old fillies. The first step towards the most prestigious race for 2-year-old fillies at Saratoga, the Spinaway. And an upset, Polly, Harper's Corner. How'd she do it?
She just went to the front end and nobody else really ran. The favorite kind of to her outside. She put that horse away. Paco Lopez with the always look back, Andy, and this race was over.
Yeah, the favorite actually did no running in that race for Jen Antonucci, but I think the outside post hurt. This horse being the inside speed, I think exaggerated the performance. Got an 88 buyer, second place finisher, still a maiden, ran very well, making a wide move. I think the racetrack dressed this horse's performance up a little bit, but no doubt it was an impressive win, and that's a very fast fig for this time of the year for a 2-year-old.
Even though it was an upset, but we've seen that in the past. A filly like the Queen's MG, who won it like 40-1, and then followed that up with a win in the Adirondack. And, okay, so she didn't win, but was one of the favorites in the Grade 1 Spinaway.
No, I agree. Sometimes these horses, they surprise and they turn out to be the real deal. I don't want to bet her going forward because I think she took advantage of a bias, but who knows? She could be the goods. She's only run twice.
I love the way her ears were pricked the whole way through the stretch. She put them up again at the wire, saying there's probably a little bit more in the tank. Speaker's Corner turned out to be a nice little sire.
Right after Paco Lopez was involved in that spill in the Wild Applause earlier, and then finds himself in the winner's circle following that winning ride in the Schuylerville. And again, that first step towards the Spinaway. Acacia's with us. Acacia, your biggest takeaway from yesterday's Schuylerville?
It was a really nice, impressive performance from a filly that does seem to have quite a bit of upside with Harper's Corner. And as Paul mentioned, exciting new stallion in Speaker's Corner. And as we've talked about quite a bit with this class of 2-year-olds, it's a really strong and exciting freshman stallion class. So this is a big win for Speaker's Corner, who I think has been maybe kind of forgotten a little bit, but I've seen a lot of really powerful looking ones, and that was exactly what Harper's Corner was. I liked the runner-up in Voyager, who tried to come from off of it, but the speed was very dangerous of Harper's Corner. And afterwards, when I interviewed Paco Lopez, he said, watch out, she's spicy, she kicks. So she's got some attitude as well, which I like in my fillies, and she really showed that on the track. Excited to see what happens moving forward. It's still very early in the 2-year-old season, but a big win for both her and her freshman sire.
Harper's Corner, the upset in the Schuylerville. Your thoughts on a Voyager who you liked coming in her second start and having to break from the rail?
I'm somebody who believes in betting against horses that run big races based on biases and horses that run well against the bias. And I think Voyager ran very well against the bias. And I think if you reverse the trips or you had a fair track yesterday, I think there's a chance Voyager wins that race, Paulie.
Yeah, it's hard to say, but you know, younger fillies getting in the rails really, really tough. And I thought Voyager ran on well. You know, Harper's Corner had everything her own way, went right to the front end. When Voyager probably learned a little bit more out of that start, but you can't take nothing away from that horse. I thought she ran giant. And like I said, the way her ears were at the end, I think there was more left in the tank.
Harper's Corner, see what's next for her. You have the male equivalent, the Sanford today. A little bit later, the first of 4 graded stakes races and the marquee events for the 2-year-old fillies here at Saratoga. The Adirondack, think back to 2011, My Miss Aurelia for Steve Asmussen, won on opening day, then went on to the Adirondack, an eventual champion, Breeders' Cup winner, 2-year-old filly, the Seeking the Ante, and finally Labor Day weekend, the Grade 1 spin away.
That Adirondack that
My
Miss
Miss
Aurelia
Aurelia's?
won
Oh,
against a million something about the Sagamore Farm horse for Kevin Plank and Horacio, who ran a huge race chasing My Miss Aurelia. That's actually one of the best 2-year-old stake performances we've seen up here in this century.
Such a
actually,
big. I think that's why she skipped the spin away.
she did. She
I
ended up
believe,
getting
yeah.
hurt, unfortunately, and she didn't really run back after that. But that race itself was an absolute war. What a great race that was.
But a monster towards the end of the year, won that Breeders' Cup
Million
2
Reasons
fillies at
Why.
Churchill Downs, and crowned champion 2-year-old filly My Miss Aurelia. Horses in the paddock, race number 4. Lightning Strike, 3-1 tepid choice. Make It Grace and Grit at 5-2, but Lightning Strike at 3-1. Her first career start, Lightning Strike, early March Aqueduct. She was 4-5 that day. Probably Lightning Strike in command and pours it on.
Yeah, this was obviously a promising debut, but something went amiss after this race. She won the race by 9 1/4, and then she had obviously some issues there. She came back on the turf. In her next start in June, she did not break well. She showed some speed. I think she needed that start, and that's probably why she'll end up being favorite.
I thought she was the most ridiculous favorite maybe of the Belmont Stakes week outside of Renegade. And I almost wondered if Miguel was just looking for a race for her, and that race came up, and he thought, I'll take a shot, see if she handles the turf, but needs a race, and this was really the race she's pointing for. She's going to be a heavy favorite, under 2-1 by post time. I'm not trying to beat her.
You trying to beat her?
I'm trying to beat her with the 5. I just think if the 5 can speed pop this field and maybe get to the front, I think that's the kind of the way you can beat her. Listen, the 1's the most talented filly, but in her 2 starts, she has not broke that well from the gate, and she draws the rail.
Lightning Strike, 5-2. Paddock report. Riders up, and this 4th race here at Saratoga with the celebration and celebrating the nation's 250th birthday. All part of the festivities on this 4th of July Racing Festival at Saratoga.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Great to have you with us on this 4th of July. Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. That statue at Arlington Park, Arlington Million One, and that exciting, thrilling finish. The Bart and John Henry was the North America's first ever $1 million horse race right across the street of the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame.
Spinning out of the turn.
Great caller.
No, he was
Great
great. He was
caller
great.
spinning out of the turn. That gorgeous shot, beautiful aerials and scenics high above Saratoga Racecourse on the 4th. And the 4th race in about 10 minutes. Horses in the paddock, New York breds. And tucked away in the shadows is Lightning Strike, the favorite. Acacia standing by with this race 4 paddock report. Acacia.
A fun group of New York breds coming up and taking a look at Lightning Strike. She does have some turf in her pedigree, but to Andy's point, for a horse that had not raced in such a long time as was the case with her, the turf is also a kinder surface. And so it was a race that had come up. It was a great option, and thinking that she was doing well, give her a chance on what should have been a softer type of performance. And the kind of sentiment in the barn was that if she breaks well, she should be tough no matter the surface. She did not break well. She broke very slowly from the inside, and she does have the rail in here today. So the break and the beginning of the race is really going to be the key for her. I will say that she does look even stronger second off of the layoff despite looking fit last time. So she really benefited from having a start off of that big layoff, and it's encouraging to see her come back relatively quickly and in just a regular sort of pattern as far as races are concerned. But again, getting out of the gate is her Achilles heel. Now, taking a look at the number 5, Queen's Cat, that's not the issue with her. She is very quick early on. If you look back at her last dirt race 2 starts back, which, yes, was at Finger Lakes, and pretty much all of her top form has been at Finger Lakes. And so she did take some money last time coming to the NYRA circuit and trying the turf. She did not handle it that well. She didn't break as well on the turf either. So she goes back to what is clearly her preferred surface. But there is always a question as to how some of that Finger Lakes form does stack up when coming downstate to the NYRA circuit. But she's quick. And to Paul's point, I do think that that makes her incredibly dangerous. I like her overall. I liked her just physically last time out as well, and like her even more getting back to the main track. We'll see if she has some company early on, but again, I think she's going back to basics and doing what she wants to do in here. The number 7, Britain, was 4-1 on the morning line. She's 10-1 right now on the board, but she does make her first start for Jorge Delgado and off of a layoff as well. Her last start was in the Busanda, where watching that replay, I did not think that she was moving that comfortably. So she's been given some time. She's incredibly fit coming back off of the freshening in that there's no excess, but I would really like to see her strengthen and put some muscle mass on, especially across her top line and her hind end, and that will really come with having a race under her belt. But she was a horse that showed some promise early on at the beginning of her career as a 2-year-old after she was a over $1 million purchase out of the Classy Toasting, worked 9-4 as a 2-year-old. Can she get back to some of that big form? Maybe though, Lafitte, this is just a starting point.
On the 4th of July, Britain, why not? Joel Rosario to take over, currently 10-1. You ready to take on the computer, Andy? Andy versus the computer. Are you ready?
I would
you
fail
knew
that
this was
test.
coming. You knew, in 2026, you knew this was coming. AI wager. All right? Wager recommendations, entirely algorithmic, driven by value. The computer says this is how you should play this 4th race. The exacta, 1-8 on top with 5-6, $16 investment, says the computer.
Well, I like the 1-8 or the 2 logical horses here. The whole point behind wager is, the whole point in betting is you're always trying to find value. It's elusive value. Value isn't 20-1. Value could be 3-5. If a horse should be 1-5 and it's 3-5, it's value. If the horse should be 40-1 and it's 20-1, that's bad value. I think it's a most misused term. Wager is a computerized model that figures out what they believe the chances of horses are to win, and they find bets that can correlate where they believe there's value, paying better than the chances of that coming in. And it's an opportunity for regular people to use this to try to compete with the concept of how the CAWs play. And it's an interesting thing that we're incorporating. Joe Applebaum is the brains behind it. We're going to do a little video to promote it going forward. And I think it's a great idea, and it gives people a chance to look at things from a different perspective. Not so much about handicapping, but betting based on what you think the chances are of winning, more than necessarily saying, I like the 4.
But you're hoping it fails miserably so you're not like replaced by the Terminator next summer.
Yeah, I'm so old that, you know, it doesn't really matter at this point.
Wager. There is the suggested play. We'll see how it all unfolds in a post-parade. Moments away from this 4th race at Saratoga. New York bred sprinting 6.5 furlongs, and as promised, lightning strike 9-5. The favorite 5 minutes out.
Yeah, I mean, I just think, you know, you got a horse that ran a 76 buyer in her debut. She can have upside from that and be running figures in the 80s, which is too good for these horses, though Grace and Grit's not impossible with the outside post. We'll see if that helps or hurts or doesn't matter.
We'll meet the field. And starting with the favorite, Lightning Strike, back to dirt after the turf experiment.
Turf prep, right surface, supposed to deliver today.
Manny Franco aboard, currently 9-5. Lightning Strike, followed by Graceful Rose, by far the most experienced.
Yeah, 6-year-old mare, 4 for 30, 6 last time. She does her running late in the race.
Princess with Dodley, she's 1, 2 of 3.
I think she's a little bit interesting. She'd have to improve, but I think you're going to see Flavien be super aggressive with her and try to wire the field.
Don't get that kind of price on Pratt very often. Saratoga, then Angel Gift. Johnny Velasquez, 2 wins opening day.
Yeah, Rapoli looking for a double. Philly by Connect will get the blinkers on.
The Queen's Cat, 10 starts, 9 on dirt at Finger Lakes.
I agree with Paulie. She can be speed. I just wonder if at least one of the horses inside of her is going to force her hand.
Baseball Lady, Jose Ortiz seeking a second.
You always need a baseball lady. You need a baseball mom, too. Clean those clothes after you're done.
Number 7, Britain, Joel Rosario.
This is a horse that didn't run well enough to beat this field for Chad Brown. Maybe she improves, but do you really want to take a horse switching out of that barn? On the other hand, she's 11-1 if you like her.
Contender to the outside in Grace and Grit. Trainer Amelia Green has her going very well.
Yeah, she's in really good form, and she's another filly that doesn't really love the gate, but she kind of gets in track early, and she comes home with a little steam. This one for TCC Stables.
I think that she's an interesting horse, Paulie, for seeing how the track is playing, right? We've seen 2 straight turf races. We saw a heavy favorite win against the track we had yesterday, but we don't know really how the track's playing, and I think that Grace and Grit is a huge contender in here. It'll be interesting to see if the outside post, because she figures to have a 3-wide trip or so in this race, does that hinder her chances?
We'll get to Paul's top selection, revisiting Queen's Cat in a moment, but as always, the invite to get involved, NYRABets.com, that $200 deposit match bonus. Use that promo code SPA200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now, NYRABets.com. Paul, a live look there, Queen's Cat.
Yeah, listen, the 3 in here, Andy makes a good point. The 3 and the 4 getting the blinkers on. I just think being outside, can she just go gate to wire in here? She does have some blinding speed, and she's just going to have to go really fast as they're going to let her go. I think Baseball Lady will be on top of her, too. And, you know, if the 3 and the 4 do go early, that's going to include the 1, and it will include the 6 late.
Do you worry when you're betting a horse, and I think you believe if the 5 is going to be successful, she's got to be aggressive, right?
100%, yeah.
And you've got a rider that, I'm not trying to be critical, but he's not a Naira rider.
Yeah.
He's not somebody who rides through. And he's got John Velasquez and Flavien Prat inside of him, and Jose Ortiz outside him, all with horses that may have some speed, particularly 2 inside of him. I worry about that becoming a little bit intimidating for him.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that you have, this filly's won 5 out of 10. He's been on for almost, I guess, all of her starts. Yeah, you just got to push the button, and sometimes you just don't got to worry how fast you're going.
You saw handicappers all in agreement in this one, this 4th race, Acacia, and you're going with Grace and Grit towards the outside.
It's that kind of race, Lafitte, as to who might take a step forward. And Grace and Grit is just the horse with the recency, as you touched on. She has just been doing really well for Amelia Green, who picked her up at the digital sale in February. And as we saw with her winning the final stake at Aqueduct, she's done very well with acquisitions out of digital sales. And for this horse, one right off the bat for a claiming race, kept protected, and she's been able to be competitive against Open Company, New York Bred Allowance Company, and I think two things were really at play here. Her weight has vastly improved, which has always been a little bit of a challenge for her. Super energy for her. She's always been a very sharp type, but she's also moving very fluidly, which sometimes is not always the case for her. So she just seems like she's a horse that's doing very well at the moment. We'll see if she could keep it rolling, kind of keep up that every other pattern of a win, then a second. As take a look at the number 6, Baseball Lady. I agree, she should be forward as well, as we saw her a little bit awkward out of the gate last time out, but Kendra Carmouche, who was aboard that day, was really intent on going forward and being able to press the pace from there. She kind of then kicked on again, and she's gotten a big warm up from Jose Ortiz. She is one that usually does get a big warm up, and she can get a little bit warm and hot, as you see from her. That's pretty typical for Baseball Lady, but she's gotten much sharper, and I would expect her to be forward in this race as well. My big question is she good enough against this field to do it again, coming off of that win last time out? Lafitte?
Baseball Lady at 6-1. Those colors we've already seen in the winner's circle once this afternoon. John Velasquez aboard. It was Jose Ortiz earlier, and owner Mike Rapoli. Some massive wins here at Saratoga over the years, and Travers wins, and multiple owner titles as well.
Yeah, he won the title last year, actually, after first time that Klarovich has not won the title in quite a few years. Angel Gift's a funny horse, right? She started out winning first time out, you know, running a respectable enough figure that you might have thought she could have some upside, a New York bred. And Paulie, she has never come close to getting back to that race. She just seems like a horse that showed a little promise and has never done anything since.
3-year-old filly. You wonder if she, second time blinkers or first time blinkers, does it help? It's a tricky race. The 7-horse Britain, you know, they paid more for her than they paid for the rest of the 7 runners, and she's 10-1.
Expensive filly Britain on this 4th of July.
Doesn't matter how much you cost after you run.
Doesn't matter what round.
Not all first round draft picks. They don't always pan out, and sometimes you find
right.
Tom Brady in the 6th round. Race shape early on. What are we looking for specifically?
Well, I think it'll be question, is Paulie right about the 5 clearing, or the 3, 4, or probably not the 6, but one of those. Are they going to be going, and how aggressive it is? And also the 1 breaking inside, does she break well?
At 6-5, the favorite, Lightning Strike. Frank Miramati with the call. The 4th race live from the Spa.
Waiting on Britain. Angel Gift. And the last one to load is Grace and Grit. They're in the gate. And they're off. Grace and Grit out very alertly. Here's Queen's Cat. Baseball Lady is in the mix through the opening furlong too, and they're joined by Lightning Strike, who comes through on the fence and takes command. So it's Lightning Strike in front. Princess Wadadli moves up on the inside of Queen's Cat. Then it's a gap of 3 back to Angel Gift. On the inside, 4th. Britain is 5th, 6 lengths off the lead. The opening quarter in 21 4/5 seconds for Lightning Strike, who takes them into the far turn. At the back of the field are Graceful Rose, who is racing about a length and a half in front of Grace and Grit. And tailing off now is Baseball Lady. They string out coming to the quarter pole, and it's Lightning Strike cruising along up top, has a 3-length advantage. Coming to the quarter pole, the half went in 45 seconds flat. Lightning Strike and Manny Franco turning for home with a commanding lead. 4 across the track chasing. Queen's Cat comes through on the inside. Out in the center, Grace and Grit is starting to come with a little bit of a dangerous bid. And from well out of it, Graceful Rose, a 16th to go for Lightning Strike. Grace and Grit's coming. Grace and Grit with the momentum. And Grace and Grit with the W. Lightning Strike was second. Queen's Cat finished 3rd. Graceful Rose 4th.
Grace and Grit. Well done, Acacia, the late Surge, and the first horse to win at Saratoga who wasn't favored at post time this afternoon.
And it also answers the question about, is the track playing more fairly, and it clearly is.
Yeah.
Horse like the 1, probably fast pace or not, was not going to lose on yesterday's racetrack, and this horse made a big run. The pace took a toll on the 1, but she just didn't finish at all, and this horse did.
She broke so sharp. You know, Manny went to the front end. I think it was the right decision. They probably went fast, But you can see the 5 actually ran a good race coming back for third, but the 8 just grinding away. This horse is just a better horse around one turn. And Amelia Green's got this horse in the right direction, 5-2 off odds.
Franco not moving a muscle, rounding the far turn. The others needing to be encouraged, seemingly. At that point, Grayson Grit already under a drive. You're expecting Lightning Strike, Paulie, to open up, and then runs out of steam in the end.
I guess the 21 and change, 45 just got to her late, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, 21 and 4 is not as fast at 6.5 furlongs with a longer run-up where there's a lot of distance between the gate and the timing as it may appear at 6. It's like 6 is like 22 and 1. It was a quick pace, but I just don't think she finished at all, Paulie.
No, she didn't. You see Jamie Rodriguez, he had a phenomenal turf ride yesterday.
Yeah.
Nice little celebration. Today, this guy can ride.
And trainer Amelia Green just has Grayson Grit just really going well right now.
And I'm also glad to see a horse win like this. I think we're seeing a much fairer racetrack, and you want to have a fair racetrack because you want the horse to go out and have a chance to win if they're good enough. And for a track to be biased, it makes it frustrating, I think, for a lot of people.
If the 5 would have gone up, wager would have hit there, by the way. Neither the 5. 5 almost got up.
Yeah.
Grayson Grit showing just that in an 8-1-5-2 unofficial order of finish. Running down Lightning Strike, Grayson Grit, TCC Stables LLC. Grayson Grit in race number 4. And now time for the first of 4 stakes events and a live look at Booked. On the way over, on the march, he knows the way. Impressive win here, Belmont Week. What'll he do in the Sanford next at Saratoga? We'll be right back.
Gather your group and head to Saratoga Racecourse this summer. Enjoy a private suite in the 1863 Club or take advantage of flexible seating options in the Trackside Rail Restaurant. Head down the stretch to the Casamigos Spa Verandas for casual gatherings of up to 50 guests, or bask in the view of the historic paddock from the Paddock Suite and nearby Surfside Party Deck. The Mia Netto Easy Goer features world-class Prosecco with sparkling views of the backyard. Book your group outing today at naira.com/groups.
And it's lights out. Locked. Pouring it on, running aggressively through the stretch to win by 7 easy lengths.
Here is Locked. Locked racing by on the outside for the lead. Locked, the wine steward, it is Locked.
Here comes Locked after Mulligan. Locked catching with every single stride, and Locked will win the Cigar Mile.
It's all about Locked, dominating the big cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Deep stretch. Grace and Grit, the hand ride from Rodriguez, putting away Lightning Strike in the 4th of 11, Paul, on this 4th of July.
Yeah, congratulations to this filly by Munnings out of the posse mare Sharifa, TCC Stables LLC, Jamie Rodriguez in the irons, and Amelia's done a really good job.
Yeah, she has.
With this filly, and around one turn, 7 furlongs, just the right distance.
Locked in, Grace and Grit. Now official. Another look at the stretch. Here, Paulie, Lightning Strike. Manny Franco looks like just waiting for her cue, and she's going to open up. She does respond. She doesn't quite give him that second move while there is a cushion, some separation, but here on the outside, grinding away, here's Grace and Grit.
Yeah, you can just tell. Manny was going, and Manny's one of the strongest finishers, especially when he has a horse that clear, but you can say she's just getting a little bit tired, and Grace and Grit, nicely timed by Jamie, just looking around a little bit. And I thought the 5 Queens Cat ran a nice little third, but The public got it right.
Yeah.
A, B, or actually B, A, and then C here. So your pick 3, $37. Hopefully you're alive in that early pick 5.
Grace and Grit, trained by Amelia Green with Acacia in the winner's circle.
And Grace and Grit has been in tremendous form with Amelia, as happy to be here with her. She kind of has that every other win type of pattern, and today was her day.
Yeah, it seems like it. I mean, last time she was against the bias, the speed never came back to her, and she was the only one closing that day. So I thought she went big that day. Obviously today we're cutting back again, which I thought was a question, but that's when you rely on Jamie. You know, he made an early move and sustained it all the way to the wire.
Yeah, you and Jamie Rodriguez have a tremendous win percentage together, kind of teaming up, and two young new faces kind of on the Naira circuit has to be fun, and it seems like you have a lot of trust in each other.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you say, he's young like me, wants to improve every day, so he comes in, breezes a lot of horses for me, we communicate on what we think they want to do, and it's great having someone like that.
Grace and Grit was a horse that was picked up at digital sale, and we've seen you had a lot of success with that. How important is it to be constantly scouting for some new talent for the barn?
I think it's very important, especially, you know, I don't necessarily have them big budgets to buy those expensive yearlings, just yet at least. So that's definitely an avenue I like to search for horses that, you know, have back class and have just lost their way a little bit.
Well done with this mare picking up another victory. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Lafitte.
Acacia locking in on Grace and Grit. Amelia Green worked for Todd Pletcher for years and now out on her own and having a terrific start to her career.
Listen, when Todd Pletcher doesn't want you to go out on your own and wants you to stay with him, you know you're good.
Well, she's just so good at horseback, too. She's a tremendous exercise rider in the morning. I mean, she got on Mike McCarthy runner, journalism. So she's been on a lot of great horses. She knows what's going on.
A lot of great horses' careers have began in this next race coming up here at Saratoga with the Sanford, naturally the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home to #1 sire Into Mischief, Omaha Beach, Vacoma, Yaupan, the leaders of their sire classes in 2025. So much history, tradition. The Sanford, we did have 3 defections. Takeout numbers 1, 6, and 7. Booked 7-5 early on. Andy, why considered the one to beat in this Sanford?
Well, ran a strong buyer figure of 77, winning last time out. Appears to have speed on the inside and just the fastest horse left in the race. There were some key scratches here, no surprise. I will say, and I do think that he's the horse to beat. Steve Asmussen does so many things well. I've always found it interesting. And you look at these trainers, you know, who do so many things well. When you find something they don't do well, it's like if I find a stat for Chad Brown where he doesn't do it well. And his numbers historically off of maiden wins with 2-year-olds in dirt sprints are not that good. And I think it's a hard thing to do to get these horses, 2-year-olds, to come back and duplicate their big performances in their subsequent start. That gives me some cause for pause. I'm going to try to beat him with Vicino, the 5.
I think the horse, the reason why I don't like the horse, I can't take the horse at 6-5 is because if you look at the improvement from first start to second start, why can't that happen for all the other horses in here?
Yeah, he had a trip first time out. I mean, I'm not that surprised he improved a lot last time.
We have so much terrific racing on this 4th of July still ahead with the Sanford, the 2 Grade 1 events, the Belmont Derby, the Belmont Oaks, the Suburban, wide open edition of the Suburban, and a first for us here. Live coverage this evening from Los Alamitos in Cypress, California, included the Great Lady M, the Saturday feature, 4th of July feature from Los Alamitos. Great Lady M, these sprinters, 6.5 furlongs. There's the field. Morning line. All eyes on Sweet Azteca. 3-5 on the morning line. We have on-site coverage. Michelle Yu at Los Alamitos this evening. Michelle, yeah, Sweet Azteca, like the one to beat going in. But this race, this Great Lady M, deeper than that.
It's definitely deeper than you think it is. Now, Sweet Azteca has all that back class. She was actually going to be the favorite going in to the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint last year, and she was a morning of scratch due to a foot issue, and we haven't seen her since. Now, she's won this race the last 2 years for 2 different trainers, and she's notched the track record each time she's run. So she's got a lot of credentials in her corner. But Richie Baltus was saying earlier this week he's not entirely sure if she's going to be ready to fire off of the bench today. Last year, she was really ready to go. He had plenty of works into her, and she absolutely fired in that field. But looking at it this year, she has limited works coming into this, and I don't think it's going to be an absolute slam dunk because she's going to be facing some up-and-coming horses, such as AZ Wildcat. She's going to be facing some really good Calbreds like Grand Slam Smile, and a horse bringing in a couple of wins in a row named Magnificat. Not to mention you got Bob Baffert, who's won this race 7 times with Nooney on the outside. She's coming off a very extended layoff as well. So it is Sweet Azteca's race to lose in theory, but it's not going to be a walk in the park for her on this occasion if she wants to make it a three-peat in the feature race of the Los Alamitos Summer Meet, the Great Lady M.
Michelle, thanks so much. Again, on-site coverage this evening with Todd Schrupp, Simon Bray, Michael Joyce out at Los Al this evening right here on FS2. Coverage moving to FS1 at 4 o'clock. That's the Great Lady M out west. We have 2-year-olds coming up here at Saratoga in the Sanford. The first step towards the hopeful Saratoga's premier race for 2-year-olds. These freshmen marching into the paddock. Booked. The current favorite, the historic Sanford, up next, post time, 20 minutes. So much history as we go by the numbers of Sanford, named after Stephen Sanford, New York businessman and horse owner. First running 1913. Who was fastest? Familiar name. A fleet Alex whistling 6 furlongs at 109.32. Most wins by a rider. Wash, rinse, repeat. John Velasquez with 7 Sanford wins. So if he's winning all those Sanfords, who's training him? That's Todd Pletcher, the all-time Sanford leading trainer with 8. Most wins by an owner. The number is 8. Green Tree Strable. Who could forget the mighty Fuzz Buster? Biggest upset when Manowar loses. That's going to be your biggest upset by upset. And the total coincidence by a name that he was beat by upset. 4 2-year-olds have swept the series here at Saratoga. The Hare, sensational in the early 90s. And the 2-year-old champions, winners of the Sanford. The number is 8. Big Red Secretariat in 1972. The Sanford by the numbers. So yes, if Man of War can lose and be defeated in a Sanford. So can Booked. But Booked is the reigning favorite, currently at 6-5. Ricardo Santana teaming up with Steve Asmussen. The excitement, Paul, of these races and what this could represent moving forward in the march towards the Grade 1 hopeful at the end of the meet.
Yeah, these are always, to me, they're always the cool races to watch, right? Because you're looking at the next horses that you're going to see probably for the next, excuse me, next Kentucky Derby, next Saturday, first Saturday in May. And you're always looking for these new horses and these new sires, too, as well.
I'm just still thinking about how Paulie needed Man o' War for the pick 6 that day. And, you know, you took it well, Paul. I got to tell you, I would not have taken it as well as you did.
How many people walked out of the track upset that day? By upset?
Well, not as much as you. I mean, they didn't have a pick 6 going.
The biggest surprise is that it was just a coincidence that he was beat by a horse named Upset.
A lot of people say that that's where the kind of the term came from. I wonder if that's actually true.
No, it's not.
A lot of people say that Man o' War probably should have won the race, but that's
a lot of people say that Maggie Wolfendale's pretty good about observing 2-year-olds in the paddock. As we welcome Maggie to the broadcast. Maggie, how are the kids behaving before this Sanford?
A very good crew, better than you guys, I should say, up there on set. This is a very classy group assembled for this first of our 2-year-old stake series here at the spa for this Sanford. And taking a look at your favorite, that's number 2, Booked, who will now break from the rail as he's one that was stalking just outside after showing more speed in his second start. First time out, he didn't quite break that cleanly. Here in the paddock today, he is a lot more reserved. But that's kind of typical for Steve's horses. He schools them extensively, so you'll often find that they tend to be more quiet with more progression in their racing careers. Now, last time he was an utter standout in that maiden field. Not quite the same can be said here physically, at least against this group of horses who obviously have won and run through that maiden condition. I respect him. He ran very well last time over this racetrack, but I think he's meeting some stiffer competition here for a horse that cost a lot as a yearling. That's number 8, Regent's Park, who, his figure was pretty darn slow, but he was, 1-9 in his debut, where he easily dominated an overmatched crew. Now, the third place finisher came back to at least improve their buyer in Tipsy Mojito, but Regent's Park, it was a sloppy racetrack as well. Now he gets to this fast track for this son of Bolt Dwaro, and boy, is he good looking, as one would expect, to pay $1.4 million for a horse. But I think the sentiment could be made that this horse is better than that first race would suggest. He commands this paddock, a very good looking, incredibly well balanced, bright disposition here as he does ship in for Jorge Delgado, who we've seen in the past have success with his juveniles. But for more on a very speedy West Coast invader, we check in with Acacia.
Yeah, Calbred coming here to New York, Maggie, for Doug O'Neill in the number 4 Pocket Listing, a horse that was a rocket out of the gate at first asking and just never had a horse close to him. So obviously getting much more of a litmus test today as he won against Restricted State Bred Company first time out. He's coming here to Saratoga, shipping cross country, and he has to face winners for the first time where, like I said, it pretty much was him and everybody else in the running of that field. You could see he was still a little bit green in the stretch. He was kind of lugging in when switching leads. He is outfitted with a Houghton bit today, so a cage bit, much stronger piece of equipment to give his rider more steering. So Manny Franco, when he's aboard, ideally you should not see that greenness, particularly when switching leads or if he's close to the rail, but he looks like a rocket, and he is a homebred for Paul Redham's Redham Racing, and out of a mare Too Much Excess, which she herself was 0 for 2, but has been a good producer with a couple of other stakes winners already in the family, all 7 of her foals being winners. So very curious as to how he stacks up, but he just looks quick. As we'll take a look at the number 5, Vicino, just a $30,000 2-year-old purchase at OBS March after working 10-1. wasn't really asked much that day. He is by Preservationist, but the dam, she was actually sister to a Group 1 winner, Grade 1 winner, I should say, named Hilda's Passion, the dam of multiple Grade 1 winner Yoshida. So there's some pedigree to kind of do anything in there for this one. He won at first asking at Churchill after getting bumped pretty soundly at the start and dropping back, finishing best throughout the stretch in there. So he did overcome adversity, where sometimes when you see second-time starting 2-year-olds, like the number 4, they've easily wired a field. This horse did have to overcome something, which I do like about him. He is a strong, powerful individual, and we've seen plenty of horses with modest purchase prices go on to do good things on the racetrack, winning a restricted maiden special weight at first asking. But he is one that has shown that he can come from off of it. Ideally, though, we'd like to see him get out of the gate a bit better today, Lafitte.
Something to watch right from the start. This is what Acacia was talking about. Your top selection, Andy Vicino. The sluggish start, but the professionalism to go about his business and rally late and graduate in his debut.
Yeah, he had a pretty insignificant bump at the start, and thought the speed was pretty good this day at Churchill Downs, and he was able to make that run. Now he got some hitting in front of him to do it. But I like seeing a horse that's not some sort of one-dimensional speed type coming in these races, and it just feels to me like over the years, Mark Cassie's 2-year-olds in these early stakes overachieve. He ran well yesterday with a horse that was a maiden that finished second, and I was hoping this horse could take a little step forward.
This horse was jolly at the line. His ears were up. He was ready to go. I thought he was pretty good. It's really hard for first-time starters to pass horses, especially 2-year-olds. And, you know, that was a race. You see the R for restricted, Acacia was mentioned. It was for horses that went to the sale for $100,000 or less. Doesn't mean it was a weaker type field. I just think that horse ran down some horses late.
Vicino at 7-2. There's a look at Booked. His maiden score, that was Belmont Week in his second career start. He was favored. Book, Andy, opens up, ridden out. Really
Yeah, I mean,
out.
he was heavily bet in his debut, and, you know, a classic example of a horse just not quite ready first time out. He was much more professional in here. Got it done. It was a very solid effort. I don't have any argument, Paulie, with him being a heavy favorite. He's the horse to beat.
In the extra half furlong, I think it's going to help him through the 6 furlongs here. You can see kind of going. The first 2 finishers here, I know you liked Jack's Golden Goal before he got scratched in there, Andy. They were well clear of the 3rd place finisher.
Yeah, I thought it was an interesting rider change on Jack's Golden Goal, who ran well in there and get a decent price. But I'm not against the 2. I just want to take somebody else.
I'm not asking you if the next, like, De Hare is in this field, but collectively, overall, as you look at Santana and Asmussen, collectively, what do you make of the overall talent amongst these 2-year-olds?
It's so hard to know. I think it's a good question, Lafitte. It's so hard to know. The likelihood that we're looking at a Breeders' Cup winner is very slim. But, you know, they're just getting started. You don't really know who they are. And somebody here is going to run better than you expect, and somebody here is going to run worse than you expect. It's just hard to know. And the thing is, the likelihood that these are the best 2-year-olds seems slim, especially in today's world where we see the better 2-year-olds starting later and later here and in California. So I have imagined by the time we get to Hopeful, there will be some new names in there.
We just went by the numbers and some of the horses who have won here. And yes, things have changed in that regard when a Fleet Alex still holds the record for the fastest Sanford. You saw in the black and white clips of Secretary, like Aura De Hare, one of 4 to have swept the major 2-year-old races at Saratoga. We tend to see the highly regarded 2-year-old a little bit later on in the season.
The game has changed significantly since those horses were running. And you do occasionally see an early star that hangs on, but for the most part, these are not horses we'll be talking about either at the end of the year in the Breeders' Cup and going further. But that doesn't mean it can't happen.
The 4 is an interesting horse here. Doug O'Neill is here to saddle the horse. He was given instructions to Manny Franco. You know, this is a horse listing that Paul Redham raced. He also raced the grandsire here in Square Eddie, so this is all Paul Redham here.
More on him in a moment, but over to Acacia, live with trainer Steve Asmussen.
Who sends out Booked in here, making his 3rd start. Steve, he's gotten a chance to get a little bit more experience. Second at first asking and winning last time. How has he come along with each start?
He's really nice colt. Showed good quality and stuff. Completely missed the break first time out. Well, with him being an Indiana bred, it was nice to get the chance to run him up here for all the money during the Belmont Festival. Went over the course, done really well since, and expect a good race from him today.
As you said, broke much better, much more professional, kind of in every way, second time out. Where do you expect him to be placed here today?
Well, Ricardo's got a lot of confidence in him. I think that he's a very quiet horse and stuff. As long as he gets a decent first jump, I think we'll be okay.
by Yopon, who's been a tremendous sire. Has to be really fun.
It really is. A lot of similarities to Dad and Star as far as his demeanor and everything. If anything, this colt's got a little more size than the average one, and obviously he's got some talent.
Thanks for the time. Good luck.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Lafitte?
Steve Asmussen with Booked. Post parade shortly. First of 4 graded stakes races this afternoon. Later on this evening on Fox Sports 1, Grade 1 Belmont Oaks, the Grade 1 Belmont Derby, and the Suburban back to back to back. But first, this Sanford, Grade 3. And there's the favorite. Another look at Booked in Ricardo Santana. 3-2, 6 minutes out.
Yeah, a horse that was really good first time out. Didn't have the best of trips and conquered last time out. Your favorite.
Goodbye to Romance. Runaway. Debut scored Aqueduct.
Nice trip, a nice debut. This is tougher.
Blavian proud aboard aforementioned a pocket listing West Coast Invader.
Impressive in his debut, but he did not face much first time out. This is obviously a tougher test.
And he's top selection, Vicino, the $30,000 gelding.
Is someone going to get loose, or among the 2, 4, and 9 is going to be hitting? I bet the 5. I hope there's hitting.
Ashcroft Lane, Regents Park are out. Rasasi to the outside, 6-1. Daylight debut victory in Florida.
Regents Park is in, sorry.
Correct, yeah.
This is a horse that actually they paid a ton of money for, $1.4 million. Debuted at Monmouth, terrible field, but I think they only had the horse about 70% cranked.
There's Rasasi and Tyler Gaffleone.
Yeah, it's one of these horses coming from Florida that had a very impressive debut win. In my experience, these horses shipping from Florida often don't run back to their races, but his race was good enough. And he's a key because he has speed. The 4 has speed. The 2 has speed. It's unlikely, Paulie, that all 3 of them are going to be going after each other. The question is, will 2 of them go after each other, or we have a race like yesterday's Schuylerville where one horse got loose?
Getting to the front end so big in these 2-year-old races.
And upsetting yesterday's Schuylerville. Miss Sanford, the first stakes race for 2-year-olds for the boys at Saratoga. You were just looking at pocket listing. All right, so what do we really know about him? Looking back at his one start here, Paulie, out west at Santa Anita, running up the score, but against who?
Nobody. I mean, nobody. When I looked at this race, there was a pick-6 carryover going in this day. I actually played it a little bit, and this horse got squirrely in the lane. Almost jumped the rail. Obviously a very, very fast horse, but did not face much, and I think he just got lost on the front end. We'll see what happens. My thing is, having horses with Doug, which I used to have a long time ago, doesn't usually work his horses that fast in the morning. That work 46 and almost 46 flat out of the gate, that means go time.
What people may not remember is Doug and Paul Redham came here with I'll Have Another in the Hopeful. Didn't run very well, but he turned out to be okay.
Yeah, right.
And even when he was a 3-year-old, when he won the Robert Lewis, he was like 40-some-odd to 1. He wasn't taken seriously until he won the Santa Anita Derby.
Nobody talks about how he was a virtual cinch to win that Triple Crown.
He was.
I mean, honestly, with all due respect to Union Rags and Painter, he would have absolutely drowned those horses. That's probably, in a lot of ways, one of the hardest, the toughest losses in Triple Crown with him getting injured, because he was a cinch on paper in that race.
Yeah, I mean,
he was fast.
He ran down Bodie Meister. I mean, that was a heck of a derby.
His Preakness was better than his Derby, actually.
Assist to Triniberg, who would not be able to run in today's Kentucky Derby.
Right, and I believe that Triniberg was second in the Hopeful to Currency Swap that he was in.
He won the Breeders' Cup Sprint the next year.
Yeah, Triniberg was following I'll Have Another around.
Yeah.
Or the other way around, not sure.
We go down memory lane, 2-year-olds. Paul has a bet here. How is it for our new Naira Bets members at home? They're playing the Sanford. What's the approach?
Listen, I just, knowing the MO of Paul Redham and Doug O'Neill, like Andy said, they are not shying away. They'll take their shots. But I think it's very curious they come all the way out here for this horse, and I just thought he was so good first time out, was green. Again, I just look back at that work 2 back. I think this is the horse they're going to have to catch.
Have to catch?
I'm hoping.
Pocket listing. That's a big part of the conversation, Maggie. The anticipated pace in the Sanford.
Yeah, and at least the horse that is showing me that he will be the one in front early is Pocket Listing. He just looks fastest, and he's acting that way as well. And it's usually the case with these young horses that the ones who get out to the lead are usually the ones who win. So I think some other horses are going to have to adapt, but I feel like he is going to be the quickest away from the stalls. As we'll take a look at 2 horses we didn't get to mention back in the paddock, and that includes number 3, Goodbye to Romance. He was able to sit off of a pace in his debut, in which he made me look like a Muppet.
I didn't think he looked fit enough at all, and yet he went on and won by 3 1/4 lengths. Needless to say, he is far more tucked up, defined, and stronger here in his second start for Jenna Antonucci. So he was also a little naughty heading out to the racetrack, but it does seem as though Flavien Prat has expended some of that nervous energy, and he's now settled into himself and linked back up with the pony. So that's all a good sign. We'll see if he can jump up and run even better than what he did at first time out against a tougher group here today. Now, I agree with the sentiment that Andy said when it comes to number 9, Rasasi in here. It just seems like these Florida horses don't often come and perform when shipping to Saratoga. I think it's just reflective of the quality of fields. However, I love the way Rasasi won that race. He looked so good in doing so. I know he controlled, but I don't think he has to. He doesn't look like a horse that should be able to win going 4 1/2, yet he did. He looks like a horse that definitely wants more ground, and he'll get it here today. Well, he was had a little bit of a hump in his back, as we like to say, commencing his warm-up. Boy, that movement that you saw in the debut was evident out on the racetrack too, as he just floated over the ground and framed himself up beautifully. I don't know if he wins today because I feel like there's still some development to do. The frame is there, the movement's there, but I'm not sure if today we see him take that next step forward. As we check in with Acacia for her pick, one that is hoping there is some hitting up front.
Yeah, absolutely. I am going to stick, Maggie, with the number 5, Vicino, as we touched on in the paddock, a horse that did come from off of it on debut. I don't expect him to be quite as far back this time, but he's just been so professional throughout, which I really appreciate as he comes in for his second start. See if Jose Ortiz can pick up another one. Just to circle back to the 8 Regents Park, who I know Maggie likes, and he is a very big horse. Remember covering his debut race with Megan and Paul being at Monmouth when he started on that wet track. He is a horse that I think takes a little bit of time to get going. Paco Lopez hustled him out of the gate that day, and John Velasquez really kept him moving out there on the track, and he came into his stride nicely, which you like to see for a big horse, especially as they try to get their feet underneath of them, Lafitte.
All-time leading Sanford jockey, Acacia. Johnny Velasquez, 7 wins, seeking an 8th Regents Park. Andy, top of the show, one of the themes, how the races unfolded yesterday. Have you seen enough today to essentially forget about what happened opening day?
You know, you have to be careful about jumping at conclusions, but I mean, based on the 2 dirt races we've seen, I think we're dealing with a much fairer racetrack, but you know, you're always looking for answers as we go forward.
The one race Manowar was defeated in, the Sanford. Final check of the toe board booked. 7-5. Frank Mirmati with the call to Sanford live on Fox Sports 2.
One more. Rasasi to the outside under Tyler Gaffleone. Almost unseated Tyler. Reared up. Rasasi going in. And they're off in the Sanford. And goodbye to Romance. Had a perfect start. Here's Book, though, kicking through along the inside, along with Pocket Listing. And those two are now 1-2. Booked, Pocket Listing, and goodbye to Romance, who broke on top, is now 3 lengths behind. It's another 3 or so back to Regents Park on the outside of Vicino. Rasasi at the back of the field. Less than a half mile to go. Ricardo Santana Jr. has Booked on the lead through 1/4 in 21 4/5 seconds. Pocket Listing applying pressure in second. Goodbye to Romance, 3 lengths back in third, a gap of 5. Back to Vicino, who's fourth, coming to the quarter pole. Then it's Regents Park. Rasasi is far behind. They're at the top of the stretch, and it's Booked, who's doing it well. Booked in front by 3 lengths at the top of the stretch. Out in the center, here's Vicino kicking in. Down at the rail, goodbye to Romance. Pocket Listing drops out of it. They're coming to the 16th pole, and it's all Booked. Booked by 7 lengths, and he just keeps pouring it on. Vicino clearly second best, but no match for Booked, who won by 6 lengths in the Sanford. Vicino was second. Goodbye to Romance third. Rasasi picked it up a bit late to finish fourth.
Absolute mismatch. Booked by many in the Sanford.
You know, you could say helped a little by the 4 blowing the brake and stumbling, but this horse, I mean, it was a legit first quarter, Paulie, and he was just the best horse in the race.
Yeah,
it's not even that close.
No, by far the best horse. You see Goodbye to Romance kind of running up on the bit for Flavien Prat, but then the 2 just waved goodbye. Even the 5 was really traveling. If you look, the 5's what? How many clear of the 3rd place finisher?
Yeah, he lost a little momentum, Vicino, when he swung out in the stretch. Not Jose's fault, but none of it's a fait accompli. I mean, this horse was just gone. Didn't finish in a particularly fast way, but I also think you look at the final time here, the times we've seen, it's another indication the track is different than yesterday.
Yeah.
You know, we saw some quick times yesterday, and I think we're dealing with a track that's just fairer in here. I know he won like we have yesterday's track. I don't think this horse was carried by the track. I just think he was much the best.
What happened at the start with the California Invader pocket listing?
He goes down to his knees right there. Yeah, you just don't want that. Because it's probably not as bad as you thought.
It didn't make a difference in the end, but didn't
No,
help.
it wouldn't have made a difference because if he would have got to the front end, Book would have cooked him anyway.
Right, I mean, I know if you're the connections, you think I'd like to see the race where I got out of the gate cleanly, and who knows, maybe even gets the jump on Booked, and it's a slightly different story. I'm not sure what had to happen in this race as long as Ricardo stayed on for this horse to win. He literally destroyed these horses. 2
impressive starts at Saratoga by Alpine. Grade 1 winner here at the Spa while being savaged on the undercard of the Travers a few years back. And for Santana, trainer Steve Asmussen, Scott Blasi, his right-hand man. They've teamed up for a Santana and Asmussen for a Grade 1 hopeful. Gunite a few years back, booked bright future.
Yeah, no question. I mean, listen, he's the early favorite now for the hopeful, but there's a lot to run, and I'm going to guess Steve's got some 2-year-olds that can probably compete with him in the barn. What do you think, Paulie?
I would think so. I mean, like you said, Lafitte, I don't think this is the best of the best, but he's risen to the top by far.
I mean,
onward and upward, booked 2-5-3-9. Ricardo Santana, a terrific summer a season ago, finishing 4th in the standings here at Saratoga, getting that momentum going with a Sanford winning ride on Booked. We will hear from him in just a moment. We're going to hear from him right now, Maggie, with Sanford winning jockey Ricardo Santana.
That's right, here with Ricardo Santana. As I just heard you talking to Scott Blasi, Ricardo, does he not know how good he is yet?
He don't got no clue. It just feel like I'm watching the time now, 21:45. He looked like he just was cool control since he broke. And I just let it be. I tried to make him switch. He don't want to switch. He keep looking the TV and everything, but he's a good one.
You rode his daddy, Alpine. How much is he like that horse?
He look like his dad.
He does.
He moving like his dad.
That's amazing. Ricardo, congratulations here with Steve, who's given you so much success in the past.
Thank you so much.
Guys.
You see that smile, the excitement, Paulie? It's not just the moment. It's not just winning a graded stakes race with the 2-year-old here at Saratoga, what it potentially means for the future.
Yeah, you're on a horse that could be somewhat special going on to your 3-year-old season and later on to your 2-year-old season. And let's be frank, at one time, Steve Aspen and Ricardo Santana didn't have the best relationship. It's starting to get a little bit better since Ricardo's come up here the last couple of years, got his head straight and really riding well.
I don't want to be frank. I'd have to call the races, but thanks. Couldn't resist.
Sanford. In the books, 3 graded stakes races remain. You'll see them on FS1, Belmont Oaks, Belmont Derby, and the Suburban. But first, a look back at Booked. Running up the score, much the best. Taking down this Sanford with authority, onward and upward for Booked. I'll be right back.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and graded stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive. It's a new day for a new king.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. Naira Bets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Race Course. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
16-2, a big black colt. He's a horse that is built for speed. With Practical Joke, it really is a case of like father, like son.
It's domestic product kicking clear and opening up here in the stretch.
When he ran that speed figure of 106, we were under no illusions that we had a very exciting prospect on our hands.
Domestic product just in front. Domestic product.
When you see horses like that who are capable of replicating the success of their fathers, that have the look that domestic product does, it gives you great confidence.
Happy 4th, everyone. Live look in the Saratoga paddock. You're watching Saratoga Live. Brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Horses for the 6 will be in that paddock soon. Booked. Much the best in the Sanford. 2 impressive wins here, Paulie, at Saratoga.
Yeah, his first start, like Andy said, he probably could have won that race. He had somewhat of a trip from Churchill Downs to Saratoga. Now 2 for 2 here. Colt by Yalpound out of the Competitive Edge mare, Fingerprint, Indiana bred.
Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, the Sanford. 5 races thus far, 4 won by favorites. Booked 6-5 at post time. Trained by Steve Asmussen. Live with Maggie in the winner's circle. Acacia in the winner's circle.
I was going to say, it's too early in the meet for that, Lafitte. But happy to be here with Steve again. The interviews after the race, Steve, I know are always more fun, especially when they win like that.
Yes, nice horse. We're very fortunate to have him. You know, he's good level. Ricardo got him away from there well. Horse in the middle is really good. I think with some maturity, he'll start finishing his races off a little better. But obviously, he's got a lot of talent, and we're fortunate to have him.
Yeah, Ricardo said he was still kind of checking out the infield TV screen and looking around at things a little bit.
Yeah, it'd be lovely to think that there's more there, but we're extremely happy with his effort today.
As you should be, but not done yet. I wanted to ask you about a horse coming up later in the Suburban, Tiztastic. Finally back to the winner's circle last time. Do you think that will give a little confidence coming into this?
Yeah, I feel very good about how he's trained since the win. You know, last year's Louisiana Derby winner, but obviously wasn't up to the task in the Kentucky Derby, and that definitely affected his attitude and his races the rest of the year. Nice freshening for him. One little prep over at Keeneland, and then a nice solid run, but he needs to step forward. But I love the condition that he's in and his attitude right now.
Thank you for the insight, but congratulations on a nice performance with Booked.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Lafitte?
Acacia with Steve Asmussen, and I think that's the key. It's not that he does everything right, and Steve mentioned perhaps that there's more there. You watched him in the stretch where he was shifting in. Like, that's a mistake. Ricardo Santana said he wasn't completely focused. So yeah, it would lead you to believe that when he puts it all together, Booked can be that much better.
It's hard to know. You know, they're lightly raced horses. Obviously, with that pedigree, he's likely to be more of a sprinter than anything else. I'm going to say that I think Steve runs at least one better 2-year-old male at this meet than that horse. That's my opinion.
That horse ran well, though.
He's good. I'm not knocking him. I'm just saying I think there's better ones to come.
You know, Tiztastic could be a long shot in the Suburban. If you look at his couple of races, he won the Louisiana Derby on turf, on dirt, and then he went on the Kentucky Derby. It was a sloppy racetrack. Draw a line through that in all of his turf races. His next dirt race, he won from off the pace. Now he's going to need probably a glacier pace on the front end, but he could be coming rolling late.
There should be pace in this race. One of my friends, who's the best handicappers I know, likes Tiztastic in there. He is, on the other hand, the president of the Steve Asmussen fan club as well.
Suburban coming up a little bit later on, Grade 2. That's race 8 of 11 on the program. You'll see it on Fox Sports 1. You'll see the 6th race on FS2 right here. New York breds, wide open, 5.5 furlong turf sprint with a 7-2 current choice volley in the form of Cristobal.
Yeah, and I landed on this horse. And I think it's the kind of race, Andy and I have talked about this race. We kind of both landed on Cristobal, but we could see anything happen in this race.
Well, my pick was scratch, so I scratched into the favorite, which doesn't thrill me here. I think King Puck might be a little interesting in here. See if Dylan can, or Johnny Velasquez can come out clear from the outside. This is a very tough race.
One of the toughest races on the, on the
The
program.
toughest for me, it was the toughest race all weekend.
I thought the 10 had a look, and that was 19-1.
I mean, I think the 11's good too. I bet the 11 last time. I just don't feel like coming back to him, but he can win.
21 minutes out, race 6. What's been a difficult couple of days in the racing industry. Yesterday, trainer John Paracella, who passed away at the age of 85. He was born in Brooklyn, went to St. John's University, began training horses in 1969. Known for a big personality, dubbed the trainer to the stars by actor Jack Klugman, Paracella appeared on The Tonight Show twice with Johnny Carson, saddled 1,241 winners, horses having earned more than $23 million in purses before he retired in 2016.
And you see this horse running in this Teddy Tabrizi Silks, and they had so much success together. John, the original trainer of Pine Tree Lane, who ended up doing so well for Wayne Lucas later. And, you know, I knew John from New York, and he was just, I mean, he was such a great character. Obviously a terrific trainer, first and foremost, but such a great character. And I always enjoyed seeing John, getting texts from him over the years saying hi and how you're doing. And it's a loss, you know, and he's somebody that had huge success. And our friend Tom Amos will be joining us next week, actually worked for John for quite a while early in his career. And if you knew John, you remember John. He was one of the racetrack's great characters. I remember when Rick Pitino first coached the Knicks, you always saw John courtside, you know, running around, because I guess he and Rick were good friends at that time. And so, sorry he passed away, but he lived a good long life and left a memory, I think, for those many people that he touched in racing.
He had that, as you mentioned, known as the trainer to the stars. And back then, you know, Bill Shoemaker was on The Tonight Show, I think 4 times with Johnny Carson. The fact that John Paracella twice appeared with Johnny Carson on The Tonight Show.
Well, was he good friends with James Caan, I believe I read somewhere?
Several
they were
actors.
good
It was
friends,
Jack Klugman who dubbed him the trainer to the stars.
John was a big personality, and racing's a game of big personalities, and John was every bit as big personality as anybody, and somebody that the game benefited from having around.
You know, he grew up in Brooklyn. He was a really good close friend, and I'm sure he's right now seated right by Mr. Bobby Frankel. They grew up together. And my father went to St. John's, knew Johnny as a kid, and may you rest in peace, Johnny.
Very, very much missed. Trainer John Paracella, gone at the age of 85.
The Saratoga Racecourse are on sale now. Secure seats in the Grandstand or Clubhouse, or get a table in the Pick 6 Picnic Paddock, Miller Time 4-Star Dave Sports Bar, or the Michelob Ultra Stretch. Available now through Labor Day. Book today at NYRA.com.
Historic upsets aren't just for the racetrack. Saratoga's battlefield echoes with the victory of 1777 that changed the world. Visit Saratoga and experience America's turning point.
Troy, New York, about 30 miles south of Saratoga Springs, is the home of Uncle Sam, Samuel Wilson. Samuel was born in Arlington, Massachusetts, but spent his industrial years in Troy as a brick maker and meat packer. Best known for supplying meat to the troops in the War of 1812, these soldiers nicknamed him Uncle Sam, and he became forever linked with the United States. And the troops are hungry, Uncle Sam. A delivery, and he hasn't shut up about this since minutes for the first race.
This is the highlight of the day for me. I can't speak for the others,
Look
but
at this. Thank you,
I am
thank
in.
you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you,
You're not
Uncle
from the
Sam.
IRS, are you?
Get that mustard
the
over
IRS.
here. That mustard over here. Thank you very much.
Andy's asking about the condiments. Paulie's asking about taxes.
You're not from the IRS, are you? That's all that matters.
No.
Okay.
But I'll take your money.
But he could be, Paulie. You want some?
Yeah, that'll work.
Thank you very much.
That will work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Appreciate it. Feeding the troops.
Not much more American than hot dogs.
He would be a great guest on Cart Talk, by the way, with Jonathan. I don't know if there's room for the hat, but he'd be a great guest as we, get into our lunch here and all part of the celebration here on 4th of July. Another part of the summer meet, everyone's favorite segment. Jonathan Kinchin's Cart Talk. This week's guest, trainer Brendan Walsh.
Brendan Walsh, but most of the people around the racetrack will know you as Snapper. I don't want to confuse anyone. Snapper, I got to ask you, what's a crazier holiday, the 4th of July or St. Patrick's Day?
They might celebrate it more in this country than they do in Ireland, but Patrick's Day is huge in Ireland when you're young. Like, we won't even go into a pub anymore on St. Patrick's Day. You just stay away because it's like amateur day. And they call it Paddy's Day as well, which drives me crazy, like P-A-T-T-Y.
Yeah.
It's Paddy's Day, P-A-D-D-Y. So.
I would imagine growing up in Ireland when you decided that this was the path you were going to go on, the dream would be to be legging up riders with Godolphin Silks, the Qatar Racing Silks, and these big operations. I would imagine it was something you dreamed of when you were getting into this.
Yeah, it's unreal actually the way it's gone. I worked in Kildangan Stud in Ireland, which is Sheikh Mohammed's farm. I was a rider there. We used to break yearlings there years ago. I mean, farthest thing from your mind is that you're going to end up training, not just winners for these guys, but like Group 1 winners. And, same with Qatar, I mean, it's a privilege more than anything. I mean, it's just way beyond your wildest dreams to train for any of these people, the two of them, but to name a few.
Brendan, a lot of times when you get around the racetrack, it's always the family that brought you to racing. The same is true for you.
Yeah, I was brought up on a farm in Ireland, Jonathan. I've got 4 sisters and 2 brothers. There's a gang of us there, typical Catholic family. I mean, we didn't have horses on the farm, but I was obsessed with horses from the very start. And my dad, he won £200 in a raffle, and he bought me my first pony. He was excuse the word, he was a little bastard, this pony. Like I had to learn to ride on him. And I'd say for 2 years he either ran off with me or dumped me. But my dad always said, you must have been, really keen on it, because he said if that happened to anybody else, they'd have quit years ago. My dad unfortunately died 6 years ago, and he'd have loved to have seen all this now. Unfortunately, he got the start of it, but he passed about a week after we won the Derby in Dubai.
You've educated me, and I think maybe this is a good time at the beginning of the meet for other people to be educated and be aware of the SARMs out there, right?
Yeah. Funny enough, I actually made it up but it stands for Self-Appointed Racing Manager. So it's almost known globally at this stage. With a bunch of SARMs in England. Stephen Hillen, he's a remote SARM. Corbin, he's a SARM too. He's a junior SARM, and then we drag a few in along the way as well. So
you got to watch out for those self-appointed racing managers.
There's a SARM. I've got a SARM radar outside my barn anymore. As soon as one shows up, this beeper goes off.
There it is. Card Talk, Jonathan Kinchin, brought to you by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance. The backstory, Brendan Walsh, his dad wins a raffle, he buys a pony, the pony's a punk, and that's who Brendan had to learn how to ride on.
$200 for that pony.
How's
Must
the
have been
dog?
a quality horse. 200 pounds, excuse me.
Don't talk with your mouth full.
I apologize. These are a heck of hot dogs for $1.
They are. Really good. I know. I'm going to buy a bunch and sell them for $2 tomorrow.
Waiting for Uncle Sam to make that delivery.
True. By the way, the tumblers right now, you could probably sell those for a little bit more than they go. The giveaways that we have here at Saratoga are second to none.
I'm going to tell you something. For 230 years old, I thought Uncle Sam looked pretty damn good. You know? I hope I look that good at 230.
We're still eating lunch, Maggie. Can you handle things for a few minutes?
Guys, you gotta share those. I mean, I'm pretty hungry out here. I skipped lunch, but I did love that card talk, as JK did, with Snapper, aka Brendan Walsh, who is a very good friend, and that was very entertaining. As we'll take a look here at a couple of horses, and several in this race do come out of that New York bred A, other than back here Belmont Week on June 7th. And we'll start with Truman's Commander, who I did have a good deal of interest in going into that race, because I thought he was actually quite intriguing with the turn back in distance off of the layoff. And two, he was a first-time gelding that day. And as much as I love a first-time gelding, sometimes it takes a start or two to get things kind of going, if you will, with the lack of that equipment. And he is a bit more settled this time around. That freshness is kind of been assuaged, and he is more fit. And overall, like I said in the paddock back on June 7th, I think he is built more like a sprinter. Now, he didn't get away that quickly, which often happens when you're turning a horse back despite coming in fresh or not. So I'm hoping that, now his mind's back in the game. He's in a sprint, that he can just be a little bit more forwardly placed. But I did think it was a good effort off the bench for Mark Cassie, and he looks fantastic here yet again. Now, Wrighton, he comes out of that race too, but he completely blew the start. But I wonder if that's a product of him struggling a little bit behind. Back last summer, in fact, before he ever made his debut, he was a late vet scratched because he just never warmed up that day behind. And I feel like he's a horse that does struggle a little bit with his hind end, so therefore, that's the main thing that propels a horse out of the gate, is their hind end for them to push off with. So hopefully with that start, he's strengthened, which visually it looks as though he has here in the paddock. And two, there's obviously an element of ring rust that a horse will go through when coming back off of a layoff. So we'll see if he can make a better start this time around, as we'll move on to a horse that's not coming out of the June 7th race. That's number 12, King Puck. Now, he'll make his first start for Mike Maker. He was a Fasig-Tipton digital sales purchase back last August for 3 Diamonds, which they chose to keep him with Miguel, but since have now switched him to their regular trainer in Mike Maker. And he's a horse that, when you talk about geldings, you look and see that he was a gelding before he even began. And I'm sure that he was a horse that gave his connections a lot of headaches, because he's still a punk, even as a gelding. I mean, this is a horse that every time he's led over is doing something naughty. As you can see, Mike Maker's assistant has taken him away from the groom to try to keep him calm. And when I was standing here in front of the saddling stalls, he kept giving me an eye that I said to my cameraman, I want to get away from him because he looks like he wants to kick me. So yes, I wish he could just put it together more mentally, but physically, Lafitte, this is the best I've ever seen this horse look. He looks fit, he looks strong. We'll see what he can do from that far outside post.
Get along just fine with Brendan's pony. Another punk. Looks good, kind of a punk. King Puck, currently 8-1 in this upcoming 6th race. Pick 6 is next, and 3 graded stakes races still ahead on the 4th of July program at the Spa.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Gratefully and Saratoga Special, nose and nose for the wire. Gratefully Saratoga Special, gratefully would not be denied.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back just in time. Horses leaving the paddock. Post-parade in moments. New York bred sprinters wide open. 5.5 furlongs on grass. And the pick 6, 4th of July pick 6 begins here. Start with Cristobal. There he is. Contender, big effort. Belmont week at 14-1.
Yeah, it was gelded before his last start. Went off at 14-1. You're not going to get that today. 7-2.
Diamond Child, an outsider.
First time on the turf, has dirt sprint speed. Will it transfer to the turf?
Now, Truman's Commander, his 2 wins, both in longer races.
You know, Cristobal and him, the 2 and the 4, they kind of ran the same exact race last time out.
Wrighton, Flavien Prat takes over.
Badly blew the brake last time. Will he brake more cleanly today?
Third jockey in as many starts. Wrighton and Stormy Birthday, disappointing in his latest.
Yeah, it was actually bet a little bit down to 3-1. Needs to turn it around.
Rodriguez looking for a second win this afternoon. Then Mozambique, turf debut.
Yeah, he's got some talent, but he doesn't have much turf pedigree.
He's at 24-1, long shot side by side. Here's Guilty and Tyler Gaffleone.
Yeah, actually was on the turf in her debut in the Paul Barrow barn. Now get on it in the Bruce Levine barn.
This team, look out. Sean Bridgmahan, Melanie Giddings, 313.
Another horse who can be forward. We'll see how it goes today.
Diliello and Ricardo Santana. Santana looking to go back-to-back.
Too big of a price at 25-1. This horse can definitely hit the board.
Van Vollenhoven, the favorite, make the rider Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, I mean, he got a good ride last time by Javier and got beaten by a horse, got a better trip than he got in there. He was unlucky to lose. Problem is, I bet him last time at 5-1. I can't bet him back at 2-1.
Punk. Not Johnny V. King Puck. 9-1 from the outside.
Been working in Kentucky at Keeneland and then at Turfway Park. And
love to see Johnny try to clear.
Yeah. Lawyer Mason draws in. Dylan Davis takes over.
Yeah, I mean, he's not untalented, but probably one of the least likely of the 4 AEs, though at least 2 of them are back in a race on Thursday.
Pick 6 starts here. Post time 3 minutes. Another look at the favorite, Van Vollenhoven. His most recent common race, Cristobal, Truman's Commander, Van Vollenhoven, going to fall a neck short here, Andy.
Right. Quite a few coming out of this race, and Van Vollenhoven just got a sensational ride by Javier, just lost a horse that got a better trip, and that's the way it goes sometimes. Looked like he had the race won at this point, making the move on the outside, but the winner snuck up the fence to beat him. He's okay. I mean, he makes a lot of sense. Paulie, I just can't take him at this price.
No, you can't take him at this price. In, you know, with the kind of field like this, they're all bunched up and all these horses coming back with different trips. I think you get a different result. You got to discern whether that race is good, whether you're going to use all those horses, or whether you throw them all out, right?
And as good as Jose Ortiz is, he can't give him a better ride than Javier gave him last time. Javier rode in perfection last time out. Just got a little lucky to lose, and it just feels like 8-5 is awfully
and he
short.
won for 13. The record bugs me with him. The 1 for 13.
Yeah, no, I agree. And, you know, even that race, you could say, okay, the winner got a better trip, but maybe, as you say, 1 for 13, maybe he just didn't want to outfinish the other horse.
I just think 9-5 is way too short.
Nobody should be that short in this race. I think the 12 at 9-1 is a lot more interesting than I originally thought.
King Puck, 9-1, and you're both going with Cristobal. There he is, and Manny Franco.
I actually thought he would be the favorite, but again, he's the same kind of horse that we landed into. Am I in love with this horse? No. 14-1 last time out. Did he run well? Yeah. But he was bunched up at the wire, and you're getting 4-1 today.
Classic example of a horse that improved dramatically from a speed figure standpoint from his 2-year-old figures.
And he got gelded before that last start. I wonder if that helped him a little bit.
Did it help you? Didn't help me.
He's still a punk.
Still as bad as
Still
I was before.
Across the board. Wrighton. We'll get to Wrighton, but more on Cristobal. Right back to Maggie.
Yeah, Cristobal, second off the layoff here. I thought he looked ready to go. Last time, I can't remember if I picked him or Truman's Commander, which I'm going to stick with Truman's Commander here as my pick. But Cristobal, as Paul said, they both kind of ran the same race, but he did have to steady Cristobal at the head of the lane, and he kicked on well thereafter. I think, if anything, he looks even more tucked up. I'm not exactly sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but he does come in with a pretty nice drill, so it looks as though he's been working well since that effort, and it was evidenced in the way that he warmed up. He framed up beautifully here for Manny Franco, so now he gets to be on the inside, which I think, saving ground is a premium no matter what kind of turf race you're in. A little more for 2 turns than 1, but still, I think this horse is very, very logical in this spot, as we see that both Paul and Andy went to him. As we'll check in with number 9, 313, definitely going to be part of the pace discussion, and 2 back. I just thought he looked as though he needed to strengthen up a little bit. He has. I mean, this guy has done well from first to second to now 3rd start off the bench now as a 3-year-old, as Sean Bridgmohan will be back aboard. And Sean, as we don't see him riding that many races anymore, as he is Mel Giddings' main assistant and partner. So he does know these horses inside and out, and he did set that contested lead, but New York Scrappy and Van Vollenhoven were right there with him. We'll see. Does he get clear today, or does he choose to sit back? I'm not really sure what his best option is, though he did win when sitting back off the pace when he broke his maiden to close out his 2-year-old campaign. Lafitte?
313, Sean Bridgmohan, the pace. Andy going in. Who figures to provide the early heat?
I don't know. It's very hard to see. The 3 has speed, but it's dirt speed. The 9 could have speed if he breaks out of the gate. I think if I'm John Velasquez, I'm thinking of doing whatever I can to try to clear from the outside, because he's quick, that horse. So I don't know. It's very hard to read how these races are going to play out. The break is so important. Paulie, I thought this was the toughest race of the entire weekend. I ended up working for a long time, and my pick ended up scratching the 1, and then I scratched into the horse's second choice. I would never bet it 3-1. I think this is a very, very tough race. If you want to play somebody, find somebody that's a price. I didn't originally like King Puck, but the more I looked out of the scratches, I thought he could be speed, and given that price, I find him more interesting.
Heard what Maggie said about King Puck in the paddock, and the 4-year-old we were just looking at, Paulie, the lightly race gelding, Wrighton. Flavien Prat takes over, the win in his debut in a turf sprint. Andy mentioning how important the start is. Okay, so he kind of lunged at the start of his last start. Some upside here, Wrighton.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, if he runs like he did in his debut, he should be right there. And he's another horse that was gelded in the beginning of the year. It's going to be very interesting. You think you bring up a good point. The 3 could be very important. I don't think it's the outcome of this race, but early in this race.
Time for the 4th of July. Pick 6 at the gate. Blinken, you'll miss it. 5.5 furlong turf scramble. Van Vollenhoven. 2-1 at post time. Here's Frank Miramati with a load-in call. Race 6 from the Spa on FS2.
Here's Wrighton going forward. King Puck in the colors of 3 Diamonds Farm. Stormy Birthday is next. The blue blinkers of Mozambique. And Lawyer Mason. And Dylan Davis to the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off. Diamond Child had a quick beginning along the inside with plenty of company, including King Puck, who moves right into second. Down on the inside, Truman's Commander is a joint third, only about a length and a half off the pace. Stormy Birthday, in the meantime, has moved up and grabbed that third spot. Then 313, who is racing just on the inside of Van Vollenhoven, who has 5 lengths to make up into the far turn. Truman's Commander is now in midfield, followed on the inside by Cristobal through a quarter that went in 21 seconds flat. Guilty is next. 3 lengths clear of Wrighton, who is out of last place at the top of the stretch. Mozambique in behind that. At the back of the field, Diliello and Lawyer Mason, they're in mid-stretch suddenly. And Van Vollenhoven is coming after King Puck. In between those two, it's 313. And in the center of the course, here's Truman's Commander. Truman's Commander confidently hand-ridden by Edgar Zayas to win convincingly. Photo for second. It appeared to be Wrighton just in front of Mozambique, and Guilty was on the scene late.
It looked like the Grand National with an 1/8 of a mile to sprint home, and in the end, Truman's Commander for trainer Mark Casse. Maggie zeroing in on this one, 5-1 in the end. Truman's Commander to kick off the 4th of July Pick 6.
With the 3 ended up having turf sprint speed, it created a very quick pace of 21-1. Race collapsed at the end. This one won, and won decisively, Paulie.
Yeah, it looks like it's 4-5-7 here. The 7, a huge long shot here. Mozambique in the 5, right down the crown of the track, trying to chase the 4 home, but 4 had a really good trip in here, kind of tipped out. And it looks like it's 4, 5, 7, and then the 8's going to check in 4th, Lafitte. Big long shots in 3rd and 4th, by the way.
Said going in, one of the toughest races, the toughest race of the weekend, and with about a 16th to go, it looked like any of 9 had a shot to win.
Yeah, I mean, it just, well, they were going quick, and I think the King Buck ran okay, but couldn't survive that pace. And the 3, the 3 was virtually eased at the 8th pole. The horse was engaged in the pace with him, ended up setting it up for closers, and that was the case.
Edgar Zayas, kind of a new face out here. The end of the meet last year when a lot of guys kind of went to Kentucky Downs, he thrived a little bit, Lafitte. He has a lot of his horses forward, and he's a really good turf rider as well.
Harry Rosenblum's Truman's Commander. Another look from the top, out in the clear. Zayas asked for his best, and Truman's Commander gives it to him.
Yeah, you can see he's going to be about middle of the racetrack, and now look to the far right. Those 2 horses on the far right are going to swallow up 2nd and 3rd, but no doubt about your winner, Truman's Commander.
And win these turf sprints by open lengths, it's usually pretty decisive.
Yeah, right?
Clear-cut victory, Truman's Commander. Anything surprise you early on in terms of how things unfolded?
No, not at all. I think the question going in was the 3 going to transfer the dirt sprint speed to the turf? Frequently they don't.
Yeah, they did.
Once he did, it created a pace that was too fast. Johnny did what he had to do with the 12. I don't think he did anything wrong. It just became a difficult situation. But he's supposed to be aggressive. He was aggressive. Didn't work out. That's the game.
3 solid efforts sprinting here at Saratoga. Truman's Commander, his maiden score last summer, a bang-up 4th place finish Belmont Week, and that victory at 5-1. Edgar Zayas, 4, 5, 7, 8 in the 6th race here at the Spa. Coming up next, first of 2 Grade 1 events, and there she is. The favorite, Abashiri, on her way over. Godolphin, Appleby, William Buick to ride. How good is she? She's faced some serious company overseas. 3 starts thus far. Her stateside debut next in the Grade 1, Belmont Oaks.
What if you didn't just watch horse racing, but own the moment? With Bond Racing Stable, you can experience the thrill of ownership without the full cost or commitment. It's easy in a racing partnership with Bond Racing Stable. They do all the work while you get access to the backstretch, morning workouts, the paddock, and the winner's circle. Whether you're new to racing or a lifelong fan, Bond Racing Stable makes it easy to get in the game. Don't just bet on the race, get in the winner's circle. Contact Bond Racing Stable and ask about a racing partnership today.
Happy 250th America. Happy day 2 from Saratoga racing fans, especially if you locked in on Truman's Commander. Paulie scampering away from this competitive crew of New York bred turf sprinters.
Yeah, it was a contentious field, but at 5-1, you get the job done. Edgar Zayas for Mark Cassidy. It seems like Mark horses, especially sprinting on the turf for the Belmont weekend, this weekend, they're all running
Cassie's
well.
he's gonna get out of this slump. Things are gonna turn around for Cassie before long. I can feel it coming.
When you're in the Hall of Fame in 2 nations, you're pretty good, right?
3 Grade 1 wins Belmont week as you take another look at Truman's Commander for the Cassie stable. Some marquee horses and marquee events this summer at Saratoga. Right there, you saw Zayas, Andy, go to work on Truman's Commander and that acceleration and deep stretch, a sprinter that'll give you a second move.
Edgar Zayas, another good rider that's riding in New York now. He's cleared himself quite well. I was just reading a tweet from Dave Granick, which I didn't realize. We've run 17 races so far at this meet. 17 different trainers have won.
Wow.
Yeah. Took a while for Mark Cassidy to race. I thought his career was over for a second there. Thank God.
I'd like to have that superfecta. My goodness.
I'd like to have the show on the winner, basically, Frank Paul.
Rowdy group, they're going to enjoy this one. They'll enjoy this one. To Maggie in the winner's circle.
Well, it's a little odd to interview an Aussie on the 4th of July, but here I am with Bill Davis. Welcome to America, Bill. It's your 30th birthday, and you chose Saratoga to spend it.
Fantastic place to be. Happy to be here. Thank you very much, everyone, for having us. It's been an incredible day, and it's going to get a hell of a lot better, I think, mate.
Absolutely. Bill, you're very familiar, though, with racing, as you guys are part of a syndicate in Australia, and young people are so involved in the sport down there.
We love it. We've been doing it for years. Our parents were involved in it, so it's a generational thing, and we love it. We love it. It brings us all together, and it's a bit of fun.
Have you experienced downtown Saratoga on a Saturday night, especially on the nation's birthday?
We're about to tonight, baby. Let's go. Let's go.
This is a fun group, Lafitte.
That's how you break into your 30s.
Break out the Carlton Cold, baby.
He called Maggie mate.
He did. And for a lot of people that think Foster's is Australian for beer, it's not. Okay? A little bitters, a little Carlton Cold.
Think they'll be that enthusiastic at 1:30 in the morning on the corner of Caroline and Putnam?
Actually, probably.
Those guys in Australia, though, that's Katie by the door. I would think Saratoga. This is nothing for them.
What'd you do on your 30th birthday?
My 30th birthday, I think I was in Las Vegas. I think I was playing for the Los Angeles Dodgers then at one time.
Really?
Yeah.
See, that doesn't suck either. I was going to say, it doesn't get much better than owning a horse who wins a race at Saratoga on your 30th, but like he was playing for the Dodgers.
Yeah, kind of took the air out of the whole balloon with that comment, didn't he? I saw the Grateful Dead on my 30th birthday.
He skipped the Breeders' Cup, the only one at Aqueduct to watch the Grateful Dead.
Anybody that knows about the Richmond shows in '85 knows I made the right choice.
Every racing fan, again, you're stuck right through the basement. The marquee event coming up here at Saratoga next, the Belmont Oaks in 24 minutes. This race, it used to be the Garden City. Now the Belmont Oaks. Why was the change made? Why was this Belmont Oaks recreated?
To be honest, the whole idea of this was from Martin Panza, and it was an interesting idea. His idea was trying to create turf stallions. And with the abundance of turf racing in this country, I think it's an idea that made a lot of sense. Not necessarily an idea that worked out that well from that perspective, because turf stallions have a very tough time getting a stud deal in America. But Martin's feeling was you have a series in the summer where you run the Belmont Derby and Oaks, especially the Derby, obviously, for stallions. And turf racing does increase broodmare's value quite a bit. So they moved the Garden City and the Jamaica, 2 Grade 1 races in the fall. They moved in the summer. Then we added the Saratoga Derby and the Saratoga Oaks. The Saratoga Derby has turned into one of the biggest races for 3-year-olds, period. I mean, we've had huge winners. We had a Cox Plate winner come out of the race, really good horses, and then a distance race in the fall, which is now the Jockey Club Oaks, and I think we're running it later in the year. The idea was to try to create turf stallions. And I don't quite get it, to be honest. I understand everybody's trying to win the Kentucky Derby, but given the amount of turf races, the amount of money in turf races in this country, I don't understand why there's really not a market for turf stallions. Will there ever be? I don't know. I think it's a good idea, and maybe its time just hasn't come yet.
Belmont Derby Race 9, the 7th Grade 1 Belmont Oaks. Michelle Yu, once she gets there, I wonder what she'll be doing on her 30th birthday. We know what she's doing this evening. She's out at Los Alamitos. Our crew on site for the first time from Cypress, California, Los Alamitos. Tonight, right here, FS2, FS1. The Great Lady M is the main event. Michelle, we connected earlier. As you look at the field for the Great Lady M, all eyes, yes, on Sweet Azteca. But you said that it was a deeper race than that. How about Magnificat, 8-1 in the morning line? The key for her to upset the two-time winner of this race, Sweet Azteca.
Well, the feat for her, it's just going to be handling the next step up in class. She's tried graded stakes previously, and that was her only off-the-board effort. Looking at her, you know, she's bringing in back-to-back wins, one on the turf and one on the dirt. So she's got momentum on her side. She's got fitness on her side. She's got a Hall of Fame trainer in Richard Mandela on her side. So she's got a lot of positives going for her. Also, they are going to absolutely unleash in front of her. I expect to see a very fast pace setup. You know, watching her in the Desert Stormer last time out, she was on a pretty quick tempo, but I don't think she's a one-way-to-go type horse. I do think that she's capable of coming from a little bit off of it if she needs to. And with the way the race is unfolding, that really might be her best bet. But she's a filly, an Omaha Beach filly that just seems to be getting good at the perfect time where she might be able to upset the reigning queen of the Great Lady M.
Really exciting stuff, Michelle. The Great Lady M later on this evening, and our first look for our viewers and racing fans to see Los Alamitos racing on our air.
I think it's great. I think it's great to bring more racing to people, and certainly you've spent your little time at Los Al in your life, maybe a little more than a little time.
Yeah, a lot of time in Los Al. It's actually a great facility, Doc Allred. And they have good racing there. It's kind of one of those racetracks that a lot of the trainers love training over. And you're going to see Great Lady M. She has not run in a while, but she's got a ton of class as a 6-year-old. Maybe the toughest test coming off the bench. She's got some decent calibreds to run against that race.
Hey, we apologize. We didn't plan on having this conversation while the Star Spangled Banner was taking place at the same time.
Should Paulie sing it maybe afterwards, just to?
I was going to sing.
How's your anthem,
I was going
Paulie?
to sing "Oh Canada," but I don't know the Morocco anthem. Morocco beat them today, 3-0. But Canada, good run for you. On with the USA. The
Rubbing
16.
it in on Canada.
Hey, I
wow, it's a rough day.
Hey, I love Canada. I love you. I do.
4th of July Racing Festival. The celebration continues here, and that aforementioned Belmont Oaks is next, about 20 minutes out. There's the field, and Abashiri. Yeah, you mentioned earlier, Andy, that it's Godolphin, it's Appleby. These connections get way over bet. That's what you're seeing here. But she also has the credentials based on who she's faced, how she's raced in just 3 career starts. Case in point, the Irish Thousand Guineas.
Yeah, and I think you're saying it. I'm not sure I don't know that she's overbet. I guess we'll find out in about a half an hour whether she's overbet. They love to bet those horses. And listen, she's running against world-class horses. And I think that's something that proves positive. We're talking about this series. We are bringing some very, very good horses. You know, was it State of Play? Was that the horse for Joseph O'Brien that came over to Saratoga Oaks?
Yeah.
He upset the Saratoga Oaks.
That's right, with Johnny V at a price.
The Cox Plate, I think it was $27 or $29. He won the Cox Plate. He won the Prince of Wales on Ascot, their biggest race for the older horses up there. So these races have attracted some of the best horses in the world, and that's the whole idea behind it. And at some point, the game's going to catch up, and they're going to realize there is, in fact, a market. And you'd think with so many owners going over to Tattersall, it's something that Peter Brandt started a few years ago, about 10 years ago with Chad Brown. Carvin Stables went along and bought and had great success. Horse like Newspaper Record, who's the dam of the Irish Derby winner, and a horse who was favored in the Epsom Derby. You would think, given that people are going over there, that maybe there'd be more market. Oscar Performance has done very well as a stallion here. It just sometimes a good idea as time just hasn't come. But just because things don't work out doesn't mean they weren't good ideas.
It seems like we've kind of leaned on horses like American Pharoah who've been good turf influences. But you mentioned like Oscar Performance, that same line, Kitten's Joy and English Channel. I would think probably the two are bigger turf siders.
And they barely got a chance. They had to prove themselves. I mean, Kitten's Joy really had to prove himself. And
Ken Ramsey had to dump everything into him.
World-class turf stallion.
You mentioned Oscar Performance, our 2 winners here yesterday. You're right. I shouldn't say overbet. You just knew he was going to get bet, as they always do in this particular case with the favorite. There's Faithfully Departed. There's Storm's Wake at 12-1, but Faithfully Departed, like Fionn last year. Fionn last year won the Regret. She came to Saratoga, and she beat the eventual Alabama winner in Nitrogen in this Grade 1 Belmont Oaks. What will Faithfully Departed do today coming off that Regret win at Churchill?
I don't like Faithfully Departed, and I'll say something. Fionn won. Nitrogen ran the best race that day. She ran the best race she ever ran on the turf that day. If Opulent Restraint hadn't hung around so long, she would have won. My problem with Imagination the Lady is she won this race under just an absolute. We're looking at a
This is the Regret.
race.
This is the Regret, yeah, with Faithfully Departed.
Excuse me. I know Faithfully Departed won. I thought she got an absolute dream trip, and Storm's Wake, who I like, I thought had the worst of the trips there with a wide trip. I'll trust Brian Lynch shipping her in here more, and I'm betting on Storm's Wake.
You know, the 4 there, Faithfully Departed, was a popular win. Grant Forster, one of the biggest names on the backside when it comes to, he has a chili cookout. A lot of people congregate at his barn. And I'm with Andy. I thought Faithful Departed had a really candy trip, but she has some quality to her. I just think today, do you want to take the 3-1 on her? And she was 4.5 to 1 last time. I think she probably one of the American horses, the one to beat, but they're playing a lot of money on the 8, especially when it comes to the will pace.
They love the Godolphin horses.
With 17 minutes out, and then Fitz Wright, currently at 6-1 for Chad Brown. She wins a local prep, the Wonder again, and in a rhythm, having rattled off 3 straight.
They could do worse than take 6-1 on a Chad Brown horse that's getting better with every start.
Yes, that's dangerous. You make a good point there. I mean, you go back to the first 3 starts. You know, Michael Dubb earlier in the interview said, listen, this horse had modest beginnings, starting her career at Monmouth and Meadowlands, but she has progressed, and she was really good in the Wonder again. And no pun intended, you wonder, like Andy says, these kind of horses with Chad Brown, they keep on jumping up and getting better and better. It would not surprise me.
Brown saddling his first winner of the meet earlier on the program. He's won this race more times than any other trainer. Fits right in a groove, and it was Flavien Prat aboard Fionn last year who triggered the upset over Nitrogen, who was an odds-on favorite.
Had a candy trip, Fionn, but it was a good ride, too.
Yeah, that was, I remember talking to Mark about the race afterwards, and it just was a feeling where Opulent Restraint was in there, and she just hung around long enough.
That's Stephanie
to
Seymour's
take
mare.
Yeah, she's entered here on Thursday. She's now with Beaumont. She just hung around long enough that it took some of the starch out of Nitrogen and left her vulnerable in the very, very late stages. But I honestly believe, even though she lost, that Nitrogen's best turf race, and maybe one of the best races she ever ran until that incredible performance the other day, was that race in defeat. And I think you learn so much more, Paulie, about horses in defeat, right? Isn't Seattle Slew's best race the race he lost to the Jockey Club Gold Cup?
There's a lot of horses that
Zenyatta?
ran.
Yeah,
one
the
of
best race she ever ran. You
in-
test them to the limit. You know, it's the notion of why do they grade on a curve in college? Because if 7 people get 100 on a test, they don't all know the same amount. So you make the tests impossible to get 100 on, and you can find out where people stand in relation to each other. It's the same thing in those situations in races. You find out what a horse has to offer when they're tested to the extreme.
Abashiri Acacia, classy filly. How is she taking in her new surroundings?
Oh, she's classy here in the paddock, as well as you always see pretty much with the Charlie Appleby horses that come here stateside. And we've gotten to see quite a few of them now at this point, particularly with this series. They will be accompanied by the Gray Pony and Bam here in the paddock, following them along. And that's exactly what she's doing. But she's handling everything really well. So far, so good. They're walking her over towards the saddling stalls to put the tack on now. But she is a horse that, as you all touched on, still lightly raced. Plenty of upside for her, having won on synthetic at first asking, and then stepping up to face Group 1 company after that at a mile. She ran behind Precise last time out, who has plenty of talent and is one of the leaders of the division. And Abashiri set the pace on the rail that day and got run down by a very impressive closer. Charlie Appleby himself here to saddle her. She looks like she could have a lot of upside moving forward. Now, I should also point out that though she set the pace last time out, those European races are done differently and run differently. So while she may be forward, don't necessarily expect her to be on the front end coming here to America. But like what I see from her, coming out of that same race is the number 3 Kensington Lane coming in for Donica O'Brien. And Joel Rosario will have the mount in here. She was 5th in there as she broke running and was actually kind of pressing not too far from Abashiri in there before flattening. She's been sharp here in the paddock. She's been marching around throughout. She has much more of that kind of European, elegant, lighter frame type of build. As we've seen Donica's brother, Joseph O'Brien, have success coming over here to the Belmont Oaks and Derby as well. So welcome representative coming in, but she does seem to be a horse with more seasoning that has yet to maybe step forward into those Group or Grade 1 types of wins. But for some U.S.-based horses, let's check in with Maggie.
Acacia, after all, it is our 250th birthday here in America. I don't know, would it seem right, a British bred winning here in this Belmont Oaks? I do, however, like the horse coming to us from Kentucky. That is number 4, Faithful Departed, as she comes in off of a win in the Grade 3 Regret, in which she did have a perfect trip. She had a great stalking spot along the rail. She was patiently handled by Jose Ortiz, who is back aboard and looking to remain undefeated with her. But she really kicked on nicely. You know, you watch the visual of her winning that race, and you appreciate how she lengthened her stride. And I appreciate how this Grant Forrester trainee looks here in the paddock. She is big, solid, and she just looks a bit more developed than many of her other foes here today for this Belmont Oaks. She was also flattered by the fact that Tam Tam, who was the beaten favorite in that Regret, came back with a 93 buyer in winning the Tepin. You know, you could make the argument Tam Tam was the one with a less advantageous trip that day, but I really like what I'm seeing from Faithful Departed here in the paddock. As Chad Brown, he'll send out a few in here, including Just Aloof, as well as number 6, Fits Right, and she is a testament to the power of patience in this game, as she didn't show much in her 2-year-old season, and you know that hence the trips to Monmouth and the Meadowlands, and then you know she didn't run particularly well in the Chelsea Flower, but they gave her the winter off, they gave her time to develop, and boy, has she rewarded them. She is just so much more athletic now as a 3-year-old. She continues to progress and just get stronger overall, and she presents herself with so much confidence now in the prelims. So I like the way that she won that Grade 2 Wonder again, which is the local prep for this Belmont Oaks. We'll see if she can keep the winning streak alive, Lafitte, as she's looking for her 4th win of her 3-year-old season.
Locked in, razor sharp Maggie, Fits Right, but is she good enough to contend with the likes of Abashiri, the favorite for the Belmont Oaks? Coverage moving to FS1 like now. Part of what makes Saratoga so special, it's the best of the best. It's racing at the highest level. The first Grade 1 event of the season, 10 minutes out. Belmont Oaks next, Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 1. Happy 4th, everyone.
Nestled behind the gates of Hillendale Farm at Alapa, you can find a cabin-like 5,000 square foot home called the Treehouse. It's a new one-of-a-kind getaway destination located in the heart of horse country. The home offers hewn beams, flooring made from lumber harvested from Maker's Mark's original rickhouse. A room with vintage horse saddles, the collection includes one that belonged to the king of rock and roll himself, Elvis Presley. You can enjoy a drink or a meal on the back screened porch or one of 4 decks that overlook the tranquil Stoner Creek. Upon request, reservations can be purchased to experience an inside look of a working thoroughbred farm with a tour of Hillendale. The Treehouse now offers a unique place to stay on the grounds that house the famed Kentucky Stallion Station and Thoroughbred Nursery of Hillendale at Alapa.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making tradition. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including Champions National Treasure, Corniche, Abel Tasman, and recent Grade 1 winners Hope Road and Clicquot. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Monmouth Park summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Monmouth's 2026 season proudly features a low player-friendly 15% takeout on all daily doubles and pick threes. Play our new $3 late pick three and $5 late double. First race 2 p.m. Fridays, 12:50 p.m. weekends. Get in on the action at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America's Best Racing.net is a sport for you.
Fasig-Tipton's July Selected Horses of Racing Age. Since inception, this sale has produced 28% stakes horses and the earners of more than $110 million worldwide. Recent stars include Grade 1 winners Fort Washington and Nakatomi, plus multiple graded stakes winner Banishing. The can't-miss sale of the summer for horses ready to run. July Selected Horses of Racing Age, July 14th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
And they're off at Saratoga.
Happy 4th of July to all, and welcome to the celebration of opening weekend at Saratoga. And today's Suburban Antiquarian is ready for revenge after a narrow loss last year to Phileas Fogg. He enters as the one to beat this time around. It's been a dream year for jockey Jose Ortiz and trainer Cherie DeVoe after capturing 2/3 of this year's Triple Crown with Golden Tempo. They look to strike again with Remember Mamba in the Grade 1 Belmont Derby after his 3-race win streak came to an end at Keeneland last time out. It's all next on a special celebratory Saturday from Saratoga. Welcome to Saratoga Springs. For the first Saturday of this extended 46-day meet, you can feel the history here on a day like this. The 250th anniversary of our nation's independence. We're not far from here. American forces delivered a landmark victory that was considered the turning point in the American Revolution. Greg Wolf, champion jockey, Richard McLeori, champion handicapper, Jonathan Kinchin, and we have 2 Grade 1s to come on this latter half of the card of the first Saturday of the meet. The first coming up, 3-year-old fillies on the lawn at 1 1/8 in the Belmont Oaks, and 4 times we've seen European-trained fillies win this race. One of them right now is the 8-5 favorite.
Yeah, Abashiri with William Buick. Charlie Appleby is so good at identifying what horses he can bring here and their form will translate to American-style racing, and I really am a believer. He has just been remarkable at it.
I look at it a little bit like the World Cup, right? For so many years, we were kind of behind the 8 ball in terms of facing the Europeans in turf racing in soccer. But now in turf racing, it's the same thing. We were behind in turf racing. We've caught up a little bit, and we'll see if America can win coming up soon next week. But I do think that this Godolphin filly is vulnerable.
But we have closed the gap, haven't we?
Yeah.
I agree.
I think so.
Yep.
We will find out against Belgium, Monday night. Here's our post parade for the Grade 1 Belmont Oaks 1 1/8 on the turf. This is just aloof. Chad Brown, Manny Franco.
Manny Franco from the inside's got to protect that inside position. Phillies never run a bad race.
Todd Pletcher with Time to Dream, Rapoli Stable.
Some of the most impressive 2-year-old races last summer here. She hasn't really lived up to that quite yet.
Here's a Group 3 winner in Europe, Kensington Lane, although finished behind Abashiri last start.
Yeah, but only 3 lengths behind Abashiri and a big disparity in price.
Faithful Departed, Sorry JK went by off a Grade 3 win. Here's Storm's Wake.
Nice effort last time, closing in the regret behind Faithful Departed.
Chad Brown, Fits Right, she's won 3 in a row.
Her win last time was my most devastating 5 minutes last at Belmont. I just don't think she's good enough for these.
Group 1 place in Argentina, making her second states start. This is Carmen Sita.
Yeah, closed belatedly in her debut. Is going to have to step it up from that effort.
Abashiri, she's only started 3 times. She has faced some of the best in this division.
Absolutely. Strength of schedule is in her corner, but she's got some other horses here that I think could be improving.
And here's Imagination the Lady. We'll get back to Ultimate Love in a moment. This one, Brendan Walsh, Tyler Gaffley owned.
Yeah, she won on Kentucky Derby Day. She's a talented horse. She is one I think that can win this race as well.
And quickly, that 9, Ultimate Love, 20-1. This was the favorite in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf.
This filly's never run a bad race. She is way too big a price with the Hall of Famer Johnny Velasquez aboard for Mike Trombetta, who's been winning races for as long as I can remember.
So Faithful Departed JK going away from the Charlie Appleby Euro favorite
to this one. What'd you like with Faithful Departed?
I just like that her last race was at the 9 furlongs. She's accustomed to these types of races, this type of racetrack. And I just felt like her last performance was pretty darn good. She ran well. It was a fast race. I thought that once she got loose, got kind of away from the other horses, she really popped away from there. She had a nice turn of foot. She's just one at 7-2 that I think makes a lot of sense. I'm not cutting in line to try to beat this 8 horse by Charlie Appleby and Godolphin, but I do think there's some value with the 4 Faithful Departed.
Yeah, she is taking some money. 5-1 morning line, 7-2 currently. For more, let's go to Acacia Clement.
And I think a lot of us like Faithful Departed in this race, but to echo JK's sentiments, the fact that she has a win at the 1 1/8 distance I like. Also, to me, she is one of the more convincing physically at this distance with her size and her scope, and she had a lovely warm-up out there on the track under Jose Ortiz, really into the bridle, and she got sharper out on the track as well, really kind of stamping herself as a standout. As far as your favorite, the number 8, Abashiri, is concerned, coming in for Charlie Appleby, following the same protocols that all the Appleby horses do, and they really often take so well to American racing here. She's framed up very nicely on the track. I do like her much better than Kensington Lane, who was quite wound up in the preliminaries, but Abashiri seems to have taken everything in stride. She was forwardly placed last time. We'll see where she is today as we check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
And wow, Abashiri, she looks like a dressage horse out there on the racetrack. She will be tough. And if you weren't watching on FS2, I too like number 4 in here, Faithful Departed. Really liked her in the paddock and the win that she comes off of. But she has been defeated in the past by Imagination, the lady who does come in off of a win in the Grade 2 Edgewood. I honestly loved her that day, and I was not impressed with the victory. She just got up. I mean, she had a perfect trip. She tucked in neatly going into the first turn, sitting mid-pack. And, you know, she tipped out with Tyler Gaffalione, who's back aboard again today. And she, honestly, it felt like she hung a little bit. So I didn't love her in the paddock. I liked her a lot more on the racetrack. She's one of those horses that when she had the tack on, the rider on, she kind of grew and puffed herself up a bit. And I always find that's a good sign and usually an indication of a racehorse. But I think she's going to have to find a better effort than that Edgewood. But on the flip side of that coin, she does look incredibly fit and strong coming back off a bit of a break. Number 5, Storm's Wake, is going to hope for a little bit of hitting up front. And I don't necessarily know, while she did run well in the regret going this 1 1/8 distance, does that come to fruition going these longer distances? To me, she almost looks best at going a mile because she is smaller, she is compact, and she's built like that prototype that you often see for those very successful milers. However, I'm a big fan of Brian Lynch, and any horse that he brings over, I respect because they're all so well turned out and they're well spotted in the races that they appear here. She was wide on both turns last time out at Churchill in that regret behind Faithful Departed. So like I said, a little bit of a less advantageous trip than the winner. But again, I'm just not sold on this distance. We'll see if things play to her favor because, Greg, she is a generous price up there at 13-1.
Yeah, indeed. There's some very juicy prices in this field because of all the attention that Abashiri is taking in here. And Mig, when you talk about who Abashiri faced last time out, in Kensington Lane for that matter too, this was an Aidan O'Brien runner who he believes has the ability to get to the Arc de Triomphe and potentially beat the boys later this year in one of the best races on the planet.
Really? I mean, that's a big and bold statement. Really kind of light-framed filly here too. And Joel Rosario back in New York plying his trade. He moved his tack back out to California.
Can play all the action, including this late pick 5 that begins here at Naira Bets. Get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with SPA 200. Punch that in, and you are ready to go. 1.2 million plus in this late pick 5 pool. Obviously, JK, it looks like a lot of people potentially singling the 8, the Euro for Charlie Appleby here. Where else could you maybe single in this sequence?
I think Antiquarian's going to be very hard to beat. I do think there's some other horses in there, but if you're looking for a potential single, I'll give you a potential single for the rest of the sequence. I think that Antiquarian could be a single. I think in race 9, West End Kid, if I was forced to single. I think that horse is extremely talented. I think that's I think he is going to end up being a very, very special horse down the line. In race 10, if you're going to single, I'd single the 3 full screen. And in the last, if I was forced to single.
You think it's inside, outside?
I think it's inside, outside. There's nothing wrong with locking a race up. The 1 and the 11. I think the 11 silly season makes the most sense, but Morning Prayer down the inside for Tom Morley is live as well.
First of 2 Grade 1s on the lawn on this first Saturday of the Saratoga summer season. Abashiri, State's debut for Charlie Appleby, the 8, with William Buick, his go-to rider, invading, trying to get a 5th win by a European-trained filly in this prestigious event on the lawn. Let's send it upstairs on our Fox Sports 1 coverage to Frank Miramati for the call.
Imagination the Lady, the last one to load. They're in the gate, and they're off in the Belmont Oaks, and Abashiri was off a step slowly. Just Aloof is very quick, sprinting along through the opening furlong. Kensington Lane, though, is keen, and those two set a brisk early tempo, with Storm's Wake running third, now taking second. Time to Dream has settled off the pace, and after breaking last, Abashiri has flown by them all, and this is a very aggressive move into the first turn for Abashiri, who is 3 wide, and Kensington Lane along the inside turns that early bit away. So Kensington Lane wants to lead, has it. Abashiri is now in second, and Just Aloof is third. Storm's Wake fourth. That opening quarter clicked in 23 2/5 seconds. Ultimate Love is next. Racing on the outside of Fitzwright, who's towards the back of the field. Time to Dream is next. Carmencita second to last. And Faithful Departed is at the back. The half in 48 4. Long shot Kensington Lane takes them to the half-mile pole in the Belmont Oaks, with Abashiri a length and a half back second. Just Aloof in third. Imagination the Lady is fourth. Storm's Wake fifth, between rivals, 4 lengths off the lead. Then it's Ultimate Love on the outside of Fitzwright. Time to Dream splits that pair with Faithful Departed and Carmencita. 3/4 in 1:13 flat. Kensington Lane goes for home now with a 3-length lead. Imagination the Lady on the outside. Down at the rail comes Just Aloof, and that early move was just too much for Abashiri. She's plummeting to the back of the field as Faithful Departed is on the scene into second, and Storm's Wake third. It is Kensington Lane who just keeps on going and takes them all the way under Joel Rosario to win the Grade 1 Belmont Oaks. Faithful Departed was a solid second. Fitzwright picked it up late for third. Kensington
Lane, another European filly for the son of one of the best trainers to ever do it, Aidan O'Brien. Donica O'Brien won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf this past year with a 25-1 upset. Now pulls off a huge upset here in the Belmont Oaks.
She just was always traveling. Broke cleanly, went to the lead under Joel Rosario, ran up into his hands. And when she got as settled and as comfortable as she is, Jonathan, you knew he was going to have a lot of horse to finish with. She was just decidedly best. Complete opposite experience for your favorite, number 8, Abashiri, who broke slow and was extremely rank.
She did all the running, Wolfie.
Let's go back to the start. Keep your eyes on the 8 here, Abashiri. Obviously, things went badly wrong from the outset.
Yeah, she just didn't break very well, kind of almost sat down a bit. Now she kind of gets out in the clear, and she just flat runs away with William Buick. And there's nothing a rider can do when a 1,000-pound animal really wants to go. And you can see she went from last to head and head for the lead by the first turn. You can see her shaking her head about, and she's just out of control, running off. You knew her race was over in the first quarter of a mile, Jonathan.
Yeah, that was a textbook Joel Rosario when he finds himself forward. But sometimes he doesn't find himself there, but when he does, he's so dangerous. I mean, he let this horse pop away from there, let her get comfortable. He had middle moves at him left and right. And then look at him here. He's just still sitting chilly.
Yeah, just hands, letting the reins kind of slap her on the neck a little bit, and then she just kept finding. This was a powerful performance by this filly.
He never used a crop.
Nope. No. One thing about Joel, when he's on the lead, he's very tough to get by, but he's a little like Ricky Bobby. He's either first or he's last. You don't see him in the middle a lot.
The plan for Kensington Lane will remain in the U.S., by the way. Going to go to the barn of Phil D'Amato in California. Looking at the Del Mar Oaks down the road is another goal. Pretty good start to getting acclimated here in the U.S. as we look from overhead.
Just a light frame filly, but boy, she was sprightly over this ground. She just looked like a little deer the way she ran over the top of the ground.
Well, it's, we talked about the comparison to U.S. soccer versus the world. I think one thing that's different about soccer that we have here in this country is that European horses sometimes want the firm ground that we have that they can't often get there.
Right.
She's probably never stepped foot on ground as firm as she felt today, and she seemed to love it a lot.
Yeah, I think they found out something today. She wants to hear her feet rattle a little bit.
And then she's going to go out west of California. It's going to get even firmer out there.
Indeed. How about this? Leads every step of the way. 147-3 final time for this mile and an eighth. Kensington Lane, Faithful Departed, Fits Right, and then Storm's Wake. 3, 4, 6, 5 to round out your top four, but really it seemed like it was never in question here.
No, again, when she got as comfortable, it was a tale of two trips there, right? You're watching the favorite, Abashiri, from England as well, rank, running off, fighting with the rider, and Kensington Lane was just as amenable to Joel Rosario's commands as a horse could possibly be, and finished the last furlong in just a bit over 11 seconds. How do you catch a horse that's finishing that fast?
Joel Rosario, he was an Eclipse Award winner a few years back, had the year of his career. Recently left New York, comes back here for a big one. Let's check in with Maggie Wolfadell with Joel.
Joel, what a masterclass ride you just put on here with Kensington. And she just relaxed so beautifully in your hands. Was that the plan to go to the lead?
I mean, they told me she got some speed and overheard, but, maybe if we're there, it's okay. I don't have to be there. But, it looked like I wasn't there for one time, and then somebody came and challenged it, and then, they took back again. Then I decided just to go, and then, she looked really happy up there.
She was so happy. You never had to use the crop on her at all. She responded beautifully to American racing, being this is her first start here in the States.
Yeah, she is. She really have a good celebration with her, so that was very good.
Joel, it's good to see you back here at Saratoga. How's it feel to be back?
Oh, amazing. Just, a lot of memory here, and just it's nice to be here. That's a race to be. That's a place to be.
Especially when you're winning grade ones. Congratulations, Joel. Greg?
Joel Rosario, as you mentioned on the lead, incredibly dangerous, but there is no cooler, calmer jockey probably in the game than him.
No, and listen, obviously his career kind of took a little bit of a downward turn. It seemed to me like maybe he was riding in a little bit of funk. Now a win like this will bring any rider out of any kind of a funk.
I think a lot of people will say, I've heard from just, people, whether it be a horseman or horse players, I don't think anyone argues with his talent.
No.
And I think some might say he's one of the most talented riders that there is. So good to see him back here winning big races.
Winner's Circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton July Selected Yearling Sale and July Selected Horses of Racing Age Sale, both on July 14th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be? Fireworks indeed to start off this late pick 5 on the 4th of July. Kensington Lane, Donica O'Brien, son of the great Aidan O'Brien, with another big one here coming stateside with Kensington Lane, who picks up the 3rd win of her career. And again, the plan for this filly to go to California, to the barn of Phil D'Amato, and the Del Mar Oaks looks like the potential next goal, and then some bigger targets maybe beyond that.
Well, the way she ran today, you got to respect this filly. To come home the last furlong in 11 1/5 under minimal pressure, I'm very impressed with what I saw.
Should be very hard to beat in California on even more firm ground than she got here today.
And again, Abashiri, we'd love to see with a fair shot. Just not her day, didn't get out good, rushed up kind of rank, and race was over early on.
Yeah, it was her rankness that really cost her. If she had broken slow and settled, that would have been a much better scenario.
Let's go back to Acacia.
I'm very happy to be here with Phil Shelton and Medallion Racing as Kensington Lane gets her big one, and that decisive move to go to the lead really seemed to make a lot of difference.
Yeah, I think, typically these Euros, they don't break great. They're taken back, but we told Joelle before, we said, hey, she's got a high cruising speed. In Europe, she breaks great. We said, we think the race doesn't have a lot of speed. We expect her to be forward. And I just told him, I said, if she ends up on the lead, that's fine. We're comfortable with that. So he gave her a masterclass ride, and I didn't have to sweat too hard down the lane, so it was nice.
Beautiful trip for sure, and I understand the plan is for her to go to California. With speed like that, that should suit California quite well.
Yeah, I think we'll have to, our whole goal all year was to get a grade 1 win. Now that we've got that, I think we'll have to talk to the partners and see. Maybe she could end up back in Europe, could end up in Del Mar, so we'll have to see. But it was a great win today, and these are the problems we hope to have.
Good problem indeed. Group 3 winner in Europe, now a grade 1 winner in America. This is what you dream for, right?
Yeah, we're just very fortunate to have a lot of partners that put their trust in us to try to get them horses at this level. And, a grade 1 win on 4th of July at Saratoga doesn't get much better than that.
Congratulations to the whole team.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia.
Greg?
Well, success here. A little earlier grade 1 probably than planned, and now the plan's up in the air.
Philip told me, I'm going to throw him under the bus. I don't care. He told me upstairs, I saw him earlier today, and he said that his partners had some flight troubles. And his wife told him, if your partners aren't there and you go to Saratoga, you're in big trouble. He's in big trouble.
$48.66 winner to start off the late pick 5. That pick 5 ending here. The beginner race 3. Pretty big one as well, as we see Antiquarian as we get set for the grade 2 Suburban at 1.25 miles. Coming up next, Antiquarian morning line favorite for Todd Pletcher. John Velasquez, the old Hall of Fame team back together again.
Got the band back together.
Take a look at the field that will line up in the Suburban, presented by Suburban Life. And Antiquarian in this race last year, JK narrowly defeated by Phileas Fogg. How in the world is he 15-1?
Yeah, he's not quite the same horse. I think maybe the last time was the time, or that time was the time. I'll say this about Antiquarian. I feel like he's probably like the 8th, 9th, 10th best dirt horse in this country. The good news for him today is the top 7 or 8 aren't in here. I think he's going to be very tough to beat.
We'll have the rematch between the top 2 finishers from this race last year. Ford Steele, interesting invader for Saffie Joseph Jr. Try and use his speed coming in from a big win out on the West Coast at Santa Anita. Very good field in this grade 2 Suburban ahead, which we'll flip the script to here coming up in just a moment. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. So Suburban and the Grade 1 Belmont Derby boys get their turn. That is in race 9, where we have a Euro field to that one as well. Pacific Avenue, Charlie Appleby, Title Roll for Simon and Ed Crisford. 2 of the main players in that spot. And we have coverage from Los Alamitos. As you see, the big one, the Great Lady M, and Sweet Azteca, the long-awaited return, one of the top female sprinters in the country, back in action. Let's check in with our crew out on the West Coast. Todd Trupp, Simon Bray, Michelle Yu, and Mike Joyce.
Greg and everyone watching on Fox Sports 1, welcome to Cypress, California at historic Los Alamitos Racecourse. I'm Todd Trupp, as you mentioned. Very pleased to be with Simon Bray and Michelle Yu. A 9-race card on this 4th of July, and our feature is race number 8, the Grade 2 Great Lady M. And in this race, maybe one of the most talented horses you'll see all day on this program. Her name is Sweet Azteca. Simon, she has won this race the 2 previous years, and each time she set the track record. The defining race in this division is the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. She has not gotten that race just yet, but she is a horse that if she ever gets there, she could be the one to beat.
No question about it. Third time might be the charm to get there. She's been besieged by a lot of foot issues, so she's had a stutter-start campaign. She's coming off an 11-month layoff this afternoon to try and win this race for the 3rd consecutive time. Last year off a 9-month layoff, the year before that off a 4-month layoff. So she can do it, Todd. The difference is she's had a very abbreviated workout campaign coming in. She only has 5 workouts. Last year, she had 11 works. She was scheduled to race on June 1st. She missed that race. She had a couple more works. So fitness could be the issue here this afternoon for her. She gets a new rider as well, Armando Ayuso, replacing Juan Hernandez, who is on the sidelines for a minor riding infraction at Royal Ascot. He's suspended for a couple of days.
Michelle, as they like to say out here, it pays to be Calbred, and it is a Calbred who seems to be the main competition for Sweet Azteca today. Grand Slam Smile. She's on the precipice of becoming a millionaire.
Yeah, she runs first, second, or third. She'll be Racing's newest millionaire, and, she's got recency on her side. All she has done is win 3 races this year out of her 5 starts. She wins like a Calbred does, Todd. Turf, dirt, long, short, you lay it out there and she wins it. I love the fact that she's running against Open Company. She's won a race here at Los Alamitos, and she's going to get a turn back in distance. I think a beautiful trip as well.
So happy you're with us. A race not to be missed. Race number 8 on the card here at Los Alamitos, the Great Lady M featuring Sweet Azteca. We have some time until then. Race 2 is in the paddock just 9 minutes away, but we return to the outstanding action on Saratoga Live at Saratoga Racecourse. Once again, Greg Wolf.
Todd, Simon, Michelle, thank you. Rematch coming up in the Suburban. Antiquarian came up on the short side last year. Again, Donald Little's Centennial Farms. Exact a little revenge when we come back.
Can wait no more. 3/4, 111-3. Lion Lake attack and fits right. Angles out for the drive behind them. Kind of a stubborn Lion Lake.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and graded stakes horses.
Good afternoon, everyone.
2:30 is our next
Field
hit.
coming out. Race number 2. 1,
Yeah?
2, 3,
Okay, good. I'm gonna
4,
go upstairs
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
And Phileas Fogg saying, catch me if you can. Antiquarian is suddenly 4 lengths back in second, and Locked is down at the rail. Mid-stretch, Phileas Fogg in complete control. Antiquarian 4 lengths back. Then it's Locked and Ben Duke. They're coming to the 16th pole, and Phileas Fogg still full of run. And Phileas Fogg by 2. Antiquarian trying so hard, and it's going to get close. Phileas Fogg, Antiquarian, here's the line. Phileas Fogg held on by the narrowest of margins.
That was in this race last year. Breakthrough win for trainer Gustavo Rodriguez. First graded stakes win of his career. Phileas Fogg, gritty win, proving he loves a 1.25 miles. And as for Antiquarian, who just missed, he would come back and win the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup out of this performance.
Yeah, Antiquarian, I like the way Jonathan explained that. He's about the 8th or 9th best older horse in the country, and there's a lot of pace in this race.
Love of horse racing inspired former polo player Donald Little to gather a few friends and chase a dream. Decades later, that dream has become a legacy. Now in its 3rd generation of ownership, Centennial Farms, who owns this one here, Antiquarian, continues to shape the sport and find its way to the winner's circle.
I think today the best place to start is Centennial Farms history itself. Tell me a little bit about the beginning. And I know it really goes back to your dad and the legacy that he created.
Dad at the farm in Ipswich, Massachusetts, had a thoroughbred when he was 16 years old. He went to start it at Great Barrington Fair in Massachusetts. They ran the filly, the gates opened, filly took a right turn, dumped the jockey, and went over the fence. So that was Dad's beginning in racing. And as the years went on, he realized that the sport he loved was very capital intensive. So he was in Aiken playing polo and said to a veterinarian, Dr. Stephen Carr, who works with us now, is selecting the horses and the manager, to go to one of the Belmont Horses of Racing Age sales. And Dad got a couple of his Wall Street buddies, and it started that way in 1982. And here we are 44 years later.
It is, of course, America's 250th anniversary, and it kind of brings me back to the name Centennial. What is the history in that?
In Hamilton, where Myopia is, there was an old barn. There was a sign up on it that said Centennial Farm. And he sort of looked at it. He said, well, I think I'll rent this place, and that name, I'll just keep it. This looks pretty neat.
Tell me a little bit about the farm in Virginia.
It's about a half a mile from the Middleburg Training Center. They can walk up and down the hills. They see deer, they see fox. So mentally, it's great for them.
I want to go back to the polo side of things because it has become a really big piece of Centennial with a lot of the partners having that involvement.
Polo and racing have a long history going back to the Whitneys, the Vanderbilts, August Belmont. Belmont Park was named after Peter Brandt, Will Ferris, Jack Oxley, and it's been focused on the horse, the actual equine thoroughbred athlete. Still today, Centennial's been very involved in the National Polo Center in Wellington to educate them on racing. And we've been able to cultivate new business and new clients and to get them involved in racing, and it's been great.
In Colonial Affair, Julie Crone, the first woman to win the Belmont. She wins by 2.
There have been many really exceptional horses. Were there some that really stuck out in your mind growing up that you saw your dad campaigning?
Yeah, well, the first Grade 1 winner was Aptostock. We actually were first and second in the Acorn that year. And then we had a filly by the name of Silent Account that won the Alcibiades, and then she ran in the only Breeders' Cup that was at Aqueduct. Rubiano was sensational. He was Eclipse Award winner in '92. King Cougat was a turf master. It's actually been 15 stallions we've placed over the years.
And that does include Antiquarian.
It's always great having the old guys come back every year. And Effort in the Westchester was spectacular, I thought. It's been a great go. I'm proud to say that my son Donald III has joined the team. So we'll go to Generation 3 and we'll keep the ball rolling.
And there is Centennial Farms Antiquarian, the 8-5 current favorite, the 7 Grade 1 winner of the Jockey Club Gold Cup, who again just missed in this race last year, trying to run down Phileas Fogg, and just missed one of 3 millionaires in this Grade 2 Suburban as we go to Maggie Wolfendale.
And Greg, Donald Little Jr. and Donald Little III really instrumental in their philanthropic ventures, as well as they are a big part of the Belmont Child Care Association, as well as the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation. So well done to them. And if you want a little bit of, a rooting interest, it would be Antiquarian in here, especially with that piece we just saw with Acacia. And I think he has a serious shot at taking down this Suburban. I did question, Todd bringing him back at a mile in that Westchester, but mind you, it was a small field that day, but he really ran well, and he was so sharp going into that race. However, I do feel as though he is a better horse with a little bit more ground to cover. So he's getting back out to this distance of 1.25 miles, where we know he can be successful. And as Todd has said, that's not really the way that we want him ridden, referring to his performance in the Met Mile last time, where, yes, we were dealing with a track that was very kind to speed and inside runners, and Johnny was very aggressive with him. He doesn't want to be ridden that way. He wants to have a target. I do think he is a stronger version of himself now as a 5-year-old, and probably a bit of a sharper version of himself with that, natural full maturity age. So I like Antiquarian here. I think he should be handy, but I do think we'll see him ridden with a horse, out in front of him as a target. As we'll move on to one of two Bill Mott horses and people wanting the hunch play for the day, it's definitely number 9, Stars and Stripes, as he comes off of a 2-race win streak. And what I noticed with his win in the Ben Ali there at Keeneland is that Luis Saez had to stay after him the entire way. I think he is a horse that benefits from an aggressive rider to just keep on top of him, keep niggling him to really get the best out of him. And he is truly that grinding type where he really wants this type of distance, as this is the furthest we'll have seen him run in his career so far. Junior Alvarado does climb aboard and take over for Luis Saez, who is serving a suspension at the moment, but I hope that Junior can be aggressive with this horse and just keeping him engaged. On the other side of that, the last time I saw him was in the Dwyer, and he did not run particularly well on that occasion. He didn't look all the way fit. He didn't look nearly as good as what he does today. This horse has really taken a step forward here as a 4-year-old. We'll see if he can keep his win streak alive. Greg?
What a hunch play that would be on the 250th anniversary of our nation's independence. Stars and Stripes Bill Mott says he believes the mile and a quarter is going to be perfect for him. He wanted a mile and 3/16 at Keeneland last time out. He comes in off back-to-back wins.
Yeah, and I really echo what Maggie just said, because watching him at Oaklawn, he just looked like a bigger, stronger version of himself, got a lot stronger behind, and now he's put back-to-back really big runs, and he gets Junior Alvarado, Bill Mott's go-to rider.
His 2 races last summer I thought were sensational, right? I mean, the race at Aqueduct, the race here at Saratoga as well, and he was allowed to grow up a little bit. He ran well last time. He got a fast number. To me, he's the kind of horse that could have a coming out party here. The rest of them, I think we kind of know who they are. I think he is one that could, have that big race and then be one that you're very excited about seeing running in the Whitney. He could be a wise guy horse going forward. The rest of them, I think we know who they are.
Meanwhile, Forge Steel, there is back-to-back reigning Eclipse Award-winning jockey Flavian Pratt on a horse that loves to be forward. He went gate to wire in this race, the Grade 2 Gold Cup at Santa Anita at a mile and a quarter in his most recent start, JK.
He was sensational in here. Look, I mean, you win at a mile and a quarter. I don't think he was beating the world's best, but he stopped the clock in a fast fashion. He got a fast speed figure that day. And when a horse wins at a mile and a quarter with a fast speed figure and they run in a mile and a quarter race, there has to be a bit of respect there.
And whether the competition was good or not, he was pretty darn far ahead of him, 9.5 lengths.
And he set legitimate fractions. He ran fast early, but that could be his undoing because there's speed in here.
Let's go to Acacia.
I'm very happy to be joined by trainer Bill Mott, who sends out a couple in here. And Bill, let's start with Parchment Party. From Australia to Oaklawn, Churchill, back to New York. He's been well traveled.
Yeah, he is. He's a really nice horse, great horse. We tried the turf with him in Australia, and obviously he doesn't, he's not a turf horse. He's much better on the dirt. And he's come back here, and he's been, a couple wins here since we brought him back, and he's in good form. The 10 furlongs here is a little short for him, believe it or not. I mean, usually we think 10 furlongs are the classic distance in America, but for him, he's probably a little better at a mile and a half, mile and 3/4, but we're going to give it our best go here.
If there was ever a hunch bet on 4th of July, it's your other horse, Stars and Stripes. He showed last time with the win at a mile and 3/16 he can handle going longer.
He can. I mean, I believe he'd won previously at 9 furlongs. And I think that's what he wants. I think that's in his wheelhouse, and he's doing very well coming off a big race. I think stepping up, I think there's some nice horses in here, but we'll see what he's got. And what a patriotic play on the 4th of July.
Absolutely. Thanks for the time, Bill. Good luck.
Okay, bye.
Greg?
We'll see those two from Bill Mott in a moment. Here's Yo Daddy, Linda Rice, Ricardo Santana Jr.
Well, his best effort ever was in the Excelsior at the distance. Feels like he's going to have to step up a little with some of these.
And here's Mott's Parchment Party. And yeah, a horse that actually likes to go longer than a mile and a quarter.
Yeah, I think he wants longer. But both of Mott's horses are hunch placed today, right? So horses by constitution, so yeah, works out.
Tastic, he was in last year's Kentucky Derby. No impact, but he seems to be coming back around.
I'm very interested in this horse. I feel like those turf races have dirtied up his form, and getting back to the dirt, I'm interested in him.
Phileas Fogg won this race last year.
He needs to get loose to win it again.
Antiquarian, Grade 1 win out of that narrow defeat in the Suburban.
Got a 108 buyer figure right here on this race course at the distance.
Former Dubai World Cup winner, and that was quite a shock back in 2025 hit show.
If he keeps creeping up in price, he's a play. He's an optional play. I just don't like him at a short price.
Here's the improving Bill Mott runner. Just had that win at Keeneland at a mile and 3/16, Stars and Stripes.
And by not this time, his horses tend to improve. He's very interesting.
Brendan Walsh, Tyler Gaffleone, Original Sin.
Yeah, Original Sin. He won the race last time at Churchill Downs. I just worry he's in deeper waters than he was then.
That was the Grade 3 Blame Me Beat hit show. And then Obstacle, Paulo Lobo, terrific trainer, States debut.
He is as good a horseman as I've ever been around, and him bringing this horse here speaks of a lot of confidence. And we just saw Joel Rosario take down the Belmont Oaks at 23-1.
There are 2 millionaires in this race, and there's a millionaire 9 times over hit show. This one here, the Dubai World Cup went a long way, JK, into helping that bankroll. How far off is he from his best races?
Yeah, I mean, don't let the money deceive you. When you win a race in the Middle East, you're typically going to have a nice bankroll, and he does that. You know, he's just a little inconsistent for me in terms of how he typically shows up and runs. There's certain races where he runs really well. I think if you look to his past performances, he's probably a little bit better when he has Lasix than when he doesn't. He does have some races that he's won without it. Look, I think that he is a 6-1 shot. And if you agree, then you certainly could have a wager on him at 6-1. I don't love him. I don't hate him. I just think he's a 6-1 shot.
Narrow second to Magnitude in the last start of his 5-year-old campaign. Magnitude obviously just won the Stephen Foster, beat Sovereignty in the process, Dubai World Cup winner. And here's a little AI help for wagering. Suggested place 7-9 daily double with 6-9-10 in the next race. And of course, wager recommendations entirely algorithmic, driven by value. Bet recommendations generated when the model identifies pricing inefficiencies, essentially finding patterns where the public is mispriced a horse's actual probability of success in a race.
That, what you just said, is the way, is a way to be successful in this game, right? Is to find value where others are making mistakes. And looking at this just from a raw play standpoint, 7-9 with 6-9-10, checks out. I like the 7 here, I like the 9 here. Turning the page to the next race, the 6, the 9, the 10, they make sense. And this AI wager suggesting that there's some value at this play.
Last year's winner, though, not tempting for you, Phileas Fogg, the 6 and 7-1.
No, I think he's a circumstantial type. You know, I'm not certainly don't want to take anything away from him. I just think that he's circumstantial, and I think that the circumstances to line up like they did last time for him today, at the price that he is there's other horses I'd rather bet.
Let's get more on hit show. Go back to Maggie.
Yeah, it's an interesting disparity on the board right now between the two horses that come out of that Grade 3 Blame, and that, yes, Hit Show is the more accomplished one, and he did have a more troubled trip in the Blame, you know, as opposed to Original Sin. But Original Sin is sitting up there at 20-1, and by the way, as I plan to talk about Hit Show, Original Sin looks amazing out there as he's just in front of Hit Show there as they had to post. But Hit Show is a horse that, like I said, he had trouble. He had to wait, and he had to just kind of eat it for half of the stretch until he was able to literally take back around horses and get outside, and he was closing well in the end. I heed the fact that JK brought up the Lasix factor, which I do think it plays a part, and sometimes he just doesn't look that great. Today, however, he does. I like what I'm seeing from Hit Show on this particular occasion. I know that Brad Cox felt as though it was a good race for him in that blame to come back in. He showed him what he wanted to see, considering the layoff dating back to the Dubai World Cup. So, Hit Show, if you like him at 7-1, I would not be scared in taking him, as we'll move on to a horse that coming in off of a win, and that's number 5, Tistastic, who Richie has selected in here. And watching that last race, he looked like a horse that should love getting more ground. And look at his best performance to date. It was the longest he'd gone on the dirt, which was in the Grade 2 Louisiana Derby, and he won. So he truly is built like a horse that wants this 1.25 mile type of distance. By all accounts, Steve is pleased with how he's doing heading into this race, because he also said in the DRF article about the Suburban that he was concerned that he lost his desire. It was good to see him show up and put in that effort, and maybe he's woken him back up. And at 11-1, I can see taking a gamble on this horse for this outfit in this Suburban. Guys?
Yeah, so Tistastic at 11-1. Mig, you went with this one. And Steve Asmussen also said the last work from this horse, the best work he's ever seen from him.
Yeah, I think he's training spectacularly. I was able to see him work here. And I think even though he won at Kentucky Downs on turf, maybe it was just Kentucky Downs. It's a different kind of course. His other turf races are not that good, but getting back to dirt, you saw a better version of him. And I like horses that form gets dirtied up like that. And yes, he has to step up. But at 11-1, I'm willing to take that chance that he'll step up a little bit.
First dirt start back of his 4-year-old campaign. Again, a horse who was on the Derby trail, ran in the Derby, and now gets to build off that. Let's go back to Acacia.
I did land on the favorite in Antiquarian in here. I actually picked him in this race last year, so wanted to give him another chance coming back in this spot. I think looking at him covering the Met Mile last time, it seemed to me like he's a horse that just needs the extra distance to get his feet underneath of him. And as far as Hit Show's concerned, I saw him training all winter down at Payson Park. This is the best that I've seen this horse look in a while. Let's see if he can get back on track, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Grade 2 Suburban on our first Saturday of this extended Saratoga season here on the 4th of July. The favorite, Antiquarian. You saw the piece on Donald Little Jr., Centennial Farms, trying to exact a little revenge in this race after that narrow miss last year against the 6 Phileas Fogg, who's looking to go back-to-back. We send it upstairs on our Fox Sports 1 coverage to Frank Miramati.
All right, Greg, there's Stars and Stripes taking up his spot. Original Sin for Calumet Farm. And the last one to load is Obstacle. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Suburban, presented by Suburban Life, and the favorite Antiquarian stumbled at the start. Phileas Fogg began swiftly and goes straight to the front. Ford Steele will concede the early pace, and Yo Daddy comes away in third. Classicist is fourth in the early going, and Stars and Stripes racing in between horses has 4 lengths to make up as they enter the clubhouse turn. Hit Show is down on the inside. A 4-wide Obstacle has about 8 lengths to make up. Antiquarian and Tistastic are next. And at the back of the field, Original Sin, Parchment Party is the trailer. 23-4 for Phileas Fogg, looking to repeat, and he has the lead to himself. Yo Daddy moves into second. Ford Steele will track from along the rail in third. Then comes Classicist in fourth. Hit Show advancing through a half that went in 48 and just under 3/5 of a second. Stars and Stripes with the yellow cap is on the outside of Antiquarian. They're followed by Tistastic. Original Sin is next. The 2 trailers, Obstacle and Parchment Party, continues at the back with a half mile to go in this Suburban. And it's still Phileas Fogg in control. He's widened to be in front 2.5 lengths. Yo Daddy called on 3/4 in 1:12 and 2. Ford Steele is in third. Stars and Stripes trying to make a bid while covering a lot of ground on the outside, but he puts his head into fourth. Hit Show is down at the rail. Classicist, Antiquarian in between those two as they reach the top of the stretch, and Phileas Fogg is the one to catch. Forge Steel will angle out and try to run him down, but Phileas Fogg still full of run in mid-stretch, and he's widened. It's now 5, it's now 6, and it's lights out in the Suburban for Phileas Fogg under Kendrick Carmouche, widening with every stride. A one-horse race. Phileas Fogg wins by more than 10 lengths. Hit Show was second, Testastic third, Antiquarian was fourth.
No doubt about it. Victory back-to-back Phileas Fogg in the Grade 2 Suburban.
And when he was able to make the lead as easy as he did, that's his game. And just what you said, you know, it's a situational type of horse. He got the situation that makes him show his best, Jonathan. And the key was when he took the track away from Forge Steel inside of him, he got to control the race.
Got to the front. Sometimes they think, the horses that are going longer distances, you want to try to save energy. But one thing Kendrick understands is that this horse has a weapon. His weapon is his cruising speed. His weapon is getting confident and getting bold on the front end. And Kendrick put him there. He got confident. And next thing you know, Kendrick's standing up in the irons. A little light celebration as they cross the wire.
I know Mig not a huge fan of that.
No, I'm not. I think you keep your horse balanced, keep your hands on the reins, but you can understand the excitement level involved.
Pretty huge victory from this horse, and yeah, I think it's proven now. We thought going in anyway, 1.25 miles, he is absolutely at his best.
He's at his best, and when he gets to make the lead like that, and look at how Kendrick doled out the fractions. Basically 12 seconds, give or take a fifth every furlong.
Keep your eyes on the 7, Antiquarian, the favorite here as we open the gates.
Yeah, he kind of broke and lost his footing and stumbled for about 2 or 3 strides before he got up, and it cost him any chance at position. It really took him out of the game completely.
Tough break for the favorite. Meanwhile, red cap, blue silks, and a look at Hit Show on the backstretch.
Yeah, you saw Manny Franco take a peek to his inside, make sure he know it out. He was looking to get out. Johnny Velasquez and Antiquarian had kind of knocked him back in behind horses. Now they're going to come together a little bit. He's got a handful of horse, but you see Johnny's not giving him any inch, and Manny's looking for a place to go. And contact like that can't help horse. I think, listen, he finished second anyway. He wasn't going to beat Phileas Fogg.
Bumped on both sides.
Yeah, and there was some bumping going on previous to that. So there was significant contact down the backstretch. Testastic rallied on for third, just third best.
What an effort from Phileas Fogg, back-to-back here in the Suburban. Again, a breakthrough win last year for trainer Gustavo Rodriguez, his first ever graded stakes win. He does it again as we go to Acacia.
And here with Gus, I know this horse is special to you. Gave you your first graded stakes win last year. Comes back and defends his title. How impressive was that?
It was, I didn't expect the way he ran today. I didn't expect that. I was just, hoping, I was just hoping to see him run good, to win. And the way he did it, oh my God. Very, very impressive today.
What does this horse mean to you?
I got no words. It means everything.
You've done a tremendous job with him. Enjoy it.
Thank you, Acacia. Thank you very much.
Well done.
Gustavo Rodriguez, emotional, deservedly so. This is horse racing's newest millionaire, Phileas Fogg. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with Kendrick Carmouche. And Kendrick, the irony is that you're technically on suspension, but because this is a stake race, you can ride it. But you're on suspension because of this horse. Kendrick, this has to feel so validating.
I mean, listen, Gustavo done such a good job with this horse this winter. We saw he wasn't handling those tracks this winter. It was a little too deep for him. He freshened him up. We got him going again. I went work him a couple times, and man, he was eating again. He was shining again. And I said, why we can't do it 2 years in a row? He said, we can do it, Kendrick. I said, let's get it, baby.
You took no prisoners from this start. You got out there at a fairly quick pace, but he just looked so comfortable in doing it.
Not one part this horse was uncomfortable. He had his ears up the whole time.
probably right at the 4.5. He heard a couple horses coming. He said, let me go a little, then reach and grab me again. And, man, Gustavo had this horse right, man. I just want to say congratulations to him and the owners. These small trainers don't get these big horses like every day, but whenever they get one, they know how to win with them.
And Kendrick, you've done a tremendous job in riding him and executing the plan. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Maggie.
Greg?
And yeah, as Maggie said, quite ironic. 5-day suspension to start this meet for Kendrick Carmouche, but allowed to ride here because it is a graded stake. And this horse is the reason for that suspension that came in the Jockey Club Gold Cup at the end of last year's meet.
There's several riders that have to take their suspensions from last year this meet. They're not letting them drop it like they used to after the meet and take it at a quieter time. And I think that stewards are doing the right thing, setting that precedent. You don't want them to work the system that much, but nice for him to get rewarded with this. And congratulations to racing's newest millionaire, Phileas Fogg.
We got to rethink this older horse division now after this performance, JK?
We'll have to see how the figure comes back. I hate to be, on the fence like that. I still think he has a lot to find to get with the big boys. But there's nothing wrong with what he did today, and it's definitely going in the right direction for him.
Indeed, at 8-1 on the horse who had won it last year. Goes back-to-back, 6, 8, 5, 7. Gustavo Rodriguez, Jupiter Stable, Kendrick Carmouche in the Grade 2 Suburban. Here on our 4th of July coverage from Saratoga. What a year it's been. Cherie DeVaux, Jose Ortiz, Golden Tempo, the Derby, the Belmont Stakes, and now a chance to win the Belmont Derby on the lawn with Remember Mamba, who'd started his career winning 3 in a row before finally being beat in his last start at Churchill Downs. That's next.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Coming, Explora's down toward the rail, but it's always a runner. She's going to do it, and the Kentucky Oaks, always a runner. She's all the runners on top of the world.
Get your ticket to the longest season in Saratoga history. Season tickets and season passes are on sale now for 46 days of action at Saratoga beginning Friday, July 3rd. Lock in your summer plans at Nyra.com/Saratoga.
The official Saratoga Barstool Sports Collection is here. Check out the hottest styles of the summer. Shop this limited drop before it's gone. Get yours at shop.nyra.com.
Standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, top young stallion Solomini, a Grade 1 son of Curlin and sire of 2026 graded placed New York Stakes winner National Identity.
Inside the final furlong, National Identity. Acoustic Ave is making up some ground. National Identity is almost home. Acoustic Ave second. National Identity wins the Safe Florida Sandy.
Solomini, standing for $7,500 in 2026 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
You're watching Saratoga Live on 4th of July weekend here on FS1. It's brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, such a beautiful part of the country up here in the Adirondacks foothills. And we have had back-to-back major upsets where we've had the favorite in each of these last 2 races, graded stakes, by the way, not get out of the gate, and that's helped lead to 2 massive upsets here.
Yeah, certainly couldn't have aided Antiquarian's cause the way he stumbled leaving the gate. In the last race, the filly from Europe of Charlie Appleby's broke slowly, was ranked, just did everything wrong.
Phileas Fogg, huge performance in this race last year, but this one, again, we'll wait and see how fast, JK, it does come back. 2 on 1 and 3 for the mile and a quarter, but at 6 years old, it looks like Phileas Fogg potentially as good as he's ever been.
Absolutely. And look, it's a weapon. It's a weapon in these races to be able to be a type of horse that can go to the front, get comfortable on the front end. You're going to always kind of put other horses in a bind. The problem is the waters get deeper. He likely won't get comfortable on the front end having other talented horses running at him early. I mean, imagine a race with him and Magnitude in it. Magnitude looking him in the eye, it's likely not the same result for him.
So here's the top older contenders in the country right now. Forever Young, we know last year's Breeders' Cup Classic winner. We're going to see in the Jockey Club Gold Cup opening day, the brand new reimagined Belmont Park. Baeza just ran huge. Second in the Stephen Foster, beat by Magnitude, who's up there now, top of the list with a Dubai World Cup and that Stephen Foster. You have the reigning Horse of the Year Sovereignty, who will make his third start back. We're waiting to see when, but we still expect him to be right up there. White Barrio beat Sovereignty and Journalism in that Oakland handicap, and I think we're missing a horse on there, a horse we just saw win this race.
Toss him on there.
Oh, he threw his hat in the ring for sure with that effort, but I agree with Jonathan. When he gets an easy lead like this, and I anticipated more pace on in here, but when he was able to take the racetrack and the position away from Forged Steel, that was the key to the race, because then he had the run of the race and he got so comfortable and confident.
Yep.
Grade 1 Belmont Derby. Boys get their turn coming up. It is our ABR race of the week. It is a good one. $750,000 purse, mile and an eighth on the lawn. And look at this. Cherie DeVoe, Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winning trainer of Golden Tempo. Her pilot, Jose Ortiz, even money on Remember Mambo, won the first 3 starts of his career, Mig, before he was beat in his last start.
He's never run badly, but Cherie DeVoe is 2 for 37 in graded stakes on the turf in New York.
Early wagering, right? This is going to change.
Yeah, well, if you look at the pick 5 Will pays right there, I'm looking out on the board, $6,000 as the favorite to the 3, so maybe it doesn't change much. I think we might see the second version of Rhetorical. Very talented, forwardly placed type, same trainer in Will Walden and West End Kid.
West End Kid, he has put together 3 wins in a row. Graded stakes win, Pennine Ridge, last time out. 6-1 on the board right now. Meanwhile, big one out on the West Coast later today. To be part of our coverage with our West Coast crew, and the big name standing out here, that is Sweet Azteca. It's been off for a year and a half. 7 for 9 lifetime, trying to win this race for a 3rd time in a row. Would have been the favorite in the Filly and Mare Sprint in the Breeders' Cup this past year, but was scratched the week of the race. With more on the contenders she'll be lining up against, let's go to Mike Joyce.
Well, when it comes to Bob Baffert, the greatness fatigue is real. Here's Nooney, who's 6-1 on the morning line, probably going to be a decent price because of the layoff and everything involved. But let's not forget, it's Bob Baffert in the Southern California Stakes race, which he wins multiple times. In fact, he's only won the Great Lady M 7 times. This would be his 8th. He did in back-to-back years with Marley Freedom. He's won 5 times right here at Los Alamitos when it was called the Great Lady M. He won it a couple times when it was the A Gleam over at Hollywood Park. Yes, this is an outsider. She hasn't run in a long time. But do we worry about those things when it comes to Bob Baffert? Do you want to let him go off at a price? I mean, that's a great wagering strategy if you hate money. I'll give you the glasses half full with her. The workouts, I know, it's a Bob Baffert workout. They all work fast. They also get high grades from the private clockers. She looks like she's ready to go. A layoff is of no concern when it comes to a man with his race record over the years. And let's not forget, as unlikely as it seems, he's done this sort of thing before. He's used to winning stakes races when unexpected. In fact, it was just a week ago, he won the Los Alamitos Derby with a maiden. Yeah, that horse got bet. She might get bet too. Leave her off your tickets at your own peril.
I misspoke. Thank you, Mike Joyce. Terrific report right there. Nooney, the one coming off the year-and-a-half layoff. Sweet Azteca hasn't raced since August of last year. Still, Nooney, figures-wise, seems like she needs to take a step forward, doesn't she?
I do think she definitely needs to take a step forward, but the good news is, if you are a Nooney fan, is that she hasn't run in a year and a half, and she could be a completely different horse now than she was when she was running slow numbers.
Remember Mamba. There he is. Even money in this Grade 1 Belmont Derby for Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winning trainer Cherie DeVoe as we celebrate the 250th anniversary of our nation's independence. So many important places during the American Revolution took place not far from this racetrack. We'll be back with the Grade 1 Belmont Derby right after this.
Racing returns to the brand new Belmont Park this September. Get paid to bring new horses to New York with the Big Apple bonus. Each horse can earn up to $8,500. Bonus eligibility based on the horse's prior start or workout location. Both new and existing owners and trainers are eligible. With overnight purses increasing this fall by 15%, there's never been a better time to race at Belmont Park. Take a bite out of the Big Apple bonus. For rules and eligibility requirements, visit NYRA.com/Big Apple bonus.
Troy, New York, about 30 miles south of Saratoga Springs, the home of Uncle Sam, Samuel Wilson. Samuel was born in Arlington, Massachusetts, but spent his industrial years in Troy as a brickmaker and meat packer, best known for supplying meat to the troops in the War of 1812. The soldiers nicknamed him Uncle Sam, and he became forever linked with the United States. How about that for history in the surrounding area? As we get set for more Grade 1 action on our first Saturday of this extended Saratoga meeting, Grade 1 Belmont Derby. Remember Mamba? Anyone who followed just a little bit of NBA basketball will never forget number 8 and eventually number 24. 6-5 right now. Started his career, JK, 3 consecutive victories, including this Transylvania Keeneland.
And if you're a Lakers fan, you don't even need that little signal to tell you who it was. You see the purple and the gold of Remember Mamba's silks, and
who was
this horse ran extremely well.
Who was it? I'm kidding.
This horse ran extremely well in here, and as a horse who won first time out going 9 furlongs, while some of these will be trying to go a little bit further for the first time, you know that this one will get it done. And what's wrong with the combination of Cherie DeVaux and Jose Ortiz in 2026?
What a roll they are on. I mean, how much confidence does that give you when you're and someone who's been so loyal to you over the years too, Cherie DeVaux to Jose Ortiz?
It makes a huge difference. When trainers fire jockeys because they made a mistake or had a bad trip, they're not doing themselves a service. Give that person confidence that they can make a mistake and they'll make less mistakes. I really think that the best riders learn from their mistakes, so if they do something wrong, they're not going to do the same thing twice.
We've got a Euro flair to this race as well. Charlie Appleby back. He's got the 6 Pacific Avenue. Simon and Ed Crisford, the father and son co-trained title roll the 9. With more, let's go to Acacia.
That's right, and these horses are actually rematching as they faced one another over in Dubai in the Jumeirah 2000 Guineas. But taking a look at the number 6 Pacific Avenue for trainer Charlie Appleby, as things did not go well for Charlie in the Belmont Oaks. We'll see what happens in the Belmont Derby here as he sends over this horse who finished 3rd behind the very talented and Breeders' Cup winner Gustad last time out. And he was pretty far back in that race. He steadied early and he did run on well, but just not quite enough. He is a son of Dubawi, and though he's gray, you definitely see that influence in him. A very solid type of physical. He will wear those cheek pieces that he did wear in his recent races. Once again today, pieces of fleece on either side of his bridle, a little bit more open than the traditional blinker cup that we will see, but it still does limit the peripheral vision, in particular from behind, as horses can see much further around than we can. But I like what I see from him. I do just wonder, as he is kind of a deep closing type, is he going to have that kick that is needed against this group? Now, the number 9 title role for Simon and Ed Crisford will be stretching out in distance as well. He is the horse that did win that 2000 Guineas in Dubai. He also won the German 2000 Guineas last time out as well. Reading quotes in the Daily Racing Form, though, from Simon Crisford, he said he's a horse that really likes turning tracks, and that would benefit a horse coming here to Saratoga, which is a much tighter track than some of the ones that you will see in Europe. He has that red hood on, meaning it will be taken off before it goes to the gate. He's been marching around the paddock, and a horse that can put himself into the race a little bit more early on, Greg, which I think is a benefit.
Title roll, the 9 actually beat Pacific Avenue for this man right here, Charlie Appleby, but Pacific Avenue, the much shorter price, probably because of the resume of this man. You see what he has done here in graded stakes at Saratoga since 2022, including last summer, El Cordobez in the Sword Dancer. That is pretty imposing. Charlie Appleby, a chance to add some more here with Pacific Avenue as we go back to Maggie.
And we'll check in with your favorite is a American-bred horse as at number 3, Remember Mamba. He is taking a lot of money here for Cherie DeVoe as he does come in off of his first defeat of his career in that Grade 1 American turf. And, you know, despite breaking from the far outside that day, he was able to get over by the first turn. He got clear by the 3/16 pole, and you know, he kept coming, but the winner got the jump, and the winner that day, stark contrast, was best. I truly believe that. But Remember Mamba here in the paddock, this is the first time I'm laying eyes on him, but I thought it was interesting. If you go back, this guy began his career as a 2-year-old going 9 furlongs, and I think that just because of schedule, I would assume he's been going shorter. I think he truly is a 9 furlong horse. At least that's the way he looks here in the paddock. Just that longer frame, has a lot of scope to him, really strides out. You know, he overreaches by several footprints here in the paddock. So I really think that he's going to flourish now with another year under his belt as a 3-year-old at this 1 1/8. Moving on to some other horses and winning the local prep for this Grade 1 Belmont Derby is number 8, West End Kid, who took the Pennine Ridge up here at Belmont Stakes Week. I didn't cover that race, but he is a very sharp individual, as we do see Will Walden, his trainer, on his head. Oh, he had to get past the pony there. Very handsome horse. I mean, this is just a horse that is so well put together and balanced. He did go forward in that Pennine Ridge, and I definitely, based on what I'm seeing here in his pre-race demeanor, can say that will be the game plan again for him to show some speed here. We'll see how far he can take them. I don't see anything physically prohibiting him. I just hope that he can kind of keep the proverbial lid on the pot and reserve some of that energy. Moving on to the horse that just really caught my eye as soon as I walked into the paddock, that's number 10, Touch of Fire for Brad Cox. And you know, a lot of these horses have a lot of ones in their resume, and have, in fact, all 3 I'm talking about haven't really finished that badly in any of their starts. And Touch of Fire was so much the best in taking that listed Audubon Stakes at Churchill Downs, in which he did beat a fellow rival in here as well in Tiernanog. But Touch of Fire is a horse that I think he stepped up when going 1 1/8 miles last time. He's so classy and reserved in his disposition here in the paddock, and just, very much an athlete here for Brad Cox and Juddmonte Farm. Greg?
And it never hurts when you get that guy on board as well in those green and pink Juddmonte Silks, the back-to-back reigning Eclipse Award winning rider. Touch of Fire. Here's that step-up win at Churchill Downs in the Audubon.
Yeah, he was able to place himself forwardly and just continue on with Irad Ortiz aboard this day. Do you see much speed in this race?
Not a lot.
I think you want to be forward here. I don't think you want to leave yourself too much to do.
There's not a lot of silks out there that make you nervous if you're trying to beat a horse. Those silks, I never feel comfortable betting against those Juddmonte silks.
Legendary silks with all they've accomplished in this sport. Let's go back to Will Walden's West End Kid on quite a roll right now. There he is. He's won 3 straight races, and he's won 3 straight races after being beat first time out when he added blinkers. He actually wanted to take the blinkers off. Stewards would not allow it. Why is that?
Well, there's been a long-standing rule that when a horse has been winning with a certain equipment, they have to stick to that equipment. They feel like it throws the betting public off. How do they decipher? Why are they taking the blinkers off of this horse when this horse has been so successful with it?
Well, he told me that same story on Car Talk we did during Belmont Week with Will Walden, and I texted him after the race. I said, well, it looks like you're going to have to keep those blinkers on for a little bit longer. The horse won't stop winning. What are you going to do in that situation? This horse was very impressive, obviously, in his last 2 races, but it was his race, Wolfie, when we were at Keeneland, and we did the Fox America's Day at the Races show from there, and he won that very, very loaded maiden special weight race where there was some Juddmonte Silks in there.
Yeah.
There was a couple of other good horses. Here's Johnny, I believe, was in there,
Johnny
who just
was
came
second.
back and won. This horse is doing the right thing, going in the right direction, and he reminds me a lot of Rhetorical.
And as for Will Walden, the trainer of West End Kid, there's Brad Cox, by the way, talking to Flavian Pratt, Touch of Fire. They have the 10 they'll send out, but Will Walden thinks longer better for West End Kid, the 8.
Well, and he creates his own trip, and he certainly finishes with his legs up underneath him like a longer trip wouldn't be a problem. I always like watching trainers give jockeys instructions. Brad Cox, you could see he's telling him, tuck in, take back, tuck in, cover up. They've got the moves down.
Indeed.
Well, the same thing could be said about Rhetorical, right? He was looked to be a miler, a 1 1/16 type, and then we had an opportunity at Churchill Downs to go to 1 1/8. He runs off the screen. Sometimes these forward, speedy types can get comfortable on the front end and advance their position down the stretch.
Play all the action with us today, all summer long and beyond at Naira Bet. Spot 200, that code to use at sign up for new members. Get a $200 deposit match customer bonus and enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world at NairaBets.com. So 5 minutes away, Grade 1 Belmont Derby on our first Saturday of a long summer ahead, which is always a good thing. More Saratoga, the better. As we look at title roll, the 9 who just went by. There is Ricardo Santana Jr. He's going to be on Tiernanog, who was just beat by Brad Cox's Touch of Fire. We have a horse. That's Tyler Gaffleone with the saddle of West End Kid, the 8. I'm not sure what is happening here.
Yeah, some of the horses, they started to get a leg up. Some of the horses have now the riders have gotten off.
It looks to me, it appears to me that maybe they got some tack confused here, and that wasn't Tyler Gaffleone's tack on that horse.
And one of the riders is running back to the path towards the jocks room with his tack in his hand.
Tyler Gaffleone's running back to the jocks room, or maybe there was a piece of broken equipment. Sometimes you realize you've got a broken or a torn stirrup leather or a broken stirrup.
And there's Will Walden with West End Kid. So it'll be in a holding pattern here is, Tyler Gaffleone running back to try and, I guess, get that equipment situation sorted out.
Yeah,
Ricardo Santana.
Now Ricardo Santana. There's other riders going back to where their tack. I think that maybe their tack got switched. And as a rider, you know what saddle's yours and what's not. You walk up and go, wait a second. That's not the equipment I weighed out with. And you've got to be very succinct with the weight on these horses. So I think they just got the tack switched. They had to run back to the room, re-weigh out with their equipment to make sure they have it right.
Let's get more from Maggie.
Yeah, as you saw Tyler Gaffalione and Ricardo Santana running with their equipment, it was because, for whatever reason, their saddles got switched, unfortunately. So now they're going to have to go back in the room with their proper equipment, way back out with that, and then put the correct saddles on these horses. So when it comes to Tiernanog, he's handling it, and I'm actually pleased to say that West End Kid, who was pretty revved up when I was doing that paddock report, has kind of since chilled out. So hopefully this does not affect them in an ill sort of way, but that is what's going on. So we will have a delay here, Greg.
All right, thank you, Maggie. So, yeah, as we suspected, I should say, and as you talked about, Mick, talk to us more about the weights and the saddles and how this works.
Yeah, because not every rider weighs the same. You know, they're all within about 6 or 7 pounds of each other, but if, let's say, Ricardo Santana weighs 112 and he weighed out with a saddle that weighed 5 pounds, and then they have lead pockets and different things to, you know, make up the weight. Now he's got Tyler's tack. Well, maybe Tyler's saddle was 7 pounds because he might be lighter than Ricardo, so they've got to go back, do it over again, weigh with the proper saddle, and make sure the proper saddle gets on the right horse.
So in a holding pattern here for this Grade 1 Belmont Derby. We'll keep you posted. In the meantime, let's head back to Los Alamitos and Mike Joyce.
No trip to Los Alamitos is complete without a trip here to the Vessels Club. And you can see they got the palm trees and the finish line right behind me. But as we take you inside the Vessels Club, it's a little bit more for the nightlife. It's a little darker in here, but they've got one of the best bars in all of Orange County. The menu has some of the best food you will find at a racetrack just about anywhere. And it's a great place and a great atmosphere. Championship nights of quarter horse racing are the regular here, even though we only have a truncated meet for the thoroughbreds. For the quarter horses, some of the best names in the game have found themselves running across the finish line right here. And we go from the bar to the man this place was named after. Right here, we have a bust of the great Frank Vessels. He was the founder of this racecourse back in 1947. Without him, there is no Los Alamitos. And I don't just mean Los Alamitos Racecourse. I mean the town of Los Alamitos. This was all berry fields back in the day. He put up the first grandstand. He ran the first race. And because of him, we have a pen to play in today. Doc Allred built the Vessels Club when he bought the racetrack all those years ago as an homage to the man who we owe all this fun to.
Mike, thank you. We look forward to that coverage to come later on this evening on the program. And one of the top female sprinters in the country making her return in Sweet Azteca. Let's go back to Acacia.
And we do have now both jockeys and both valets returning to the paddock to sort out that tack. But while we wait, a chance to catch up with Charlie Appleby. A specific avenue comes in here. Charlie, I know typically we've seen him in Europe be a bit more of a closing type. Where do you expect him today?
Yeah, it's sort of by default in a fashion that we've sort of worked that one out. In respects to, obviously, in the Irish Guineas, he was sort of potentially there to be on the pace, and he sat down in the gates and missed it, and therefore, yeah, Jamie sort of took his time and he closed well. So and likewise when he won in Qatar as well, similar sort of scenario. So I think today, you know, need to say probably one day he'll go and jump well and we sat on the lead. But no, hopefully William's going to sort of just get that pitch where he's just going to give himself a target, and hopefully with a bit of luck in running, he'll come home the right way.
He is looking for his first group or graded win. What was it about this race that you saw suited him well, as he will be stretching out to the 9 furlongs?
I think the 9s will suit him first and foremost. Obviously knowing the family, and you know, he's got plenty of experience under his belt now. So he actually is doing very well physically. I think he's done very well since Ireland. So you know, hopefully it's a competitive race. Though I mean, coming over here now, these turf races are getting harder to win, but which is great. Great for racing and great to come over here and have the challenges still.
You've got everybody to step up their game. Thank you for the time.
Pleasure, thanks.
Greg.
We showed you that resume, how dominant he's been. That was just at Saratoga, but internationally around the world, Charlie Appleby, one of the most dominant trainers there is in the sport. Much shorter price, though, than the horse who had beat him back in February of this year. Title roll 6-1 the 9, but Charlie Appleby, Pacific Avenue, JK 7-2.
I actually thought that Godolphin and Charlie Appleby's best chance was going to be in the filly race, where Abishuri was the one who kind of had that bad start. So I think that this is the one. I think it's for the Americans. I think we've got a great shot in here.
We are going to sign off for a bit on FS1. We're going to jump over to FS2 coverage right now. So you can watch this Grade 1 Belmont Derby and Saratoga Live coming up on FS2 right after this break as coverage continues. Good to be with you on Fox Sports 2. For those that were already watching with us on FS1, thanks for swapping over. Grade 1 Belmont Derby on the opening Saturday of this extended Saratoga meeting on the 4th of July. What a day it is, and the action continues. We've had several upsets already on a great day to remember our nation's history and our past. Here, Greg Wolf, Richie Migliori, Jonathan Kinchin, Maggie Wolfadale, and Acacia Clement with you. And here's a look at the field for this Belmont Derby. Your Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winning duo of Cherie DeVaux and Jose Ortiz. Still your favorite, been favored throughout. Remember Mamba at 3-2. You think back to some of the great Kobe moments of the past. 2006, that 81-point game against the Raptors.
Yeah, I know Bam Adebayo had a big game this year, but Kobe's felt a lot different than Bam's did. Yeah, he was a special basketball player, a special human, and to have a horse named after him, you know, it's pretty cool.
Well, they picked a pretty good one, too. I mean, this horse has really done nothing wrong, and he's run good races every time. Just ran out of real estate. Let's say does have a tendency to drift about in the stretch, though. Watch him. He's almost a horse that you would think would be a blinker candidate in some respects, as much as he wanders.
Does he need, JK, a little bit more of a pace setup than he may get in this race?
I mean, I think he'll get an honest pace. I think you got a horse like Blackmail down on the inside. He's got a little tactical speed. You like to think probably could run away from there a little bit. You're obviously going to get some speed out of West End Kid, who could be a little bit more forward. I think he'll have a fair run at it if he's good enough.
Riders up, as you see. You can play this race, all the action, all meet long and beyond by getting signed up right there at Naira Bets, the official betting app of Saratoga. It's also now live in New Jersey. Sign up today, get a $200 deposit match bonus with the code SPOT200, and bet on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today right there at NairaBets.com. So our post parade coming up for our second Grade 1 on this first Saturday of the Saratoga meeting. Boys getting their turn, these 3-year-olds. And despite the presence of 2 Euros, certainly one from the Charlie Appleby barn has been so dominant, particularly here at Saratoga, and a horse who has beat that one as well. Neither of those two are favored. Did that surprise you how much money Remember Mama's taking?
A little bit. Yeah, a little bit. But I will tell you this, though. When you have a horse that has a name like that, Remember Mamba, you have a horse who's won 3 races and had a unlucky or a lucky, however you want to call it, second. You have a Derby winner riding, a Derby winner training, and the combination that gave you that Derby and Belmont winner. Those horses take monies on days like this.
It's our ABR race of the week. Grade 1 Belmont Derby, 1 1/8 on the lawn, purse of $750,000 with a couple of Europeans invading as well. And some potential stars in the making, like Will Walden's West End Kid, the 8, who's on the board right now at 5-1. He was 3-1 on the morning line. Overlay right now. He's trying to win his 4th in a row, coming off a Grade 3 victory. Here's our post parade. We start with Blackmail Mark Cassie, owned by Gary Barber.
Good runner-up finish last time in the Pennine Ridge West End Kid. Edgar Zayas picks up the mount from Javier Castellano, who will be back riding on Thursday after that incident yesterday.
Boat Toss looked very good, winning as a 2-year-old in the Grade 2 Pilgrim last year.
He was good last time in the Pennine Ridge, where he was 3rd to West End Kid, had a little bit of trouble, was trying to close into that pace that wasn't all that fast.
Here's the favorite, Remember Mamba.
Really has done nothing wrong, has that good turn of foot, that finishing kick, and obviously a major player.
Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winning duo against Cherie DeVaux and Jose Ortiz with the 3. Third Coast, Tom Proctor.
Some of my favorite silks in the game, those Glen Hill silks. It's a horse that's sneaky good at 31-1.
Dylan Davis for Graham Motion. This is Turf Star.
Yeah, it comes off a nice win in the listed Jimmy Murphy Stakes. This is considerably tougher.
One of the most dominant trainers on the planet, Charlie Appleby, bringing in Pacific Avenue for the state's debut.
Yeah, I think you would call this one cold on the board for a Charlie Appleby with those silks on, coming over here in a grass race, 7-2.
Tiernanog, 23-1, trained by Brendan Walsh.
Was second best to Touch of Fire, trying the turf for the first time, and did have some trouble in the race.
And a potential rising star here in this division for Will Walden. He's won 3 in a row, West End Kid.
He's tactical. I'd like to see him be as forward, get a nice, comfortable pace, and hopefully he'll appreciate the added distance.
Group 2 winner in Germany. He beat Pacific Avenue as well and Maidan in the UAE title roll.
Yeah, he's fitted with that red hood, which will come off at the gate, just trying to keep him settled. And you get Hall of Famer Johnny Velasquez.
And one of the top trainers in our sport, Brad Cox. Back-to-back Eclipse Award-winning rider Flavian Pratt on Touch of Fire.
It's hard to argue with that rider. It's hard to argue with those silks. It's hard to argue with that trainer. This horse is live at 8-1, drawn outside. Got an easy trip last time. We'll need an easy trip in here as well.
And sometimes, look, there's arguments about it, outside post. There was a decent amount of time to that first turn here, and the horse looks like he does have some tactical speed. Are you concerned about the outside for Touch of Fire?
I never like outside posts in 2-turn turf races. I would prefer an inside post. Not that they can't overcome it, but I would prefer to be inside.
Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, here talking about a big long shot that you see on the track there in number 4, Third Coast, who does come off of a win at Monmouth Park in the listed Jersey Derby. And I know he doesn't look as accomplished by any sort relative to his competition today, hence the 32-1. But this horse is bred to be pretty darn nice here for Tom Proctor, as he's by Uncle Mo, an out-of-marketing mix who Tom trained and Glen Hill Farm owned. She was a multiple graded stakes winner who won over $2 million on the turf. And this guy maybe got a later start to his career than some of the others that he meets here, but I really like the way that he finished that Jersey Derby, in which you could really see him lengthening his stride, and it's evidence in how he's warming up there, really throwing his legs out in front of him with Jose Lascano. But I think there is untapped potential in this horse. I don't know if he wins today, but look for him to run a race that is better than those 32-1 odds as we check in with Acacia.
And Maggie, I am going to land on the number 9 title roll for Simon and Ed Crisford. But as far as the 8 West End Kid, who does appear to be one of the stronger chances for America in this race, for those not watching earlier, as Maggie commented how energetic this horse was previously. I covered his last race and his race at Keeneland. He is far sharper today than he typically is. And that might be in some part why Will Walden has wanted to take the blinkers off, because that can rev a horse up a little bit more. Now, Will is very tall, and he has been on that horse's head throughout, and he said sometimes the height is almost like a security blanket. It has that horse settle down, and he has settled quite a bit more out on the track, but you need to conserve energy, especially as he is going to be stretching out to this 9 furlong distance for the first time, Greg.
Yeah, we'll see how West End Kid handles it. His trainer, again, feels the longer the better for him, but this will be the first time at a 1 1/8, 5-1. He was 3-1 morning line, but all that attention has remained on Cherie DeVos' Remember Mamba, the 3 in here, and still, I guess Pacific Avenue, you felt cool on the board. The horse was 6-1 morning line for Charlie Appleby.
Yeah, because he's not the most accomplished type that he brings over here. Grade 1 place, Group 1 place. So obviously that's something to take into consideration. But usually when he brings them over here to run, and they don't slip through the cracks too often, I would consider that a little bit chilly for what he typically brings over here.
Now Charlie Appleby, and there he is. Little bad luck with the favorite back in the Belmont Oaks 3-year-old filly version of this race, not getting out of the gate well, and then rushing up to the front. Now it's basically it for her. We'll see if he gets a better run of things here with Pacific Avenue, the 6. Always formidable when he shows up. His go-to rider, William Buick. You're watching the Grade 1 Belmont Derby here on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Opening weekend from the Saratoga summer season. We send it upstairs. Frank Miramati with the call.
Turf Star goes up. Here's West End Kid. Title roll second to last. Touch of Fire completes the line. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Belmont Derby. Third Coast is the quickest out of the gate. Touch of Fire is rushing up out in the center of the course. Title Roll is up there too. And West End Kid is taken off the pace, has to be wrangled back to do so, but settles now comfortably in fourth. Just in behind them, Remember Mamba, who's a little closer than maybe expected, 5 lengths off the pace. Outside of him comes Turf Star as they round the clubhouse turn. Then it's Botas and Blackmail toward the back of the field. The 2 trailers, Tiernanog and Pacific Avenue. 23-3 for Touch of Fire, who tugs his way to a 1.5 length advantage over Title Roll in the second spot. And then West End Kid in the clear while third. At the rail, Third Coast is fourth. Remember Mamba is racing in between horses. Turf Star outside of him. The half went in 49-1. Blackmail in the pink silks is racing on the outside of Pacific Avenue, who's trying to rally in traffic. Tiernanog at the back. Into the far turn. Touch of Fire, 3/4 of a length. Johnny Velasquez asked Title Roll to get after him now, within about a neck of him at this stage. Then Third Coast, who's been on the rail throughout. West End Kid is just outside of him. 3/4 went in 1 minute 13 seconds flat. Behind them, Remember Mamba trying to angle to the outside. They're at the top of the stretch. Touch of Fire and Title Roll. Title Roll within a neck of him. West End Kid is next. Then comes Remember Mama. Title Roll takes the lead at the 16th pole. On the inside, Touch of Fire trying to fight Remember Mamba, finding his best stride late. And West End Kid in the mix too. Driving finish. Title Roll just in front. And Title Roll is in a very, very close photo with a surging West End Kid. They hit the wire right together. Extremely close. Remember Mamba was third.
Tight at the finish. Looked like Title Roll may have just held on. If it was John Velasquez and the father-son team of Simon and Ed Crisford. 7-1. One more look at it.
This was a dynamite horse race. Inches separating them. It sure got real tight late. It sure does look like, though, the 9 Title Roll might have had that nose just barely out in front.
A lot of times we say inches, and it's not. That actually was 2 inches.
Yeah.
I will say this. Johnny's decision to be aggressive on a European trade horse, to take the front, clear over in front of West End Kid, where Tyler had to slightly steady going into the first turn, was obviously the difference in the outcome of this race.
We're getting a look at it off screen. Incredibly close. There's Will Walden, trainer of West End Kid, waiting to see this result posted. Just so tight.
Their stride synced up, too, right at the wire. I mean, that was desperately close. And that pole kind of gets in our way from really seeing.
Very close.
I would almost call it, this could be a dead heat, guys.
Yeah, you're right, Richie. The pole does get in the way right when I think the real thing happens.
Yes. But watch how their legs sync up, Jonathan. That's what leads me to believe there's potential here for that. They're in the same exact stride at that moment.
The 9 posted as your winner. Title Roll, and it must have been a fraction of an inch because it was tight. So 9-8, 3-10. Title Roll. John Velasquez, again, father-son team, Simon and Ed Crisford with the victory here. And this a horse, too, that is going to eventually stay in the States, will be transferred to Brendan Walsh and stay here in the U.S.
Well, he certainly acclimated to American racing quite nicely today, didn't he, JK?
Yeah, and he was forward. You know what I mean? A lot of times these European horses, they come over here. That I understand that earlier Kensington Lane just won in a forward fashion, but it's not typical.
No.
And I think when they have one that has that kind of speed they bring over here, they're very dangerous because they have the stamina to go along with it.
And Will Stroud privately purchased this one about 2 weeks ago with the intention to keep this one here in the States. And what a way to go out for the father-son team of Simon and Ed Crisford with a thrilling victory here in a Grade 1.
And what about Johnny Velasquez? He's timeless. He's 54 years old, and I'm just in awe of the guy. My career was over at 44, and my legs were gone by then. His legs are the same as they were 25 years ago. It's remarkable.
I would like to think these 3 horses that ran 1, 2, 3 will see each other 1, 2, 3, or 4 more times throughout this year or in the next couple of years. I think the roles could be reversed a lot of different ways. I thought, Remember Mamba ran well enough. I thought that West End Kid ran well enough. Title Roll obviously ran well enough. It was a very good horse race.
Look with a drone shot from overhead to the finish. And here comes West End Kid to attack, but Title Roll just enough in the end for the victory here to win at 7-1. Let's go to Acacia.
I'm very happy to be joined by Ed Crisford, Simon, and Ed training this horse as you're here in America representing, coming down to inches at the end, going 9 furlongs.
No, it was. You know, he broke real well, and Johnny let him run a bit, and but he found himself in a really good position. And, you know, they slowed it up on the back stretch there, and he got a clean run into it. And, yeah, they were chasing him down at the end. But, look, he's a tough game horse, and, you know, all credit to him.
He's been able to be forward in Europe, but being forward here in America, too, seemed to really be the right move for him.
Yeah, I think so. You know, he's going up a furlong today as well, but he really suits these turning tracks, and this is why we wanted to bring him. And, you know, Charlie, Will Stroud, coming into the horse, really fantastic, and all his team are here, and it's just great, really great for everyone.
Well, congratulations to the entire team. Maggie is standing by with John Velasquez.
I'm here with Title Roll as well. And Johnny, I was just joking with you. Did you think you'd won that?
No, like I said, I didn't know it was before the wire, after the wire. I was hoping it was after the wire they passed me.
And really, West End Kid making it close in the end. But Title Roll, he ran the race. He ran hard every step of the way on top of that pace.
Man, I know it was going to be a slow pace, but I didn't want to be there. I inherited to be laying second. And then when I let him run down the lane, man, he freaking put the head down. He was rolling, though. You know, like he was really running. Right by the wire, I was kind of worried, like, I'm going to hold on. I'm glad he did.
He did. He showed up and brought his race here to America. Johnny, well done.
Thank you so much.
Greg.
Welcome to the U.S. on the 4th of July. What a performance here in a thriller. Title Roll. And now going to stick around for a while. Again, going to be transferred eventually to Brendan Walsh. Grade 1 win in the first time on U.S. soil for Title Roll. Johnny V, Simon and Ed Crisford, Will Stroud, Tabor, Magnier, Titans in this sport. And 3 cheers to the breeder from our friends at Three Chimneys, where dreams are born. Title Roll, outdueling West End Kid. And yeah, look, for West End Kid, JK, obviously Will Walden would have loved to win. Very talented horse. He was right there.
He can get the blinkers off now.
There you go.
He can get the blinkers off now. The Irish got us. Great Britain, they got us. Maybe we'll try to get even on Monday in soccer.
That chance coming against Belgium, of course. Big win here for the winningest rider in the history of this racetrack. John Velasquez making the most of this opportunity on a European import and outdueling young Tyler Gaffleone and West End Kid for Will Walden just by the narrowest of margins in a thriller. And the 3-2 favorite, remember, Mamba, checks in for third. Hall of Famer, winningest rider ever at this historic racetrack, John Velasquez, adds another Grade 1 win to his incredible resume here on Title Roll, winner of the Grade 1 Belmont Derby.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Now bid at $410,000. There's your winner, $410,000. $400,000.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. Naira Bets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Some horses are remembered, other horses are passed down like an heirloom. He's the kind of horse that lives in stories, each better than the one before, hardened like a diamond and equally brilliant. He ran 3 straight years at the highest level, and he himself was elite.
Putting on a show in the Preakness. Who's it gonna be? It's gonna be National Treasure.
National Treasure would not be denied. National Treasure wins the Pegasus World Cup. In the blink of an eye has opened up a 5-length advantage. It's a 1-horse race. National Treasure.
There's a brilliance in the way he moved and a tenacity in how he finished. By quality road with a wealth of family, and he raced like he knew it. National Treasure, the key to quality.
Back with you on our opening weekend coverage from Saratoga. It's brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun. Grade 1 Belmont Derby. And a thriller down the stretch here. Title roll just outlasting that furious rush from West End Kid with the favorite Remember Mamba checking in third.
And these horses delivered. They put on quite a show. All three of these, the first 3 finishers, JK, they laid it down. They really put on some nice performance.
When you get inside the 16th pole and you think that there's 3 that can win, and it comes back with a photo like this, that is quite literally an inch difference between West End Kid and Title Roll.
That was significantly less than a nose there. $16.68 for the win. The horse who had beat Pacific Avenue, who went off at a much higher price than Pacific Avenue, returns that kind of number in here. Pick 5 that ends there, $16,245. We're still going with 2 legs remaining in the late Pick 5, which is shaping up to be quite a return as well. We're going to be back on the main track next, out of the Wilson Chute in a 1-turn mile with very interesting field that's going to line up in this one. I thought this was one of the tougher races on the card here, although full screen is going to take a lot of attention.
Yeah, look, I think if full screen wins, then we'll see what happens with this Pick 6. If full screen gets beat, I think if you're not alive, you can start dreaming for a Sunday carryover.
Much more on race 10 when we come back. Of course, coverage coming up this evening out on the West Coast, out at Los Alamitos, and the main event, that Grade 2 Great Lady M, and the return of Sweet Azteca, 7 for 9 in her career for Richard Baltus. We'll be back with more right after this.
Every 2-year-old champion has precocity, but only one can be called fierce.
Fierceness.
Brilliant at 2.
A powerhouse win.
Dominant at 3.
Fierceness is putting on a show in Hallandale today. Fierceness to win the Travers.
Tenacious at 4.
Fierceness has won the Pacific Classic.
All the makings of a champion. Fierceness. New to Coolmore America.
Saratoga Live's coverage from Los Alamitos Racecourse is brought to you by the California Thoroughbred Breeders Association. It pays to be Calbred.
Back with you on Saratoga Live. We have West Coast action, though, coming up later on this evening. From Los Alamitos in the main event, the Grade 2 Great Lady M 6.5 furlong sprint with the return of a 6-year-old mare who would have been the favorite in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. She was a race day veterinarian scratch with recurring foot issues. Sweet Azteca back 3 to 5 morning line with more on this race. Let's send it out to Los Alamitos with Todd Trupp, Simon Bray, and Michelle Yu.
Greg, as you alluded to, with Sweet Azteca, we don't get to see her as much as we'd like, but when we do, she is awesome. What you would have to say bottle rockets are to the 4th of July, she is to this field a Great Lady M. She is wickedly fast. She's the horse to catch. She's the horse to beat. But let's talk about some of the competition. And Michelle, I want to ask you first about Noonie for trainer Bob Baffert. We have not seen this horse since 2024. This horse had a lot of expectations, was purchased for $1.8 million.
And she started to live up to those right away, right? As we expected from her, she was a debut winner for Bob Baffert. She came right on to win a Grade 3 in her next out. But since then, Todd, we have just not seen anything from her. And like you mentioned, we haven't seen her race since December 24th. Now, I think this is a very tall ask of her. I don't necessarily know if she wants the 6.5 furlongs, especially on this long stretch here at Los Alamitos. The one thing I'll say about her that Sweet Azteca doesn't have, I think Sweet Azteca might be a little light on the work tab. Noonie has plenty of works under her belt. In fact, she was actually slated to go on June 6th in the Desert Storm Hurdle race that Magnificat won, and her blood work didn't come back because when you come off an extended layoff, you have to have your blood run and everything. So that didn't come back, so she wasn't able to run. But to me, that means she's been ready for about a month now, and she's just gotten more and more fit from the morning.
Okay, so unusual circumstances where Bob Baffert is actually up against it at a graded stakes race in California. But what about the horse that Michelle was just talking about, Simon, Magnificat? The recent form is very good.
It's good and it's recent. That's the key. 2 of the top 3 betting choices we touched on coming off a combined 30-month layoff between them. So any horse that has recency, I mean, seemingly has an edge in here. Look, Magnificat probably hasn't the class and the quality of some of these other runners in here, but she's got recency. She's coming off a win in the Desert Storm. It's the 3rd start in the form cycle. The only knock here is the filly she's beating, a filly called Syntax. She was claimed 3 starts prior for only $10,000, a $10,000 claimer running second in the stake. Maybe it was a timely claim. Maybe she's improving at the right time, and you can only beat who you run against. So no knock against Magnificat. Mandela knows how to win this race. Todd, he's won it twice before. She is a great price at 8 to 1 if you think some of the long layoff favorites are vulnerable.
Our Great Lady M is our feature here at Los Alamitos on this 4th of July. Race number 8 on the card, scheduled at 4:43 West Coast time. We're up to race number 5 with 16 minutes away. When we come back, Simon Bray is going to talk about the late pick 4 out here, which will start in race number 6. Let's return to Saratoga Springs.
Todd, Simon, Michelle, we look forward to it, and certainly a superstar back in action. That's going to be fun to watch tonight. Race 10 here at Saratoga. Post-parade coming up when we return. 1-turn mile in this allowance optional claiming field. Safi Joseph Jr. Jose Ortiz in full screen, the current 5-2 favorite when we come back.
A surging debut at 2, an international tour de force, an explosive winner of 2 sire-making Grade 1 races.
Raging Torrent running the race of his life, and Raging Torrent and Frankie Dettori cruise to victory in the Malibu. Raging Torrent's coming out party is in the Metropolitan Handicap.
Raging Torrent, the next wave in the Lane's End stallion-making tradition.
It's time for the first major yearling sale of the year. A sizzling source for success on the track. The July sale is the most underrated sale in America. July produced 2 Breeders' Cup champions in 2025, She's So Spicy and Splendora, as well as Grade 1 winner Argos. Plus recent graded stakes winners Chip Honcho, Forged Steel, and Roja. The Fasig-Tipton July sale of selected yearlings, July 14th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
In the racing game, there's always a dark horse. This is Proxy. Not just a dark horse. He's a tall, dark, and handsome horse. 2 wins at 2.
Here comes Roxy.
2 turns after that. Big days, bright lights.
All class, Roxy.
His first yearlings are selling now. Move over to the dark side.
Some places stay with you and make you want to relive every moment. These are the places you want to get lost in. The ones that feed your curiosity, blow your mind, and tempt fate. Places that make you keep coming back. Because every time you're there, anything feels possible.
Well, it's on everybody's mind right now. This country infused with World Cup fever. The world is, for that matter. Watch party at Bailey's in Saratoga Springs as the USA in the knockout round of 32 taking on Bosnia-Herzegovina. And the USA moving through, advancing. Would lose their top goal scorer, though, with a red card. It was a physical match. It was a war. But the good news, the U.S. moving on. They will play Belgium Monday night. That man continuing to score through a few goals as well in this tournament. These guys, these jocks, they can do it all.
They'll tell you, too.
Football skills.
Dylan and Kendrick didn't even try.
We expect Manny Franco to be pretty good. He can do just about anything on any kind of field or court.
Such an athlete, man. No, I can't do that. I'm not.
You were a good DB though, weren't you, on a football field back in the day?
I could play football. We didn't grow up with soccer. Soccer became more popular after I was an adult. It wasn't something. No one was playing soccer in Brooklyn. You show up kicking a ball around, you probably get a beating.
Mig was a lockdown defender early on before he became a writer.
No, I was a really good defensive back, but I just was a little too small. But I could time my hits beautifully. I really defended well.
Full screen, your 2-1 favorite here, Saffie Joseph Jr., Jose Ortiz. And JK, this one just claimed last time out, beat by Money Game. That's a horse who's never lost, who's 4 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that Full Screen, if you look at his last 3 races, all 3 of them could be a problem for this group. Now, you obviously have to deal with the fact that this horse is switching barns, moving to Saffie Joseph from Brad Cox. Look, they both are very good trainers, so I wouldn't be overly concerned about that. But the new scenery for a horse can sometimes help them, can also hurt them. So that's the one big question mark I think Full Screen has.
Let's go to Maggie.
And I think that's a very fair assessment, JK, as I'm seeing a different Full Screen here in the paddock. First off the claim for Saffie Joseph Jr., as this is a horse that, to be fair, the last time I saw him in the flesh was that race before the layoff in which he took down the Queens County. Mind you, I didn't particularly love the way he looked that day, but he was the best horse in that race on that day. And he came back last time off the layoff, and not that he had a terrible trip, but I do think he had a trip in which he was bothered a little bit down the lane by the always lugging in Ben Doog. And so he just really didn't get clear. He was encumbered to really level off and try to make his run. Plus, he may have needed a race because he is a bulkier type of animal. He's a big, big guy. And he looks so robust here in the paddock. I've never seen his coat and flesh look this good before. Furthermore, they actually had to saddle him on the walk, which is something I've never seen previous connections have to do with him. So he is a bit edgy coming in here, a little bit more keen and aggressive than what he has been in the past. So like JK says, we don't know until he gets out there, but there is a noticeable difference in what I'm seeing from him physically and the way he's acting. I am almost shocked at the 11-1 on reasoned analysis for the fact that from my eye, and at least what you see on the paper, is that this horse has been working very good. You can watch his workout, the latest one on June 28th, over the Oklahoma training track for Chad Brown on First TV. He was by himself, which he has consistently been working alone, not in company. So that speaks to a horse who can be quite aggressive in the mornings, and Chad just trying to keep him ticking over. But that 48-2, which is a decent workout for the Oklahoma and for Chad Brown, to be fair, he did it with the rider being a statue. And it wasn't like he had a jockey on his back. He had a decent, normal-sized exercise rider on him. So I've always loved this horse in the past. But the angle that I also love with this guy is that he comes in as a first-time gelding. He is a bit more settled, so I think the gelding has mentally taken the edge off of him a bit. And while he's been a bulkier type throughout his career, and he's still very well muscled and strong looking here, he's just a bit more streamlined. So I love the fact that this guy comes back as a gelding, Greg, and I love the way he's been preparing for this, despite a very long layoff.
Yeah, always dangerous out of that barn for Chad Brown. 11:01 reasoned analysis. Thank you, Maggie. Hit the last daily double of the day at Saratoga and earn a 20% bonus. You have to opt in to take advantage. You can do that, of course, at NyraBets.com. Good luck to everyone playing this afternoon. So, JK, what have you put together for us here?
Yeah, look, I'm going to just play a cold double here. I'm going to use the 3 full screen. In this race, I'll use the 11 Silly Season, who I thought had a very good number as a 2-year-old. Should improve off of that. That'll be my cold ticket. If you wanted to have a few backups, or you wanted to kind of play around with this, I think the 7 Capital Idea would be my alternative here. And sadly, I think this last double is going to be pretty chalky. The 1 Morning Prayer in the last, I thought, was the other one that could win. I think this thing will chalk out to end the day.
We'll see what happens coming up. There's Tyler Gaffleone, just went by on the screen. He'll be on Tarantino. And our AI wager play coming up in this 10th. An exacta play, 1-2 with 3. So they're putting Tarantino, this long shot, in there as a horse to use on top. I think Bank Frenzy, interesting. A horse who has some very big figures. This horse obviously loves to win a New York bred, Mig.
Yeah, and normally I would say the inside draw is good, because you're breaking basically on the turn slightly, right? It's a, kind of a interesting, unique chute they've built. And you're going to get to save ground. But he runs with an extension blinker on his outside eye. And sometimes it's not a great place to be post 1 with horses like that.
And there's a good look at it. You can see it right
really
there
good look.
On Bank Frenzy. Great job by our camera crew to grab that. And so what will that do with him from that inside post?
Well, it's just that when you get a lot of pressure from the outside as they're folding over, when a horse has that much of his vision, kind of blocked off, sometimes it can kind of shuffle them back a bit. Also, you got to be careful about the break. The eye that's not covered with that blinker has to be able to see the start. So, the assistant starter's got to make sure they're looking down perfectly straight down the racetrack.
Called a post, and here we go with our post parade, and there is the one wearing that extension blinker, Bank Frenzy for Rudy Rodriguez.
You got to like him. He's 10 for 23 lifetime, closing in on nearly $1 million in earnings, honest.
Here is Tarantino with Tyler Gaffleone.
Yeah, I just don't think this horse is quite good enough against this group.
Full screen, the favorite with Jose Ortiz just claimed.
Yeah, but he's 0 for 9 at the 1 mile distance. He seems better at a mile and a furlong.
Over a year away for reasoned analysis.
Yeah, but he comes back as a gelding, and like Maggie said, the workouts have been terrific.
I thought Tuscan Sky a little interesting coming back. He's just coming onto the track in a moment here down Champions Way for Todd Pletcher.
He's got some back races, but I would say those blue and orange silks, it's a good time to wear blue and orange in New York.
Indeed. Nick's fever is going to be happening for the next probably 50 years. Here is Bramito, Ricardo Santana Jr. for Stephen Schauer.
I thought this horse was a little bit interesting. I just worry he's a cut below if the main players show up.
I'm extremely interested in Warp 9. He is a major threat.
Major threat at a huge price, too. I'm surprised he's that big a price.
18-1. And then Flood Zone. This is a horse who won the Grade 3 Gotham last year for Brad Cox, Flavian Pratt.
Yeah, you got Flavian Pratt, you get Brad Cox. The numbers just aren't quite there for this group. However, Brad Cox, who shows up here knowing the favorite pretty intimately in full screen, you'd like to think that if he felt like this horse fits, that is something you want to think about.
Mig, what are we seeing here with Flood Zone?
Yeah, again, we talked about it yesterday. A horse wants to get away from the rider. They get to throw in their head about a bit. When we talk about riders and hands, it's knowing where that kind of pressure point is. You can take so much and you can't take any more. The horse throws his head in your face, and that's when they can get away from you. I actually, Flavien Prat did an outstanding job getting him to put his head back down and come back to him, but that's usually when a horse and a rider are working against each other.
So 11-1, and yeah, that Gotham win last year never really went on with it. Beaten by Florida bred stakes company the last couple of starts, but we'll see, getting a little more ground as we go back to the 8 here. Bramito, Steven Schauer, not a big name in the sport, but he got into training a few years ago and basically made an instant impact with just about every horse in his barn. Doesn't have a lot of horses in the barn, but really seemed to move the horses up he did have.
And the majority of his stock is horses that he owns himself, so he trains for himself, and he's winning at 33% on the year. I mean, that's no small feat, and this horse is honest. He runs on any kind of surface. He runs on a fast track. He runs on a wet track. He's a major player here, and you get Ricardo Santana. 4 in a row he's looking for.
So Bramito 8-1. Let's go back to Maggie.
We'll take a look here at number 6, Tuscan Sky, who you may have seen a little late to the party when hitting the track for this post parade. That was because they had the wrong helmet cover on John Velasquez, as he needed an orange one instead of a blue one. But they are now on the track, and as the guys were mentioning, I think this horse is incredibly interesting. Second off of the layoff and getting back out to a mile here. I questioned the 6.5 when he came back, and that was against a field of really kind of tried and true veteran gritty sprinters. So yes, he had the credentials to be a player in there, just not necessarily at 6.5. So I like the fact that Todd immediately brings him back here, going a mile. He seems kind of bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, and I think that's a good sign for him, because last time at Aqueduct, which also is a bit of a calming influence, he was a bit subdued off the bench. So I think that race will light him up and set him up nicely for this effort. Number 7 is Capital Idea. Man, he was so good in the paddock, because this is a horse that does have a propensity to get a bit hot. And then once he hit the track, as you can see, he's gotten pretty lathered out there. But that's taking nothing away from the fact that he exits a race that had better horses. Mind you, they didn't run particularly well in the Suburban with Original Sin and Hit Show, but nobody did besides Phileas Fogg on this edition of the Suburban. But I like this horse. He makes a great impression. I thought he ran well in that blame and definitely gets some class relief here, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. Meanwhile, the price getting even shorter on Full Screen. We haven't talked about it a lot, and there he is. But JK, 0 for 9 in a mile. We see those last 3 starts. You said any of those 3 last starts probably beat this field. Those were all at a mile and an eighth. Is that a concern at all?
Certainly is a concern. The one thing that helps me get over that concern is that I do believe that he is the best horse in this race, and sometimes that can get you over some of those humps.
Full Screen, 9-5 to 3. Jose Ortiz, Safi Joseph Jr., the one to beat. There's the long shot. Warp 9 seems like an awfully big price. You're watching the 10th from Saratoga on our FS2 coverage, opening weekend from the Spa. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Flood Zone will be the last one. And they're off. Tarantino is very quick away from the gate, as is Reasoned Analysis, who's right up alongside, as 4 of them will vie for the lead, including Flood Zone, who's widest of all, and right up and on the pace. Also in that mix is Tuscan Sky. The first to back off is Reasoned Analysis, wants no part of that battle, and sits in a good spot 4th. Another couple back to Bramito, racing on the outside of Bank Frenzy. It's another 2 to Capital Idea, and Full Screen side by side. Warp 9 is the trailer. Strung out 24 flat for the quarter, and it's Tarantino, the leader, toward the half-mile pole. Tarantino leads it by a neck. Constant pressure from Tuscan Sky second. Reasoned Analysis now inches up on the inside past the half-mile pole. Flood Zone back to 4th. The half in 46 and 2/5 seconds as they round the far turn. Bank Frenzy is next. Bramito under pressure just gets in front of him. Full Screen between those two trying to make headway, while Capital Idea has to go 4 wide. Another 4. Warp 9 gets closer but still trails. It is Tuscan Sky and Tarantino at the top of the stretch. Capital Idea finding his best stride. Reason Analysis has had the best trip and comes after them now. And in the center of the track is Full Screen, drifting out while rallying. Down on the inside, Bank Frenzy and Warp 9 has put in a terrific stretch kick in the center of the racetrack. Coming to the wire, Warp 9, Rosario in the zone. Full Screen second. Reasoned Analysis third. Photo for fourth between Bramido and Capital Idea.
Grade 1 win, and now this from Warp 9, Joel Rosario. What a Saturday at Saratoga. I was trying to find this horse. He was off the screen most of the running of this race.
Well, what did I say earlier? He's like Ricky Bobby. He's either first or he's last. He was well back, got him out in the clear, and rolls on home under a perfectly timed classic Joel Rosario ride. And Harold Weiner, stabled at Parks, has done well in the Mid-Atlantic for years. So when he shipped this horse here, he had to have a lot of confidence.
Horse was sneaky. He was second to Phileas Fogg, which we talked about. But when you see all those races at Laurel and Parks and Laurel and Parks and Laurel and Parks and Monmouth and Delaware, a lot of times horses like that don't get a lot of respect when they come up here to Saratoga.
Huge effort, but it did not look like it was going to be his day. Let's keep our eyes on the 9 here early on. I mean, it just so far back, squeezed here out of the gate, just a little bit slow there, and now just loses contact with the field.
Yeah, but Joel Rosario, he's as cool as the other side of the pillow when he's riding well, and he just said, okay, that's the hand I'm dealt. I got squeezed a little, I'll drop back, drop out, save ground around this first little bend. Now he angles him to the clear, and he finishes full of run.
We'll see. When the wheel pace come up, I'd be shocked if we weren't looking at a potential carryover at this point for tomorrow. If you're alive, good luck.
9-3, 5-7, Warp 9. I'm just, this horse had some of the fastest numbers in the race coming in, but is it the fact that he ran at Laurel and Parks and just a trainer that's not that well known?
All of the above.
Let's go to Maggie.
And I'm so pleased to be joined by Harold Weiner here, who gets his maiden-breaking performance for Saratoga, your first Saratoga winner, Harold. And we lamented last time this horse ran. What a cool customer he is.
He is. He's a very easy horse to train. I knew the Mount and Eighth last time is a little too far for him. And me and the owner, Mr. Funnelich, thought turning him back, going to mile or mile 70 would really help this horse.
You know, you just showed me your hand. You're shaking a little bit. How exciting is this?
Oh, this is exciting. This is like winning the Derby for me. I mean, winning at Saratoga is everything, you know?
And I was a little nervous when he was off the screen, but your owner, he said, I wasn't worried at all because when Joel's in the zone, he's in the zone.
Yes, he is. And I was really worried when he was last. I expected him to be forwardly placed. But Joel's Joel. He knows this track and he knows how to ride. He's one of the best.
Well, congratulations. Huge performance from this guy.
Thank you.
All right.
And Joel my dad passed away in 2015. Joel was his all-time favorite jockey. Wherever he was, my dad used to bet on him.
That's amazing. Dad's looking down.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe that.
Warp 9, such a special win here for the Connections up at the spa. Greg?
Maggie, thank you. 2-win day, Joel Rosario. Very special to come to this racetrack, the biggest of the big leagues, and get a win like this. This is a very good field, too. This is big for Warp 9 and their Connections.
Yeah, you know, and again, I think it's the lack of familiarity with some of the names that people maybe don't respect as much. But this is a guy that's been getting it done with horses at Parks in the Mid-Atlantic, up and down the Mid-Atlantic for as long as I can remember. And this horse, man, he ran some race as far back as he was.
And Joel Rosario had to swing so wide as far back as he was and still able to finish here. Big performance from this 5-year-old. 9-3, 5-7. Here in this 10th from Saratoga. We still have the nightcap to come on our opening Saturday of this Saratoga season on this 4th of July. It's Warp 9 in the 10th.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. Naira Bets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets. Back with you on the opening Saturday of the Saratoga summer season. It's brought to you in part by Gainesway, Power, Passion, Performance. We have had some upsets come in on this first Saturday of the meet. And another one here, Warp 9, who was off the screen most of the running of this race. Now about 9 wide around the turn. Joel Rosario guides this one to the wire first.
Joel marches to the beat of his own drum. He put one on the lead, go gate to wire like he did in the Belmont Oaks, and then come from basically Schoharie County to get up here and come extremely wide, but very well-timed ride by Joel.
Grade 1 win, and now this. You said nothing like a grade 1 win to kind of get your mojo back. Maybe it's back.
Yeah, you know, Joel obviously went through a bit of a funk. I don't think he would even dispute that, but now it seems like he's kind of rounding back to form, and a grade 1 win certainly turn your head around and get your confidence up.
We close out this 4th of July Saturday afternoon at the oldest sporting venue in the country with this, a 1.16 on the inner turf. New York bred race, maiden special weight, all trying to get that first win of their career coming up. Morning Prayer, Tom Morley Barn on the rail, 2-1, as is Silly Season, who's the slight favorite. Jake, I know you like outside for Chad Brown, Flavien Prat.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the winner's going to come from the inside or the outside. I think the one interesting thing about the 11 Silly Season is that figure that was earned was when that horse was 2. A lot of times those horses can be, those speed figures can be a little bit lighter based on age. As they get to grow up a little bit, they mature. Naturally, the number can improve, and if the 11 Silly Seasons number has that improvement just with maturity, I think he could be tough. She could be tough to beat.
All right, we'll have much more on it coming up 15 minutes away in this nightcap on Saturday from Saratoga. We'll take a look back to earlier in the card when we return, and the future stars of this sport, 2-year-olds, grade 3. Sanford happened earlier on the card. Surprise, surprise, winningest trainer in North American history, Steve Asmussen. Another good rising star with Booked.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and graded stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive. It's a new day for a new king.
This is where it all begins. These are the recruits for next year. They're going to be part of our roster, part of our team.
The pavilion was jam-packed. It has remained jam-packed.
Phenomenal feeling in the pavilion, on the grounds, in the back ring.
You have a chance to make 5, 10, 100x.
Big sale with a lot of quantity, but they're going to sell over 4,000 horses here.
We had quality racehorses today, I believe, that will go on and we'll be reading about in years to come.
Keeneland sale. You got to be here.
A reputation of excellence isn't built overnight. Day by day, year by year, decade after decade. For over 100 years, Claiborne's commitment to quality has led to unrivaled success. Building on the past, building for the future. Claiborne Farm. The tradition continues.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Great to have you with us on this celebration of the 4th of July, 250th anniversary of our independence. You're watching Saratoga Live, Fox Sports 2. About 13 minutes to post in the race to close out this first Saturday of this extended 46-day meet. Big one earlier for 2-year-olds on the card. Grade 3, Sanford, and we showed you going to break Steve Asmussen. We expect him to bring a lot of talented 2-year-olds to the spa, and Booked kicks things off for him here. Now back-to-back wins, coming in off a maiden win.
Yeah, and he did everything right. I mean, he raced on his wrong lead. You saw Ricardo Santana tried several times to make him switch to his right lead. He's leading with his left foreleg, but Jonathan, maybe he's just a southpaw because he's widening on the field racing on his left lead.
Yeah, you might not be doing it the right way, but he was doing it the fast way, and I guess that's something I'm sure they'll work on in the morning. And if he decides he doesn't want to switch leads and he wants to keep winning races like this, I'm sure they won't have too much of a problem with it.
So goes back-to-back. We know these 2-year-olds, they can improve just by leaps and bounds, and I expect to see how barns like this, Steve Asmussen, Todd Pletcher, Chad Brown, some of the best 2-year-olds we have not seen run yet.
Well, over the years, Saratoga's been the debut place for champions, for Derby winners, for sprint champions, turf champions. And this horse is by Yalpan. Remember the last time Yalpan competed, he was getting savaged here by Firenze Fire.
Yes, he was.
Winning the Forgo. And he's gotten off to some start as a stallion. I mean, he gets like 21% winners with his 2-year-old first-time starters.
One of the things we love most, we say it every year, but so many great things about Saratoga. One of the great things about it, all these 2-year-olds we're going to see unleashed and the future stars of our sport. So many of which start here and go on to great things in the Triple Crown and beyond. Race 11, approaching the 10-minute mark to post. We'll have the post parade coming up when we return on the lawn at a mile and a 16th to close things out. And no matter what happens in this nightcap, we will have a pick 6 carryover going into the Sunday program.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Hi, Michelle.
Hi.
How you doing? Hey, Wolfie. What's going on?
Hey, Greg.
Good to see y'all.
Saratoga Live's coverage from Los Alamitos Racecourse is brought to you by the California Thoroughbred Breeders Association. It pays to be Calbred.
Welcome back to Cypress, California on this 4th of July, the first time that the Fox Sports family of networks here on Saratoga Live have brought you to Los Alamitos. Our feature today is the Great Lady M, featuring one of the best female sprinters in the country. That is Sweet Azteca. But we have more action leading up to the Great Lady M, like race number 6, which is coming up next, just about 12 minutes away. This sequence, races 6 through 9, you will see here on FS2 and FS1, and it makes up a pick 4. So joining me on the desk here, Simon Bray and Michelle Yu. Simon, you have put together a $1 pick 4 that our audience can play through their Naira Bets account.
Certainly can. The idea here is obviously to win the next 4 consecutive races. At a unique racetrack, Michelle. This is a track that really is the home of quarter horse racing. Brought thoroughbreds on board several years ago, with the longest stretch in North America, over 1,300 feet. So fitness is key here, right?
Fitness is key here. I feel like the post position is key here because we have an odd configuration for the sprint races. And while we do run quarter horse races at Los Alamitos, they have a different part of the racetrack that they utilize for some of those.
Speaking about fitness, that's going to be the key for Sweet Azteca, the favorite in the Great Lady M. She's going to be my anchor in the pick 4 sequence. Again, races 6 through 9. I think with Sweet Azteca, you either live by her or die by her. If you don't like her, you chuck her out and go everyone else. I think she's good enough to win this race at 80%, and that's what she is fitness-wise, according to her trainer, Richard Boltus. We caught up with her. So 135 to kick it off here. Ufta's going to get some play. I like Harney Lane. I think this is a timely claim for trainer Antonio Garcia in race number 6. Race number 7, I got some coverage in there, Todd. That's a competitive then at 6.5 furlongs. Top pick in there is going to be There's a Silver Lining for Steve Knapp. Like the turn back in distance. I mentioned longest stretch in North America. You see it there on the screen, coming out of a mile race back to an extended sprint. That's going to bear well. Single in race number 8, and then 4, 5, 8 in the nightcap to wrap it up. I do like the 5 Fight Back for Andy Mathis. He's a barn that started out the year in Southern California. Pretty cool, but he's heating up well. And then again, another timely claim for me.
Michelle, where did Simon go wrong?
The single.
You think the Great Lady M can beat Sweet Azteca?
Look, she's not 100%. She's coming off that long layoff. You said she was one of the most talented sprinters last year, but she, still I feel like has some big shoes to fill in, and we've got horses in here with recency. Grand Slam Smile, even though she's a Calvert, is a very, very nice horse.
I take Kobe Bryant with a torn ACL.
That good.
That good.
That good. All right. The Great Lady M is the 3rd race in the pick 4 sequence. Remember, it's a $1 minimum out here. And Greg Wolf, as we go back to you, there's great incentive to play the Great Lady M. There's a great offer going on right now at Naira Bets.
Yes, indeed. Thanks for the setup there. Hit a win bet on any one horse in the Great Lady M. You got to opt in for this. You get a 20% bonus. Little extra money in the account never hurts. Go to NyraBets.com. Do not forget, again, opt in to take advantage of that 20% win bonus. Nightcap, 4 minutes away, probably a little more than that. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, horse is still in the paddock here, Greg, as we'll take a look first off the bat with a first-time starter from the Miguel Clement barn, and that's number 3, Lynn's Legacy. Now, she is a daughter of Medaglia d'Oro, and a lot of times his progeny, especially the fillies, which he is actually best with his fillies, they're bigger. They're bigger types that, have a lot of scope to them as well. And so that's exactly what I'm seeing here from Lynn's Legacy in the paddock. Now, she has been very professional, calm. She walked in with that training saddle on just to kind of prepare her so that girth, or the 2 girths that they wear with racing tack, isn't a surprise. So she doesn't get kind of cold backed, if you will. Cotton in the ears. She's behaving beautifully and responding well to that, and I like her against this group here. I think she physically fits very well, as on the bottom side she is half to National Archive, who's another Miguel Clement trainee who's gone 3 for 9 in her career so far on the turf. Moving on to horses who have experience towards the outside, I know a lot of handicappers have been interested in number 10, Force of Mischief. I would put that down to primarily the trip / now rider change that she gets. And Dalila Rivera has done very well, but a lot of times apprentice riders, they struggle a bit on the turf. It's racing that is run in a more close fashion. And there's a lot more runners usually. So I think she was a little apprehensive to let this filly's head go last time, and she was just steadied back continuously after the start. And then when they entered the lane, she actually had a bit of run to her, but was in and amongst horses, and it just didn't work out. Now, looking at her here, she makes her 3rd start for trainer Dave Donk. I'm impressed with what I see from her physically. A filly that continues to strengthen up, to put on muscle mass, and now she gets Dylan Davis aboard. Coming back off of a layoff is number 11, Silly Season. And speaking of pedigree, wow, this one has a serious pedigree. She is out of Elusive Rumor, who produced multiple stakes winners such as Runaway Rumor, My Heart Belongs to Daddy, Scuttlebuzz, amongst some others. Now, she debuted and ran okay last time when we saw her in November. Put on the shelf since then. I just thought she needed to develop a bit, going back to that debut race, and she has grown. She looks a lot like her siblings, which I find is always a good sign to kind of carry on that talent potentially. So we'll see what she does for the ever dangerous Chad Brown barn, as she sits up there as your 2-to-1 favorite, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Outside post in this mile and 16th race. Fairly long run again to the turn. Concerns for you with this one?
Yeah, because she's doesn't have as much natural speed as some of the horses we've seen overcome the outside post, and you just worry about getting caught with a wide trip. Again, has the right pilot. Fabian Pratt usually kind of finds the trip.
Call to post for this finale as they come down Champions Way. And, as we thought way back when we started the show, JK, and you're putting it together inside, outside, the 1 and the 11. They are the ones dominating the wagering in here. There's some sprinkled throughout. There's some other interesting runners we'll get to. But here is the one morning prayer for Tom Morley.
It comes off a huge effort here in the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival about a month ago. Player from the inside.
Dangerous Barn, George Weaver, Coach of the Year, the 2 with Jose Lezcano.
Yeah, had a race as a 2-year-old that put her in the mix, but last time was a little disappointing.
First-time starter, Miguel Clement barn, has Manny Franco Lynn's Legacy, 6-1.
Yeah, homebred for Oak Bluff Stable. Like the comments that Maggie had about her physicality.
Where is she?
Landed in the right
Coming
group.
Up soon.
Yeah.
Still looking at the 2 Coach of the Year. And one of Jose Lezcano's so masterful on the grass. Here's the 3 coming out.
And you see Miguel handing her off to the pony there. I like when horses are well schooled like this, that they're not apprehensive going to the pony.
Here's Chaumet, John Terranova, turf debut.
Didn't show much on the dirt debut. Is a half to Little Daddy, who was stakes placed on turf.
Edgard Zayas will ride. Todd Pletcher, a first-time starter, nobody knows.
Yeah, daughter of Quality Road. You get those yellow silks of Quality Road as well. What a racehorse he was.
Tried to go, we'll skip the 7, we go to the 8. Here is Zap That Ghost, Jorge Abreu. Certainly can improve second start.
Just didn't take any money first time out. Did a little bit of running, though.
She did. So we take a look at the 9 Tank Girl, who is getting on the turf for the first time.
It's going to have to turn it around in a big way if the turf helps here. I mean, Theatrical is the great grandsire on the female side.
David Donk, Force of Mischief, and Dylan Davis.
You know, we talked about some other horses being sprinkled in here. If it's not the 1, it's not the 11, I think it could be the 10, but I feel very confident in this horse, Richie.
Here is the 11.
Yeah, listen, you made a very compelling case for her because she ran that figure as a 2-year-old, 62. Just natural maturation, she is supposed to run faster.
Beat a half length in the debut, had a poor beginning out of the gate. We'll get back to this race. Let's send it out to Los Alamitos.
Greg, this is our post parade from approximately 2 minutes 52 seconds ago for race number 6, 5.5 furlong starter allowance event. We start out with the 1 Oofta, currently 6-5.
Distance specialist, 5.5, loves it, 2 for 2. Last time this horse has raced at this trip, loves Los Alamitos.
Feisty Matoli on a 3-race win streak, but a big long shot here.
Picked up off the claim last time out for $5,000. She's over at this 5.5 furlong distance. She prefers that short 4.5 at night.
Yeah, and the 3 Harney Lane to follow is coming off a win after having been claimed for $6,250. How does this horse fit here today?
1 for 10 last time out and beat a couple of good runners in behind, Todd. This is a major fit at 5-2.
Lockmara, another horse that we've been seeing during the evenings. This horse is our longest shot in the field at 23-1. Any reason to like this one, Michelle?
Oof, I mean, she did win a race 2 back, but it's been long times between drinks of water for her, Todd, and she's 0 for 16 at this 5.5 furlongs.
Falabella coming off a win and was also claimed out of that race.
Timely claim, I think, for Chuck Treese, one of the local trainers here. She beat a horse called Rock and Roll Song, who won here 9 days ago at Los Al. Good form.
Legal Fiction going from the turf to the dirt. We're jumping back to the 5, Falabella. There is the 6, Legal Fiction, Michelle.
You know, she won 2 back at the $6,200 level. They just got way over her head last time. I think this is a reversal to a level that she needs to be at. She is a 4-time winner out of 9 lifetime starts.
And finally, the 7, Broken Circle. That is our field moments ago for race number 6. 2 minutes until the 6th start of the late pick 4 here at Los Alamitos. Let's check in with Mike Joyce.
Well, first, I just want to relay some words I got from Chuck Treese about Falabella. I asked what led to the claim. He said, I liked her. She looks so consistent, the kind of horse that's going to fit in my program. And the thing about Chuck, and for those of us that have been here for a while, you know, he doesn't wait around with horses. He claims them, he sends them right back. He's made a lot of wins on this circuit at nighttime, and I figure that he could do the same today with Falabella. But my top pick's going to be Ufta. Just a little bit of strategy here. I think everyone's going to be singling Sweet Azteca later today in the Great Lady M. This is the favorite I'm going to index on and try to beat her. It's a contrarian approach. It may not work, but I do think Ufta is best horse. She's got a lot of speed and the inside draw. George Farias knows a thing or two about winning here at Los Alamitos. We got a few minutes to post, but they're considerably closer there at Saratoga. So we go back to my friend Greg Wolf.
Mike Joyce, good to see you on air as we get set to load up here for this finale on this 4th of July, first Saturday of this 46-day extended Saratoga meet. You can play with us all summer long and beyond. Naira Bet. So the 11 at 9-5. We expected silly season to take the majority of the money here, along with this one, the 1 Morning Prayer for Tom Morley. So inside, outside. Some others, though, Lynn's Legacy, the 3, obviously a very strong barn with a first-time starter.
Yeah, and, you know, in a race that, you know, a stranger could be the way to go. I like the 10. I thought what Maggie talked about, getting Dylan Davis, and it's just not easy for apprentices to learn or ride the turf. They don't get as much experience.
And this one, as you said, did some running in that debut of the 8. Zap That Ghost.
Did a little bit of running. Didn't take a lot of money, but is taking a little bit more here. To me, if the 11 improves a little bit with maturity, it'll be very hard to beat.
Flavian Pratt, there he is, back-to-back Eclipse Award-winning rider, teaming up with Chad Brown. That's going to happen a lot this Saratoga summer season. The 11 will be the last in line. We send it upstairs on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Frank Miramonte, the nightcap from this 4th of July Saturday from Saratoga.
And here's Silly Season to complete the lineup. Just hesitates briefly. Goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. And it's a quick start for Probable Choice. Out in the center of the course, vying for the lead with Chaumet, who backs off now in second. Then it's Nobody Knows, who broke alertly, is racing in the 3rd spot, entering the clubhouse turn. Force of Mischief is moving into contention. Tank Girl, Zap That Ghost is racing in between rivals, only 4 lengths or so off the early tempo. Then Coach of the Year, followed by Lynn's Legacy, who's racing in between horses. Tank Girl is just outside of them. Morning Prayer and Silly Season. And those are the 2 favorites at the back of the field. Silly Season went pretty wide. 23-3 for the quarter. Probable Choice is just in front. Nobody Knows, applying mild pressure in second. It's another length and a half back to Force of Mischief in third, and then it's Chomay in fourth. Zap That Ghost and Tank Girl next to one another. Coach of the Year, the half in 48 3/5 seconds. Then Lynn's Legacy. Morning Prayer is trying to advance on the inside of Silly Season. 10 lengths covers them around the far turn. And it's Probable Choice, the long shot leader, has it by 3/4 of a length. Nobody Knows, still racing in the second spot. And Force of Mischief is just outside of that pair. Chomay is in fourth. Zap That Ghost is called on in fifth. Morning Prayer is looking for a seam, angling to the outside now, and still in with a chance despite being 6 lengths off the pace, picking off horses as they come to the 16th pole. Chomay is coming through along the inside of the new leader. Nobody Knows, they're head and head. Just behind them, Coach of the Year, Zap That Ghost, and Morning Prayer. They come toward the wire, and Coach of the Year strides out under Jose Lezcano, showing her best stuff late to win for fun. Morning Prayer was second, and then it was a battle for third. Lynn's Legacy was on the scene late.
Racing. Feisty Matoli's the first to show, quickly tackled for the lead by Broken Circle and Uftar either side. Falabella comes away fourth, Legal Fiction on her outside. Harney Lane second last, and Lochmara is at the tail of the field. Uftar, the favourite, has the lead narrowly from Broken Circle at the half-mile pole. Feisty Matoli lets that pair go, sits back 2 lengths away third. Another 3 lengths to Legal Fiction, moving past Falabella. 4 lengths to Harney Lane. It'd be 11 from the front. Lochmara brings up the rear, so the Greys are at either end of the field. 5/16 to travel. Uftar just in advance of Broken Circle. Followed into the stretch by Feisty Matoli. A long way clear of Falabella and Legal Fiction, and Harney Lane has a mountain to climb at the 3/16 pole. Uftar showing the way. Feisty Matoli threatens on the inside. Broken Circle boxing on. Then Legal Fiction. And out wide, Harney Lane beginning to stretch home strongly. It's a narrow lead for Uftar, but Harney Lane, brought with a beautifully timed run by Ricky Gonzalez, sweeps away. Harney Lane charging through the wires, wins strongly from either Feisty Matoli or Uftar. Fourth between Legal Fiction and Falabella.
That was Michael Rona calling the field in race number 6 at Los Alamitos here in Cypress, California. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 1. We hope you're enjoying your 4th of July holiday. We've got some of the best racing action in America here on Fox Sports 1 through Saratoga Live. Race number 6 at Los Alamitos, the midway point of the card. Still ahead, our feature, the Great Lady M, will also get you back up for results from the 11th and final at Saratoga. I'm Todd Schrupp, very pleased to be with Simon Bray and Michelle Yu here in Cypress, California, on site at Los Alamitos, anticipating the Great Lady M. But as far as what took place here in race number 6, Simon, Harney Lane, not quick out of the gate, but wow, did this one finish.
They went very fast early, 21-3 for the opening quarter. That's pretty quick here. And a racetrack, if you're not familiar with it, with the longest stretch in North America, Michelle. And the pace was fast early. Harney Lane, she's second from last right here, just kind of sat the trip and just took advantage of that long stretch and picked off runners one by one, got the job done at 5-2.
Not only the long stretch, but the condition for her, as well as the turn back in distance. She's been running 6 furlongs, so while some of these were stretching out from the night and having to go that extra furlong on this long stretch, she had plenty left in the tank to finish up with.
Good claim, Todd. She was claimed a couple of starts back for 62.50. That made her eligible for this condition today. But in between those 2 starts, she won for 10,000, beating a solid group. That's her left of the screen. Only 1 horse beat with about 3/16 of a mile to go. Look at her just pick up her feet. Everyone's getting a little leg weary. You can see the horse, the gray horse on the lead there. Stride is shortening. That makes the kick look a little more effective here, but nonetheless, she gets the job done.
Race number 6 here at Los Alamitos was the midway point of the pick 6. The $2 pick 3 in here, $1,200. We might have a pick 6 carryover. It has also been a day of long shots at Saratoga. The 11th and final is taken by a price, but we do have an inquiry up there. Let's return to our team coverage on site, anchored by Greg Wolf.
Yeah, we already knew. Thank you, Todd. Going in, we had a pick 6 carryover no matter what happened in this race. But Coach of the Year, not home free yet. Inquiry sign has been posted very unofficially here, 2-1-3-8.
Yeah, it kind of looked like a bit of a chain reaction. Coach of the Year was searching for room with Jose Lezcano. He forced the 8 horse, sapped that Ghost out, bumped this horse a couple of times, and in turn, that forced the 1, Morning Prayer, to have to continue to alter course towards the outside as well. Personally, I don't think it was enough to warrant a disqualification, because I don't think either one of those other horses were going to beat the winner, but I could see why the stewards are looking at it.
All right, so let's take a look here. And there's Coach of the Year, blue cap, blue silks with those aqua arms, Jose Lezcano. Where's this trouble come?
Right, you see he's going to start angling out right there. You see the white face of the filly outside of him, and the head-on shows it better. He kind of bumps that filly a couple times to secure a path. It also looked like the eventual runner-up was struck by the crop of the rider, Jose Ortiz, on the 8, zapped that Ghost inadvertently across the snout.
So near the back here, again, that dark blue cap, your eventual winner, and right there's where the contact begins.
Yeah, and again, I would say this is racing, and some contact is allowable to a certain degree. I don't think it affected the outcome whatsoever.
Seemed fairly minimal, did it, JK?
Yeah, I mean, look, I've never been out there, so it's hard for me to say minimal. If Richie says it's minimal, I'll agree with him. Yeah, the horse came out a little bit. I don't think it was dramatic. I've seen worse come down. I've seen worse stay up.
Yeah. Let's go to Maggie.
So, guys, I agree with what you're saying. I did get the chance to talk to Ricardo Santana, who, when I was watching, I said, Morning Prayer just tried to bite the 8 to my friends who are standing here. But it was actually because the 8 with the underhand crop hit her in the face. So I have been, but the Morning Prayer outfinished the 8 in here. So I've seen when horses have been struck in the face, that causes a change in position, but I don't see what happened with the 2 coming out causing a disqualification here, because as you guys said, she was at least a length and a half best in front of the 1 Morning Prayer. Greg?
So, yeah, look, we've had an opportunity to see it a couple of times again. The 2 certainly does push her way out under Jose Lezcano. But, again, to JK's point, we've seen a lot worse stand.
Yeah, my personal opinion is this is a number I wouldn't take down. Yes, he did create a little room for himself, but he had a horse that was full of run. And the runner-up was far more negatively affected by getting whacked across the snout inadvertently by Jose Ortiz on the 8, zapped the Ghost, but he finished in front of that horse. So there were, obviously that's not going to warrant a change in the order of finish. If that Ghost had finished in front of Morning Prayer, yes, that should be an automatic takedown anytime a horse is struck with a crop. This one, I think this was just good hard race riding.
We say this because it does sort of bear out a little bit, but the longer an inquiry goes, usually the better chance there is for a change.
Yes, but the only thing is they're going to be speaking to 3 riders here, so it's going to take a bit longer than if there were just 2 riders in the inquiry.
Richie, what's the mechanism like in the room right now between those 3 stewards? I mean, do they finally talk about it? Do they finally, literally have a vote? How does that work?
Oh, yeah, the 3 of them vote. There's 3 stewards up there, the Jockey Club steward, the New York Racing Association steward, and their Gaming Commission steward. And it has to be a unanimous decision. Unfortunately, in a lot of steward stands across the country, and I'm not going to talk specifics, you usually have one personality that's a little stronger than the others, and he has a tendency, or they have a tendency to be able to sway someone's opinion a bit.
And a little hard to make the case you cost the 8 a placing, isn't it?
I don't think it costs the 8 a placing. In the 8, if you're going to place the 8 in front of the 2, as bad as he bothered the 1, I mean, that wouldn't make any sense to me whatsoever. Because the whip in the face is what really affected Morning Prayer more than anything else.
See if we get a look at that
here.
Yeah,
if we can go back to that, guys, that would be terrific. And maybe slow it down a little. You can really see it.
So jockeys, of course, they're pleading their case to the stewards. And again, as you mentioned, 3 riders have to talk to the stewards, which...
Well, and honestly, it's kind of a archaic system of talking to the stewards. It's akin to a referee throwing a flag, calling pass interference. He doesn't go to the defender and say, hey, Did you touch him before the ball got there? Now watch closely. The horse, the Lavender Silk's on the outside as he's getting close to the horse in the red.
Red cap.
Right there.
And you see the reaction.
Man, you know how much momentum that takes out of a horse and throws him off stride. So you're going to reward the 8 by placing the 2. But I don't know. Like, to me, this should be no change. My opinion.
What about when a rider does that, and obviously a mistake?
Oh, it was inadvertent. It wasn't on purpose.
Is there any repercussions for something like that?
You know, the stewards will probably have Jose Ortiz in and talk about it. And, you know, again, Jose's a very clean rider. That was absolutely an inadvertent reaction there. But I just thought this was good, hard race riding by Jose Lezcano. And you'd hate to start taking things like this down because then riders got to ride on eggshells and they're not going to try to create gaps for themselves. You can't inhibit riders that much. I mean, he didn't just, like, bull his way out and like, with no regard for anybody.
If you make a change here, how do you not make a change in the Jim Dandy a few years ago with Irad Ortiz Jr. and Forte?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think there's 2 different types of inquiries and disqualifications. The ones that absolutely confuse and disgust you, if they decide to make a change here, it's not going to affect me either way. If they don't make a change, it's one of those that I think could go either way, depending on how you want to interpret it.
Really?
Well, if they made a change, I wouldn't be talking about it tonight at dinner.
Well, yesterday, Johnny Velasquez took Manny Franco's ground in the stake, cutting back to the inside, right? And akin to changing lanes in the parkway. You're accelerating while another car isn't going as fast. If they didn't take that down, to me, that was worse than this, and I didn't think that was that bad. Because you got to understand also, when you have a hedge inside of you, the hedge isn't going to give you more space. When you've got all that racetrack to the outside of you, you've got space to work with. One could be dangerous. This was not dangerous by any shape or form.
Still flashing, and yes, they have to talk to 3 riders. Yes, I guess they're looking at a couple incidents too. So they're looking at the coming out of the 2, but they're also looking at the whip issue with Jose Ortiz and the 8 zap that ghost on the 1 morning prayer. So there are a couple of things they have to sort through here.
Does the 8, even though the horse that was affected finished in front of him, is that like an automatic disqualification with the? Well, I guess we'll find out.
The inquiry sign has come down. No change, I believe. So it looks like
I think they get the call right.
No announcement yet, but it looks like the result is going to stand.
Yeah, and to get back to your question, Jonathan. Well,
Number 2, Coach of the Year, has been disqualified
Wow.
from first.
The 2 has been disqualified.
4th for interference in the stretch. The new result will read.
And
first, number 1. Morning prayer.
Shouldn't they have already flip-flopped the numbers? Finally. I mean, that's a little confusing.
Bizarre. We usually see the board change if the inquiry sign comes down. That's why I had assumed that was the case.
I honestly don't agree with this call.
I'm with you. 1-3-8-2, no order of finish. Wow. So, change made. Inquiry sign did go down, though, and they kept the same order of finish. But track announcer Frank Miramati announces the change, and a little controversial here.
You can tell, if you're ever at the racetrack, the way that Frank says, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
If you want to know, you can tell by his voice if there's going to be a change.
Well, we're looking at it. We're not seeing numbers, change position on the board. So it leads you to believe, there's not going to be a change. But then as soon as you hear ladies and gentlemen, right there, you knew that number was coming down.
Heart sinks if you had the 2.
It's a tough DQ. I will say that. If you had the 2, that is a tough DQ that will haunt you for a little while.
So morning prayer. Tom Morley, Barn, Ricardo Santana Jr., LJSS Thoroughbreds elevated to a controversial victory here. And, the good news is we do this every week. Andy Serling hosts it. He talks to the stewards and has them sit down and talk through the decisions, why they made the changes they made, whether you agree with them or not, but at least there's some accountability.
Well, yes, and I think accountability is important. I also think consistency is important. And if this is the tone that the stewards are going to set at the beginning of a very competitive meet where riders tend to maybe test the boundaries a bit, call it like that every day, from day 2 to the last day of the meet. don't have another situation in a week from now where you leave a number like from a similar incident up then. You have to be consistent.
Let's go back to something you said, because I think it's an important point for this meet. This is day 2 of this meet. If you're going to call this call, is that going to change the way riders ride throughout the rest of this meet until we see a different type of call? Because we both felt this could have gone left alone.
Yeah, and listen, I have no dog in the fight. It didn't affect me one way or the other. Just trying to explain it. Now, tomorrow there'll be a hearing. All the riders involved in the incident will all go to a hearing. Most of the riders in this race will have to go to that hearing. Watch the films, and when their riders are listening to the stewards, that's when they'll make the decision, oh, these guys are going to call it really tight here. If you know they're going to call it really tight, you are going to become more mindful, and in essence, it will create safer racing. That's fine. But don't, stray from the precedent you set. You set a precedent today. Now stay on top of it.
So new order of finish again, Morning Prayer with the elevated victory via disqualification in here. And the 2-horse to cross the wire, first placed 4th. Morning Prayer, $6.38 for the win. Pick 4 over $2,800. Pick 5 over $38,000. Coming back.
This is the second disqualification that Jose Lezcano has been involved in recently that I thought he came on the short end of it, that it could have went either way, both of them. So, I kind of feel for Jose, because then you start wondering, well, every move I make, am I under different scrutiny? That's what you start thinking as a rider. Whether that's fair or not, that's how riders think.
Let's go back to Los Alamitos.
Yeah, with your disqualified winner, that was a payout in the pick 5 of $280,000. That is a rough beat if you're out there with that ticket. Back here at Los Alamitos, race number 6, no inquiry, clear sailing for the eventual winner, the 3 Harney Lane. This was the start of the late pick 4. Welcome back to our coverage on site. I'm Todd Schrupp, Simon Bray, that's Michelle Yu. And Michelle, Harney Lane, much best here in race 6.
Much the best on the turn back in distance here. Excellently placed from a condition standpoint by Antonio Garcia, who you see right there in the brown hat. And I just thought a fantastic really race here when you looked at the way it all laid out.
Ricky Gahn aboard. Mike Joyce catching up with him afterward.
Here with Ricky Gonzalez, just got off the back of a horse in the winner's circle, but he'll be riding Nooney later today in the Great Lady M. I want to ask you about that Baffert runner you're going to be on in the stakes race today. Have you had a chance to familiarize yourself with her at all?
No, but I watched her work. She's been working really good. She had a bullet work out of the gates, going 6 furlongs, so that was pretty impressive. We're just going to play the break. She's fast. We know the inside's fast too, so we're outside, so hopefully we'll play by ear.
How's the racetrack playing? You just won that race from way off the pace. What do you think?
It's pretty fair. This is a fast track, but if they go fast enough, you can come from off of it. So, yeah.
Congrats. Best of luck.
Thank you.
And the Great Lady M, race number 8 on the card, counting down to that. But coming up, race number 7, a 6.5 furlong California bred optional claiming event. And in here, we will have a rider change aboard the 8 Tequila and Therapy. Make the rider Caesar Belmont. Who are you looking at here, Michelle?
I like the 6 in here. There's a silver lining. Ricky Gonzalez hoping to go back-to-back for Steve Knapp in this instance. Gets a turn back in distance, and again, a horse that likes this condition.
I'm with Michelle there. I think this horse is going to love the turn back. Steve Knapp in this situation, 22 for 145, 15%. Good numbers for him in this situation.
We've seen a lot of Todd, real quick too. The rider changes for today. Kazushi Kimura this morning had a spill on a horse that he was working. I talked to his agent Brian Beach, and he is fine. He's just a little bit sore, so he's taking the day off.
Yeah, and Tequila and Therapy probably would have taken more play with Kazushi aboard. People kind of flummoxed with now Caesar Belmont aboard. But our feature race is the Great Lady M. We've seen a lot of good racing on Saratoga Live today, but maybe the best racehorse talent-wise you will see all this holiday is that horse right there, Sweet Azteca, the one to beat, and the Great Lady M. We'll be back with more Saratoga Live right after this.
The two of them coming down to the wire. Forte on the outside, and Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Forte starts to gather in the top horses. This is going to be very close, but the champion prevails. Forte wins.
Monmouth Park's main event is Naira Betts Haskell Day, Saturday, July 18th. Watch and wager as the country's top 3-year-olds converge on the Jersey Shore to enhance their championship credentials. Play our $400,000 guaranteed pick 4 and $300,000 late pick 5 on a card that includes 6 stakes races. First post is 12 noon. It's all Naira Betts Haskell Day, Saturday, July 18th at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella turns it into a procession.
Yet another grade 1 for this magnificent daughter of Caraconte. Roja waved goodbye right out of the gate to win the Intercontinental.
And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring.
$300,000, Emma, thank you.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
In Kelso's honor will be on the Sunday card. 5-time Horse of the Year from 1960 to 1964, and known for carrying an extraordinary amount of weight.
What a racehorse he was. He could run on turf, he could run on dirt, and he's just widening here under wraps. I mean, Eddie Arcaro was his regular rider. When he retired, Ishmael Valenzuela picked up the mount. They tried Shoemaker on him. He didn't quite fit him. But Ishmael Valenzuela and him were a match made in heaven, and he's just winning under wraps here.
Swept the Met Mile Suburban Brooklyn Handicaps back in 1961, carrying, again, immense weights. One of the all-time greats in this sport. This is race 6, the Kelso Grade 3 Mile Inner Turf on the Sunday card. And JK, your thoughts as you look at this field?
Yeah, I see 11 horses up there. 6 of those horses won in wire-to-wire fashion at some point of their career. This pace has to be fast. You got to try to find a horse to come from off of it. My eyes initially went to the 6 Cruz de Nile, who also has some speed, but they can come from off of it a little bit.
Maybe Past the Hat as well, another one in there. That is certainly an interesting one, part of a pick 4 sequence. That'll happen just after 4 o'clock Eastern time on our Sunday coverage on Fox Sports here as opening weekend continues from the Saratoga summer season. 1863 Club, one of the great spots to watch a horse race anywhere in the world. We'll be back with more Saratoga Live right after this.
This is what you get when all your wishes come true.
Cody's Wish right alongside, down to the wire. Cody's Wish.
The Horse of the Year Trophy. Cody's Wishes Horse of the Year Trophy. Start the quest for your award.
Cody's Wish has rocketed past. Cody's Wish is drawing away. Cody's Wish.
His first yearlings are selling now.